Well, winning this motor race is very, very hard. If you win it, you earn respect. It's your passage through the history of Australian motorsport. Everybody remembers you. This is the one that matters. To lose this race, to fumble the ball, to get it wrong, well, that's a pain that stays with you for the rest of your life. We are standing by for another great race. Get ready for the Super Cheap Auto Bathurst 1000 2015.
Yeah, it's the kind of event that just to finish is a huge achievement. To win it is the stuff of legend. And what pages will we see added to the history books today? We detailed earlier the close finishes we've enjoyed over the past decade or so. There have been some absolute nail-biters, some heartbreaking moments for the likes of David Reynolds, for the likes of Shane van Gisbergen. There's unfinished business for Ambrose here. So much to be excited about. Internationals like Sebastian Bourdais making his debut in the car in the background there, the Preston Hire number 18 entry that he'll share with Lee Holdsworth. Holdsworth, a real family man who's eager to get on the podium here once again. Crowd have gathered. The field is set. We're almost ready for the warm-up lap, and they are heading off on that now. The voice of Tim Schenken gives the command that we can start the lap there. Fuel loads, you've heard David talking about that and the impact, what they'll be like off the start line. The Fuso grid for race 25 of the championship looks like this. Reynolds and Canto. Reynolds grabbing pole yesterday. McLaughlin, a great job in the conditions to put the Volvo on the front row. The experience of Jason Bright coming to the fore for Team BOC, and the same situation for Lee Holdsworth. They were deteriorating conditions. James Moffat was the first contestant to find that out in the shootout. Giz gassed it up. We had lots of sideways stuff in the 97. He's on a real mission today, and so is Scott Pye. That 17 DJR entry is one to watch. Both Fabian Coulthard and Luke Youlden have been very strong in the 14 across the weekend so far, both showing very good lap times. Penrite colours for the Davison brothers, who finished 4th last year. They just missed the top 10 shootout, and the Kiwis have been getting stronger with every outing. First, Bathurst 1000 for Brad Jones' son, Macaulay, Craig Lowndes and Stephen Richards. We've talked about the big names being buried further down the grid. This is one of them. Watch for them to claw their way forward today. Ditto, Jack Perkins and Ingle. The names Perkins and Ingle have won Bathurst before, but it's Larry's son Jack at the helm today with Russell. David Russell last year scored his best Bathurst result alongside Rick Kelly. Nick Percat and Oliver Gavin were podium finishers for Walkinshaw Performance last year. This season, they're with LD Motorsport, but the partnership remains. Carl Reindler, Tim Blanchard, they stunned at Sandown by finishing in the top 10. The Novocastrian team there, the Russell brothers, Simona Di Silvestro and Renee Gracie, have demonstrated very good lap times this week. They are here absolutely on merit, those girls. The Harvey Norman Supergirls out of grid 25, and Ash Walsh beside them in the Mercedes AMG E63, the Wendy's entry that he'll share with Jack LeBrock, who's from the Dunlop Series. So nice and gently across the top of the mountain, looking after fuel. And all of the pre-race build-up that the drivers have had to contend with, that's gone, Neil. If you use that term in the zone, this is it now.
Yeah, time to declutter. They go back to doing what they innately do best, which is drive race cars. And this is a relief for many now to actually get on with the job. There is a lot of pressure at this location. Doesn't matter what anybody says, and you can pretend that it doesn't matter, but it does.
A foot in each camp for the team owner, Rod Nash. Different shoes today. Pepsi Max colours on the left, and the right for the Bottle-O entry here of David Reynolds and Dean Canto.
Strange conditions out there at the moment too, Greg. So on the occasion when the sun struggles through a little bit, it actually warms up. There's quite a bit of humidity out there as well. But as we saw not very long ago when the boys were out there for the driver parade, it can change in a heartbeat. And so we'll keep an eye on the weather conditions for you. There's the possibility of thunderstorms later this afternoon. We'll watch it from the southwest. Here are all those tyres in the background. They're going through the normal procedure of warming up, cycling the brake pedal, looking to radiate heat from the brake out through the rim into the tyre carcass. A lot of things have changed year on year. The Holden, the Nissan and the Ford, new bodywork, tyre pressure monitoring systems on these cars now as well. So inside the bunkers, crews have got an opportunity to continue to encourage the drivers to work on tyre temperature and pressure. They can see via telemetry the brake temps. They're very, very important in these first few laps of the race to make sure that you don't suddenly commit to something that you can't do because the car's not ready to accept the load.
It's nigh on impossible to pick a winner. Can you do it at home? Let us know on social media and use the hashtag V8SC. Who do you think will be top step of the podium at the end of the 161 grueling laps to come?
If history's any guide, that's like picking the lotto. It was remarkable to stop and think about what's happened when we put that little package together at the top of the program. That in the last 10 years, 7 of these races have been determined by 1 second or less. Twice, it's been somewhere between 2 and 3 seconds. And last year, believe it or not, was the biggest margin for a decade in 4 seconds in favour of Chaz Mostert. It just underscores how intense it is. A lot of safety car interventions, a lot of action over the years, and the expectation that we'll see the same kind of day-to-day, particularly with these weather conditions.
26 cars in the field. It was 27. We now have 52 drivers and 5 different nationalities, as it's done throughout the history of the great race. It's again attracted its share of internationals trying to conquer the mountain. Line it up perfectly. Harvey Norman's Supergirls entry comes to pit lane.
This is strategic. So they're going to bring that car in. No doubt they'll squirt a little drop of fuel in and take them away from the high-risk zone of the clutter at turn 1. So not a bad plan. In fact, I thought, depending on whether there was going to be water out there, 1 or 2 others may choose to do that. Smart move.
Super cheap auto, Bathurst 1000. It's time to get the biggest race, the biggest prize in Australian motor racing underway. We are set for a start here. They unleash those V8 dramas for car 8. The VOC entry almost stalls. There's congestion there as everyone tries to find a way around. Nice jump by the pole sitter. The Bottle entry away beautifully, and so is the Volvo. But look at the chaos behind them. Jason Bright had dramas getting off the line. Canto's away nicely. So is Scott McLaughlin.
1 point they were 4 wide into turn 1. Scott Pye had a little bit of light contact in there. Bright went nowhere. Remember, the gearing is taller in 2015. They've got 88 kilos, full fuel on board at the moment. A good jump by Reynolds. It was a tardy start for Scotty McLaughlin, and Lee Holdsworth has got away well with Van Gisbergen hot behind him at the moment.
Tim Slade, then Fabian Coulthard into the cutting for the first time. Over the top to the applause, the greeting of the fans that have gathered. Listen to the tyres.
This opening lap, the cars always feel a little bit odd. They feel lazy. The grip's not there yet. The brakes aren't quite there yet. The fuel is full. And it's never quite like you remember the way in which you drove the car earlier in the weekend when everything was about peak speed. McLaughlin thought about it. It was a good run down the hill for Scott and the Volvo. He just offered up the nose at the elbow.
A couple of improvers in this early stage. Will Davison is into the 10 from 11th. He's up into 8th place, and Craig Lowndes is knocking on the door of the 10. He's in 11th spot. Scott Pye is 10th. The Chopper follows them down Conrod Straight. The Volvo in the tow. Oh, Gizzy having a look. Does he sneak up the inside of Holdsworth at the chase? Sideways, bounces it off the curbs. Can't complete the mission just yet.
It's awkward. So he had to squeeze up on the curbing, and McLaughlin's racy as well. He's having a bit of a sniff here for the second time in the opening lap. It is a correction, Canto. I'm showing Canto up here on the screen. Followed by McLaughlin, Holdsworth, Van Gisbergen.
Still coming up, so just get into your ribbon there, mate. Oh, it's forward.
D'Alberto, Coulthard, Bright, Davison, Moffat, then Pye.
That's the Xbox Falcon making a move there as they come to turn 2 on James Moffat. They'll go side by side, and it looks like he gets through. Scott Pye picks up a spot. That's for 9th place. And McLaughlin's having to defend Holdsworth, but trying to attack Canto here.
So it was a relatively good lap from all, really. That first lap was pretty good, pretty clean. There was a bit of rubbing down at turn 1 on the opening lap. For that group that went in there 4 wide, that was never going to work. But thereafter, it was pretty reasonably clean. All the way over the top of the mountain was a much cleaner run than we've seen in years gone by. It was a good start, good clean run. So Canto's got a little margin here, just on 0.37 of a second over McLaughlin. And by now, they're starting to get an understanding of what they're dealing with. What's the car going to be like in this opening stint? How hard can you push? Garth Pander's done very quick sector splits, by the way, down in 18th.
It's Van Gisbergen who's picked up a spot. That's the 3rd place at Forest's Elbow. So he gets on with it now. Van Gisbergen clearly feeling racy at this early stage. Right, I just wonder what happened off the start line there. Maybe with all that fuel and perhaps car 8 bogging down. It was busy there for a moment. McLaughlin sticks the nose out, but he's not far enough forward to go down the inside of the 55.
And to do it positively, you've got to be right up on the inside with at least half the car down there so that Dean can see. So good move there by Van Gisbergen. If you're going to make a move early, you've got to make sure that it's extremely clean. Cannot afford a bent steering arm at this point in the race. And the fastest lap of the race so far for Van Gisbergen.
Lowndes has been able to clear Moffat. He's in the top 10 now as well, and Dumbrell is in behind the 99 of James Moffat. So there's a couple of movers, given that Lowndes was outside the 10 for the start of this race. He's had a good commencement to the Bathurst 1000. McLaughlin again looks at turn 2.
Yeah, he's just not quite there at the moment, and unless Scott can clear Dean, then he's going to be vulnerable here to Shane Van Gisbergen, who'll think about it. And in fact, McLaughlin covered. I think last year, I recall, those two actually got together, and McLaughlin allowed Van Gisbergen to get up the inside of the cutting, so he didn't fall for it year on year. Now a little bit more of a cushion between Canto and McLaughlin. One or two people on the radio on that opening lap, Rusty, just going back to your question about the start with Jason Bright, who were talking about having 100% throttle, actually put flat to get the car away and still didn't get it away. So a few of them didn't get the starts they were looking for. They just couldn't get them off the line.
Quickest lap so far belongs to the driver you ride with. He did a 2:09.75 the last time around, and we've seen a great middle sector from Shane Van Gisbergen. So the 97 Darrell Lee entry, now that things are normalising, now that things are coming up to temperature, he's looking good and putting the pressure on Scott McLaughlin as we come down Conrod.
Here we go. That's nearly, but not quite. That's not enough. That's awkward. He's going to try and press on with it down the inside here into the final corner, and the run down to Murray's. And Van Gisbergen switches back to the other side. Here we go, change for the lead, and now McLaughlin gets through. Contact second to third as Van Gisbergen is right into the back there of Canto. And here comes Shane at 1. It's a real bottleneck back there. Holdsworth and D'Alberto next.
Seeing some good numbers for Paul Dumbrell down in 11th spot as well. He's cleared James Moffat and is trying to stay with Craig Lowndes, his teammate ahead of him. Here's Van Gisbergen, has a look at Dean Canto.
Got him. Van Gisbergen up the inside, and this time Canto didn't really make too much of a fight of it. Probably the best thing. If you find yourself having to drive the car out of rhythm, then you're going to be prone to a mistake.
Dave Reynolds, some might say the most difficult thing you could ask a co-driver to do is start this race from pole position. Dean did a great job.
Yeah, he's doing a great job. He got a fantastic start, and he's holding in there, and he's trying to fend off some of the bigger guys, but you know, he's doing a fantastic job.
Thanks, Dave.
So So McLaughlin, Van Gisbergen, Canto, Holdsworth, Alberto, Coulthard, Bright, Davison, Scott Pye, Craig Lowndes. That's your 10. So good progress for Lowndes.
Playing that start and the difficulties that Bright endured getting off the line. Here's another view.
And then watch further back here. Moffat, Pye, Coulthard, all four wide down here, and then there's just that little bit of rubbing going on there. They've managed to all sort it out and get away with it.
Watch the Penrite car here. Davison makes good ground. There's congestion ahead of him. And in the chaos through turn one, watch him pick up some spots here.
They're all a little bit lucky to get away with all that. It kind of went on and on. And look at the stuff going on here with 99. James Moffat pressed on there in that little battle, and it's actually torn the right rear corner on the 14 Team Freightliner car. No big deal, it's just cosmetic. And that's Van Gisbergen sneaking down the inside there in the replay at Forest Elbow. So the other guy that didn't fare terribly well off the start there and is languishing a bit at the moment, looking at this replay of what happened at the final corner. It's pretty wild stuff here, isn't it? Look at Gizzy into the back of the Falcon there. Steve Owen started the number 5 car from position number 14. He's down in 20th at the moment.
Coulthard, as we saw from the aerial shot there above the gum trees into turn 2, Coulthard moves by Tony D'Alberto. That's for 5th place. So good job in the Freightliner Commodore. But McLaughlin showing speed here in the Volvo. He has a new fastest lap of the race so far, 2:09.06. And Van Gisbergen quickest in the first sector now, so we know that that 97 Commodore is good.
Keep an eye on the sort of pace in the sectors here for Van Gisbergen.
Some lucky nail polish for Popeye. Gary Rogers hoping that McLaughlin can get the job done today with Alex Premer. It's been a great start for Scott McLaughlin and the Gary Rogers squad. He leads this one from Shane Van Gisbergen with Dean Cantor, who started from position 1, currently in 3rd.
This is only the beginning. Super Cheap Auto, Bathurst 1000. And just like they did last year, car 33 out front at the hands of the young Kiwi, Scott McLaughlin, but he's got company all right. 97 is going with him. Shane Van Gisbergen, and the battle for position here is Will Davison under brakes. The Penrite Erebus car goes up the inside of Tony D'Alberto. D'Alberto's lost a couple on this lap. Coulthard got him up at Blundstone Bend. It's always the danger when you start with the co-drivers. Dean Canto did a great job, led that first lap from the pole position. Relegated back to 3rd and has had a little bit of time to settle into that position, but now he's got Lee Holdsworth all over the back of him, fighting for that last spot on the podium, but we're a long way from standing on that podium. Towards the back of the field, there's the other Erebus car. Car number 4 with the Wendy sponsorship in the hands of Ash Walsh. They started last. But then we saw the Supergirls entry come into the pits and drop to the back of the field. Renee Gracie still trying to catch onto the back of the pack at the moment, turning 2-minute 10 laps. Here's the leaders. Both of these drivers led the race last year. One at the beginning and one at the end. Both could definitely have won it. McLaughlin had that famous moment with the wall at the cutting. Van Gisbergen, that agonising pain of being stuck in the pits and not making it out inside the last dozen laps. If you ever want to smile, you need not look further than Gary Rogers Motorsport. From the saunas out in the grid, to the Viking hats, to the cross-dressing, they've always got something a little bit special planned for the great race. They haven't won it 15 years, back when Tander and Bargwana did it on a wet weekend. We've seen similar conditions here this weekend. Could that be an omen for Gary Rogers Motorsport? At Techno Autosport, we've got the next generation of Webbs learning the ropes. Through the chase, settle in for a big day at the mountain. Scott McLaughlin out front at the moment from Gary Rogers Motorsport.
Great race continues for 2015, and Fabian Coulthard getting closer to Lee Holdsworth, having a look at the final turn.
Coulthard's been on the radio just talking about car behaviour. So he's unhappy with the way in which the car's turning at the moment. Every time he gets to one of the medium or high-speed corners and rotates the car, it's disappearing in the rear. So they're going to make a change to that car in the first stop. So turn in oversteer. So they're fiddling with the anti-roll bar controls in that car at the moment to try and deal with it. Mind you, he's rolling along at similar pace to everybody else. Lee Holdsworth up the inside here of Canto, and he may draw along Coulthard with him here.
Davison has chipped away, hasn't he, from 11th spot, is now up into 6th place. We saw the ground that they made in that Penrite entry off the start and through turn 1. That set-up window is quite a radical one. Maybe it's starting to pay dividends early here. The view from across the top of the mountain, cloud cover in the background, a question mark over rain and whether we'll get it over the remaining laps, the remaining 155 or just under in the 1,000.
Now that Holdsworth has got some clear air, we'll get a proper indication of his pace here too. So he is 4.5 seconds away from Scott McLaughlin in the lead. Now that he's cleared Canto, he's got nice fresh air. Van Gisbergen's just eased up a little bit in the last little while. Meantime, back down the order, the two Red Bull cars there. So this is Craig Lowndes in car number 888 being followed by Paul Dumbrell. So Lowndes has made great progress. 10th and 11th, these fellas at the moment. And remember that Craig qualified in 15th after that ropey start in qualifying yesterday for everybody when the weather was a big factor. This is a really hard stint if you're in traffic. You're in everyone's hot, turbulent air. You've got to use more of everything than you'd like. You use more of the brake. You hook into the tyres more. That was a move. And look at this. Coulthard gets the job done on Canto now as well.
Dumbrell wasn't able to quite complete the mission on Lowndes, but the way Lowndes' car was dancing, it may not be too long before that happens. Dumbrell did a superb job yesterday in the Dunlop Series race. But the Penrite entry has cleared Dean Canto, and that's another spot for Davison up into 5th place.
Just going back to the remark about how tricky it is, and Canto's gone back to 2nd there for the right-hander at turn 2. Particularly if the car's not quite right, this is a pretty hard stint. The race starting half an hour later this year. The track temps are up a lot more. So my expectation would be that the first 2 or 3 stints of the day are going to be fairly hard yards around here. And as it rubbers up and eventually cools out, the pace will pick up later in the day.
You said yesterday about the possibility of maybe some brake issues as well. So we'll follow that story over the race as Holdsworth, replay of the move on Dean Canto. And that's into 3rd spot for the Preston Hire Commodore. Coulthard following suit.
And he did that fairly easily, Lee. They had a very good run at Sandown too just recently, and look at this. Does he get the job done? He does, cleanly down the inside. So Will Davison is able to sneak up the inside and pit straight into turn 1 and also pass Dean Canto. So as soon as Lee Holdsworth was able to get into that clear air, we saw a personal best lap time for him as well on that last lap. So the best speed we've seen so far is from McLaughlin. He's done a 2:08.3. Still got a 2nd in hand at the moment over Van Gisbergen. So this is the sole remaining Pepsi Max crew car in the field. That's Steve Owen at the helm there, and he's down in 20th. So we were focused more on the front of the grid off the start, so didn't actually see what happened to him. But either the start or the first lap or 2 have not gone overly well.
I'll just quickly, grab Frosty just to get a bit of an update on Steve Owen. He's obviously had a tough first few laps there. Did he lose all those at the start, or was it somewhere else that he got a bit out of trouble?
Well, turn 1, the Nissan got in the back of him by the look of it, but he just wants to keep it clean. We know we've got a good car, and he's doing a good job. You know, the pace he's got is pretty well as good as the main guys there. He's just sitting in behind the train, but yeah, we'll think about our stops and then I'll get in and obviously go against the co-drivers for the other team. So, yeah, he's going all right. We just want to keep it clean, but it's a long way to go.
Oh, you can see you guys are all pretty calm in here. No one's seems too flustered at all, but it's anxious though, isn't it, seeing the car go off the line and when you're the main driver and you're sitting here, and it's a tough sort of period, that first stint.
Yeah, it is, but it's what Bathurst is. You pick your co-drivers 12 months ago and you put full faith in them, and you know, whatever happens, if they have a moment, you know, you're riding with them and they ride with you. So yeah, long day. We're not stressed yet. If this was 10 to go and we're in P20, you'd be different. But long day. We'll hopefully hang in there and use our speed and then, you know, slowly chip away and come through.
We'll be watching you when you get in the car.
Cheers.
So clear air now also for Jason Bright after he's able to clear Tony D'Alberto, so he's going to get a decent little run here. That was very close between Dumbrell and Lowndes on that previous lap down the bottom of the hill. Very racy and pretty aggressive manoeuvring going on from both of those there at the moment. And there's pressure also from Dumbrell, from Heimgartner. So have a look at this in the replay from the chopper. So Paul's gone up to put a move on. In fact, he was well down the inside. And in the end, very close on exit, almost exchanging paint. And drop back in. Here it is from on board. Got a long way down here, but he kind of had to get out of it. Craig just left him a little bit of space, but not much.
Now down D'Alberto at the chase. There's that line of cars is coming. Scott Pye is there in 9th place, and Lowndes still ahead of Paul Dumbrell. And then the Kiwis, the Super Black Racing entry, and James Moffat, the first of our runners in the shootout yesterday. That's been good for Bright. After that difficult start, he's recovered that spot.
Oh, seriously. That was a big cover by Dumbrell down the inside. He was right up against the pit lane wall.
Heimgartner's got pace here, and will try and move by him on the run up Mountain Straight into the bargain, into the game. James Moffat.
So they ended up all the way across to the left-hand side of the road there. And all of a sudden, that margin between Lowndes and Dumbrell has opened up enormously, and Heimgartner on the outside of turn 2's just got to tuck in there. There's no way you can make that work.
That was Pye making the move on D'Alberto for 8th spot. Lowndes right in there as well.
So Paul was just a little bit wide down there at the final corner, and that was the reason why he went all the way back to the pit wall on the left to cover. He's got to be a little bit careful there, because he's actually gone back to most of the way to the right going up to turn 1, and he'll attract the attention of race control with that any further to the right there, and that's basically going to be considered weaving.
So Jamie Whitcupp's looking on here. I'm sitting next to them, both a little bit nervous about what's going on there in number 1, mate. PD's been pretty racy, put a couple of moves on Lounsey as well.
Yeah. Lounsey got off to a good start, which is why we're racing. But PD looks like he's in the groove, and he's doing a good job. He's trying to get past his teammate and crack on up the road.
He had a great run yesterday in the development series race. He was having a ball out there, put it in some hot times, and it's clearly carried over to this morning.
Yeah, no, he's been doing a great job all weekend. Don't touch wood, don't want to put the micro on him, but hopefully the car's good as well. Hopefully it's not all him. Yeah, looking forward to jumping in probably in another 15 months. So.
Oh, thanks for the update.
Thanks, mate.
While we were chatting there, Craig Lowndes in the sister Red Bull entry was able to get by the Super Cheap Auto Commodore of Tony D'Alberto. So Craig moves into 9th spot there. And here's Dumbrell. Dumbrell trying to get it done at Murray's when they get another big spike in brake temperature, 220 k's an hour on the approach, and he's through. So Dumbrell has had a change of role business-wise in recent months. He's come here absolutely on a mission with this motor racing, just superb. And the 23's in the lane. First proper pit stop action.
Should be disconnected.
So this is Dean Fiore in this car at the moment. Michael Caruso about to hop in.
Hey, geez, a little bit.
They're taking the opportunity to get well out of step with the rest of the field, run in their own clean air and play a different strategy game.
Okay, Andy, we're just waiting on the fuel now. Go,
the fuel to finish strategy.
Green line.
7 stops in the race, and they go through their well-drilled protocol.
Good job, mate.
Resetting the brake bias, resetting the anti-roll bars, making sure that everything's coupled up, establishing radio comms, New fastest lap of the race, by the way, Fabian Coulthard, 2 minutes 7.9.
We're just 10 laps in. McLaughlin and Prema leading the way.
So we've witnessed our first driver change for the weekend, our first pit stop. There will be many. Over 10 to win the race last year. In a perfect world, you wouldn't have to make quite that many, but it all depends on what the mountain and the weather throws at us today. Definitely the chance of some rain. Saw plenty yesterday, but beautiful sunshine across the top at the moment, and the two Holden Racing Team cars here. And then a driver who won the Bathurst 1000 for the Holden Racing Team, going along with him in Nick Percat, quickest in this morning's warm-up. Car 22 with Russell Ingall at the wheel. For 20 years after success at the mountain, and joining back with the Perkins family. Not the first time that he and Jack have driven together. Had a stint here a few years ago at Bathurst. Ingall's time in retirement was short-lived. Up the inside goes the Super Black entry. Good move under brakes. Andre Heimgartner, one of the two youngest drivers in the field, he and Rene Gracie. Gets the job done there on Tony D. And D'Alberto just falls in behind him for the moment. The Mack truck entry of James Moffat. The Nissan goes along for the ride, and Darwood.
You're going to drop it, you're going to drop it, we're going to run up and back on the stand there, mate. You drive
It must be hard for the co-drivers
It's going to bother us in a minute, mate. Thank you.
to start this race and to be competitive from the beginning.
Just waiting on the fuel now.
What
The
a race
rears are all
at Sandown these two had.
done. Still nothing here, pit lane.
It was Blanchard's first top 10.
Fuel's
Driving
done.
with
We're
Russell
away. All yours,
Ingall
brother.
at the Gold Coast last year. And off goes car number 3, their first pit stop done, and Clean Air running to greet them on the way back out. Main drivers behind these two seats right now. Lee Holdsworth and the Preston Hire Commodore, and the Freightliner Commodore chasing him over the mountain. Fabian Coulthard. These guys are fighting for third. This is off the back of Fabian setting the fastest lap of the race 2 laps ago. The only driver to have circulated in the 2:07s at the moment. So he's got a fast race car. When you've got a fast race car, you want clean air. So he needs to get around Lee Holdsworth as soon as he can. Maybe have to chase this time by.
After starting out of grid position 9, Fabian Coulthard is up into 4th place and edging closer to Lee Holdsworth here. He'll step prior to the break. His fastest lap for Coulthard at 2:07.955. Slingshot into the chase.
A few drivers just achieved their personal best lap on that last lap as well. 4 of them. Canto, Lowndes, Dumbrell. Look at this. Looking for a spot down the inside here is Fabian Coulthard. This would sneak him up to 3rd if he can do it. So the race is gradually shaking itself out here. A lot of hot air for Coulthard, tucked that close to the back of the preceding Holden.
Dumbrell's been able to get by Scott Pye. Watching this battle up Mountain Straight as Scott Pye comes into pit lane. That explains why we saw him drop a spot on the order just a moment ago on the timing sheet, and in comes the Super Jeep Auto entry as well.
That's beautiful, pal. Clear this side there, one. You're just waiting on fuel. Just waiting on.
Straight in. Change here also for Super Chip Auto Racing. So these guys are using the red strategy, our fuel to finish strategy. See how hard it is, even with a driver assist, to get those belts done up.
Well, quickly, go. Get out there, get out there.
Job done for the Xbox Dick Johnson Racing Team Penske entry. They're talking in car 17 about we didn't have time to do the wing due to the short fuel time.
Hearing also it may have stalled leaving the pit box, Neil, and that Scott Pye has stayed at the wheel. We'll verify that for you. That's what it sounds like. There you go.
And meantime, Scott McLaughlin's on the radio just talking about trimming the anti-roll bars in that car just to play with oversteer. So the word of the day, no surprise, because we've been hearing it all week, is oversteer. A lot of people battling with the back of the cars being very lively. So full fuel, warm conditions. It's a warm, greasy track out there at the moment. They're all battling more or less with that as a condition. Here's Coulthard looking for a spot down the inside at 3.
Holdsworth still doing a very good job here. Sebastian Bourdais earlier in the weekend was looking for a more conservative setup in this car. There's Bourdais there. What a superstar. Tremendous to have him here at Mount Panorama. Former racer, driver for the Toro Rosso Formula 1 team, a 4-time Champ Car World Series champion, and a winner on 2 occasions this year in the IndyCar Championship stateside.
He's done a lot of racing this year, Sebastian. Let's focus on this battle, though. Holden Racing Team in the lane here, and Coulthard trying to put a move on Holdsworth, and he does nicely. Lee makes it easy for him. So that's position number 3 now for Fabian. Meantime, that's car number 2 on the right-hand side of screen.
Okay, mate, you've got a clear run out. Through the drops, go. Go, 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 go. All clear, all clear.
Stormtroopers doing the refueling.
Very cool helmet paint scheme as well for Garth Tander that acknowledges and celebrates that Star Wars The Force Awakens livery here. And Warren Luff, as you saw, now at the wheel of car 2.
4.3 seconds it is between Coulthard and McLaughlin in the lead. So now released in clear air, we'll get a better indication of the sort of performance that's in the Freightliner car here as well. We're on board with the car that's now 4th, Lee Holdsworth. Walkinshaw Racing entry. The Charlie Schwerkolt and Preston Hire coming on to Conrod Straight. Good strong run at Sandown. So Lee, like many of the other drivers, just talking about handling in balance.
Charlie Schwerkolt, team boss, was so pumped after yesterday's appearance in the shootout. Similar comments from Scott Pye. He said, my objective to begin the week was to get in the shootout. We did that. Now I want a good result in the 1,000.
Craig Louth just on the radio also saying car's not too bad. Issues basically the rear, but not too bad. So that confirms the sort of pace we're seeing from him as well. He's up to 8th now. Got Paul Dumbrell just in behind. Here's the gap 1st to 2nd from the chopper. That's 0.59 of a second, and that's Mark Winterbottom standing by to climb in the Pepsi Max Crew Ford Falcon. And here is his teammate Steve Owen in on lap 15.
This is a driver change. You are getting out. Loosen your belt. Disconnect your core suit. Neutral in the box. Make sure it's neutral in the box. Radio and drink straw now, please. Radio and drink straw now. So a little patch on the left-hand side there, Ethan, for me. Thanks.
See the seat insert there for Mark Winterbottom. Chris O'Toole, car controller.
Radio ducks clear, boys. That's good. Little patch on the left-hand side. Yeah, just a little one. Tidying it up. Coming up on 6 seconds. I'll be there, Frosty. Yeah? Okay, coming up on 2 seconds, boys. Go, 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 go.
A little bit of patchwork to that damage. Left rear. Connects the cooling device to the helmet. Let's see if he can make some ground here now. The championship leader.
He's got a little fluoro markers on the belts just down there at the seatbelt knuckle just to help steer the belt into the right gaps when you clip it all up. There's a lot to do in those stops, and particularly when they're fuel-timed stops. The car's not empty. You don't have very much time to react, get in and get comfortable. So Frosty was still tidying the office as he departed.
We'll do something a little special here for you at the end of Conrod. Much talk this week about the new drop gear, new regulations, what impact they would have on speeds in this car. Talk of getting above 300 kilometres an hour. Let's see what the 22 can do. The Shannon Speed Trap.
We've got no water pressure at the moment. Where are you?
That's a big story.
Yeah, roll down the hill, mate. Try and roll down the hill.
No water pressure for car number 34. It's David Wall in this car, so they've lost an engine. Oh, and we've got a car in the wall, and it's the Harvey Norman Supergirls entry in the wall. Renee Gracie at the elbow. Big damage. That car's out of business. This will be a safety car. the first of the day.
They were in 20th place at the time. We're about to get busy in the lane, as you can see. The Kiwis, Andre Heimgartner in 11th. They've been showing some good speed in the sectors. They're in. So's Craig Lowndes. And the Advam entry, car 21, Dale Wood.
So 34 in trouble, and then simultaneously problem for the Falcon. And Renee Gracie in the wall down there, sadly.
Quick exit from Craig Lowndes. Stephen Richards getting strapped in. Double duty this weekend for Richo, also in the Porsche Carrera Cup.
Yeah, go.
It's like the Super Black Racing entry, just taking on maybe a little bit more fuel, seem to stay a little bit longer. Wendy's entry, car 4 also leaving the lane. The car that Ash Walsh driving as the stricken 34 is parked up on the entry to pit lane. What a shame.
Yeah, hasn't made it down there, so they're also standing by then for 33. Oh, managed to get it out. Managed to get it out. That's remarkable.
Oh, trouble turning.
Cars coming in. Renee, you're going to have to double spec. You're going to have to double spec. Please park behind the pit bay.
Very experienced voice of Paul Seprinich.
I'm amazed being able to get that car off the wall.
Incredible.
And get it back down when I saw the front right corner of it. So there's the Volvo in the background. Leaders have stayed out there for the moment.
Drive it straight into the shed, please. Just follow the sign and drive it straight into the shed, please.
I can't.
Can't get it in the garage, won't turn.
So now you'll probably see a big parade of those in the pit lane. Yeah, and in comes McLaughlin, Van Gisbergen, and Coulthard.
Okay, Renee, just drive
Everyone's
in, please.
taking the opportunity to do the stop.
Okay, just park it there. Okay, guys, come back for the pit stop, please. Come back.
Look at the activity here at the lane. Shane Van Gisbergen out of the car, the 97. 33 looks like it's done, returning. Car 1. Dumbrell about to jump out. Jamie Whincup in.
Front of the car looks pretty clear. Go, mate, go. In front of Wilbur, go. Clear. 5 seconds. You're clear for now. You've got 99 approaching. Clear.
Triple two's also been in. Nick Percat, 11th at the time. Here we go.
So there may have been a little bit of garbage on the road up there too at Forest Elbow. And that may have been what's trapped Renee Gracie there. Unfortunately, these are the tricks of the trade at this location too, because there's so much goes on at this racetrack. The guys that have done a lot of it over the years get a sixth sense for when they can see the track condition change, water, oil.
Yep. Yeah, got a lot of damage to the right front. Looks like upright steering arm. Just caught Renee out there, but all the fluids look intact, so radiator still look like it's intact, maybe not pushed back a bit, so I think they'll definitely get this thing out here again. The guys have got the parts here to fix this for sure.
Paul Morris there in the lane for us, and he's been working with the Harvey Norman Supergirls from a tuition standpoint. The engineer we mentioned before, Paul Seprinich, has worked with Paul Morris for years. Disappointment in the face, she can't hide it. Understandable. The Swiss racer, Simona Di Silvestro. A bit shaken, I think there.
So it's a little worry also for the Volvo when they've lost water pressure and lost an engine with car number 34, and whether there's any implications for car 33.
Paul just chatting there with Renee, trying to...
Oil? Not your fault. Smile.
Confirm 80 safety car.
Okay.
80.
Happens to everyone around here, mate.
Well, I missed it up Skyline, and then I thought I was missing it, but I obviously didn't.
We'll get it going.
Right away from the
Did you ride
field
them at
car,
all?
33 and a half speed.
Race director Tim Schenken. The message there, Alex Prema at the head of the field, as you can see, from Jonathan Webb, who now is driving the 97. Luke Youlden is at the wheel of the Freightliner Commodore. Sebastian Bourdais gets his first stint in the race. It's his debut in the 1000. And David Reynolds has taken over from Dean Canto.
So this is a battle of the co-drivers. Prema, Webb, Youlden, Bourdais. David Reynolds is in there as a primary driver. Alex Davison, Stephen Richards, co-drivers. Jamie Wincup's a primary driver. Taz Douglas is a co-driver. Jack Perkins a primary driver. And when the field tightens up like this, and we have to be very vigilant for all the things that go up and down the crocodile chain, because it'll be on in earnest in the mid-pack here. Good jump away by Prema. He's made a little bit of ground quickly on Jonathan Webb off the start.
Away we go again in the Super Cheap Auto Bathurst 1000, and we know that the safety car is often a regular in this race. Up the inside. Oh, Bourdais makes contact with David Reynolds as they run up Mountain Straight for the first time after the restart. Wow. Has Reynolds been able to clear him? I think he has.
It's not yet. A good gap for Prema. And David just has to tuck back down there. If he ends up on the wrong side of that crest in the road, turn 2, he'll end up in the wall. So Bourdais hangs on to that spot.
Look awkward under brakes for Seb at turn 2 there.
So nice fresh air here for Alex Prema. Remember, Jonathan Webb did a very good job together with Alex Prema. Both those guys really drove very well in this race here last year under extreme pressure, an intense event. Tyres will have cooled out just a little bit, so the cars will be nervous when they get back on it here for this first lap.
Alex Davison has been another who's been a standout over the weekend so far. He's good when it comes to endurance racing, we know that.
See that red and yellow flag there, just warning them of the deterioration in the track surface as well. You can see it on the road there. In fact, caught Alex Davison there. He was pretty high and wide at Forest Elbow.
Looked like Youlden went very close to the wall as well in the 14. Penrite, Mercedes is under a bit of threat here at the moment from Stephen Richards and Jamie Wincup.
Alex Somerset, the engineer for Sebastian Bourdais, saying really good job dealing with that pressure in the first lap. So we've got 20-odd laps to do on these tyres, so just eyes forward, manage the tyres carefully. Looks like it's pretty hard on rubber out there at the moment.
Down the inside comes car 1. So Jamie moves by Stephen Richards, that's the 7th spot. And well done to Bourdais. He's held his own, as you can see there, in 4th place, keeping Reynolds behind him. McLaughlin leads the way, but it's Prema, his teammate, at the wheel from Jonathan Webb and Luke Youlden, live at the mountain.
A big crowd watching on up at Hill Corner. A Frenchman leads the way, Alex Prema. For Wilson Security, Gary Rogers Motorsport. The front two guys here were both permanent full-time drivers for these two teams back in 2013. And serving their second year as co-drivers. And a couple big names to watch out for near the front here. David Reynolds inside the top 5. Their play was to let Canto start. Cop it if he gets dropped back 1 or 2 spots is okay. And now the pole sitter hops in and can try and get around all the co-drivers that are ahead of him. That was the plan with Bourdais, but he made it hard work. Jack Perkins. He was driving for Charlie Furcolt last year. In a sense, they've been reunited at Team Walkinshaw. In a grand sense, being the 4-car team. Good to see them having all 4 cars make the start after car 2 missed out last year. Russell Ingall started this car. Now it's Jack's time. Hugging that wall through Forrest's elbow. We know that there's some liquid up there. That's what caught Renee Gracie out.
Steve Richards in the car in front. Steve Richards in the car in front.
Half the battle's just knowing who you're racing at times. Is it a main game guy? Is it a co-driver? In Stephen Richards' case, he's fast either way. Now Alex stuck in between the 2 Red Bull Racing cars. Scott Pye, another one of our main game drivers that is in at the moment. Double stinting at the beginning of this race. Stalled it in the pits, but we've not seen Marcus Ambrose hop in yet. And I bet this boy's fired up. Mark Winterbottom, the sole remaining Pepsi Max car. That's tight down at the last corner. Macaulay Jones. Ooh, hooks it on the exit. And Warren Luff will sneak up the inside. He'll take the retro Nissan with him. That's Caruso. Oh no, Macaulay runs wide at turn 1. Very lucky to find his way back onto the racetrack without making contact. Look how many spots he's dropping. A terrible run up Mountain Straight. And both Red Bull cars have made their way around the Erebus Penrite car.
Macaulay Jones has had a moment going into turn 1 and he's lost some spots. These guys have been able to move through. Car 2 with Warren Luff at the helm, the 23, the Nissan with Michael Caruso steering, and then the 99 with Taz Douglas, who was on the podium here last year. Quick comment from Craig Lowndes after the stint before. He said, PD and I had a great battle. Hopefully I gave him enough room. Once we got some clean air, though, our car, the 888, was really good. Well, Stephen Richards right now is 7th, and in behind Jamie Whincup in 6th position for Red Bull Racing. Watching car 8 in the middle of this bunch, this pack. Andrew Jones now racing that car, just behind Alex Buncombe in the car sales Nissan. Replay of some contact between the HRT entry, which has damaged the bonnet as he hit Macaulay Jones, and that unfortunately, that meant the rhythm was upset for Macaulay. Look at this here at the final turn.
So that was the reason why Macaulay then ended up out of rhythm down at turn 1. That was a fair hit, crossed the car up a lot.
Brad, just watching the replay there, Macaulay getting a bit of a bump there from behind and then losing all those spots. I could see you just grimacing there a little bit watching that one.
Yeah, it's a bit like welcome to the big time, isn't it? I mean,
big time.
You know, it's pretty rough out there. You got to, you know, and I mean, you just got to fight hard, and it's unfortunate, but you know, the pressure will be off him a little bit where he is now. Hopefully, he can dig in and get going. But you know, so early, you know, big group like that, you're going to drop 10 spots, and that's what happened.
And I'll just quickly grab Bridie too, JB. If I can just. Made a little bit of a tough start. You didn't get away cleanly, and then we missed how you've dropped so many spots down there.
No, I lost. I just slipped the clutch too much. I was, you know, making sure we didn't bog and lose a bunch of spots, and you know, sort of wasn't too disappointed with where we ended up at turn 1, but I just didn't get off turn 2 well, and Fab's got me. So you know, obviously we had the queue after that, which is disappointing. But you know, it's a long day. Hopefully we'll creep our way back up.
Yeah, that was the first situation, first safety car, and you weren't too far behind. So queuing put you way back in there at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it's a long day. We've got a lot of stops to go, so you know, I'm sure there'll be plenty of toing and throwing as the day goes on.
Yeah, I'm sure they will. We'll just quickly get one there with old mate. Mate, good start. Mate. Yeah, well, you know what I mean. Old mate from New Zealand. Pretty good start. Lukey's pacey too.
Yeah, no, the car's good. You know, it's good to be racing this point of the race. Obviously, we need it to be this at the last hour. But you know, so far so good. You know, I was able to make a few spots in the first stint, so give Lukey a good position and hopefully a little bit out of the riffraff.
Okay, buddy. Good one.
Thanks.
Scotty McLaughlin, it was a pretty perfect start to this race. You got a really nice clean start and out the front at the moment.
Yeah, a lot better. It was a bit hard to get past Canto there. I just didn't know how much grip was on the inside just because of the rain and the mud and whatever. So just try to make it as clean as possible. It was a bit half move, and it was a bit stupid by me, so I'm a bit angry with myself for that. But yeah, long way to go. Car feels okay, and you know, let's see how we go.
Well, good luck for the rest of the day, and we're just going to quickly sneak over to David World, because once at the garage, you know, everything's going perfectly to plan so far, but unfortunately the other side of the garage, car 34, day's over really early for you.
Yeah, no, obviously disappointed for everyone here, especially Chris, who never even got his hair wet. But yeah, look, I think it's just the way that the year's gone so far. It's yeah, disappointing. No warning. Just got to the top of the mountain and dropped the cylinder and lifted off to wait and see what they wanted me to do, what they could see was going on, and tried to stay offline as best I could, and yeah, that's where we got.
Come back to fight at the Gold Coast in a couple of weeks' time. Thanks, David.
Yeah, we'll have a good go there. Thanks, guys.
Hey, Renee, first of all, let's just put this in perspective. The lap times you were doing out there was incredible, matching it with some seasoned guys, and then the first person to arrive on the Volvo's oil. Not your fault, so we feel for you, but we know you're coming back next year, so chin up. I think the guys are going to get the car fixed and you'll get some laps, so how you feeling, mate?
Yeah, it's a bit disappointing. Obviously, I was off to a great start, and we thought we were running a bit of a strategy, obviously coming in and filling up with fuel and missing the start and kind of coming out at the back, and we weren't too far off, actually, the guys, and I caught them pretty quickly. So, yeah, everything was going well, but unfortunately, I was the first one to find the oil and first one to find the wall, but it's one of those things. Get back out there and just cut some laps now and practice on driver changes, and Simona and I working together and doing all this, and we'll be back next year.
That is the key to it, Simona. You need some laps in this car because you guys were in the game here. Your lap times were matching it. Race pace was awesome. We've got to get you back out there and show everyone what you guys can do for sure.
Yeah, I think so. You know, it's a bit disappointing, but, you know, sometimes it goes that way. And, yeah, you know what, the guys are awesome. They're fixing it, and we'll go back out there, do more laps, and just learn as much as we can every time we're out there.
Good. Go and show them what you can do, girls.
Fabian Coulthard's been on the radio saying car's good. Good to be racy at this point, but we needed to be good in the last hour. As we take a look at a couple of replays, David Reynolds eventually able to get it done. Bourdais put a gap on Reynolds briefly, and then Reynolds recovers to take that spot back and move into fourth. And watch car one here as well, because shortly afterwards, Jamie Whincup moves by the IndyCar star, and he's up into fifth place now. So, as Neil said before, it's a bit of a mixture in the field in terms of co-drivers at the wheel, but there's a couple of stars like Whincup and David Reynolds who are making good ground, making hay at this time. Prema leads the way for Volvo from Jonathan Webb and Luke Youlden. That's your top three.
26 cars took to the start. We lost that one in qualifying, being the reigning champs. And unfortunately, we've got two back in the garage at the moment. Renee Gracie having that issue, after David Wall had a really big issue. Checking out the car sales car right now. And they know what it's like to have some dramas with reliability. Check out Scott Pye. He is seriously keen to get a wriggle on here. He knows that that thing has some speed. He knows that he lost some time. Stalling it out of the pits, and Bourdais under fire from Stephen Richards. In his rookie appearance at the Bathurst 1000, he's got a man with over 20 starts breathing down his neck. And this is a great little battle pack. Ollie Gavin now at the wheel of car 222. On the podium last year, going along for a ride behind Ant Pedersen. Oh, sorry, going for a ride here with Scott Pye. And Pedersen chasing these guys down in the background. They finished just outside the top 10 at 12th at the moment. Long way to go as we hear some tyres pinched. It's the Star Wars car of Jack Perkins across Skyline. 4 different teams here. Still see a little bit of that fluid on the middle of the racetrack. There were debris flags out. Meanwhile, further up the field, we've got Luke Youlden now pouring the pressure on Jono Webb. Fight for second is on. What a capable co-driver Luke Youlden has proven to be. Hasn't had that many starts in comparison to the rest of the field. Really only pops up for a couple races a year, but does extremely well every time he does it. He's been on the podium before. Things like Stephen Ellery that he's driven with. And they have a good combo here today, the Freightliner car. Good speed early on. Jonathan Webb, the other half of that equation. Techno Autosports trying to make good of the heartbreak from last year. Oh, ran it a little bit wide of the exit. That could be a moment for Youlden. Up Mountain Straight we roar. And that is the fight for second. A long, long way to go.
Luke Yulden's been applying some pressure to Jonathan Webb. Webb currently in second position. You can see how much closer David Reynolds is getting here to this group.
So Reynolds and Whincup are now 2.5 and 3 seconds respectively from the lead. So they're making their presence felt with every passing metre at the moment. They're quick. And they're going to float to the top of this field. The question then becomes how much of everything they use to do it and how much risk they take to be able to get a move done.
The lead is 2.03 seconds for Alex Premer over Webb. They descend Mount Panorama once again, and Sebastian Bourdais, as you can see here, Stephen Richards is closing in the 888 Red Bull Commodore. Race being led by Alex Premer. If you've just tuned in, it is the great race, Mount Panorama Bathurst. Richards got out of Forrest's elbow very well and sets up nicely for a run down Conrod Straight.
It's awkward to do down there on the inside. It makes it all look so slow from that view, but promise you, in the car, it's buffeting. You try to make decisions in milliseconds that will make or break your day.
One of the best corners in world motorsport as they fly into the chase. 283 k's an hour that time at the Shannon Speed Trap. Briefly rode with the number 15 Nissan with David Russell, who is another of the competitors in this field that's been busy across the weekend, also racing in the Porsche Carrera Cup. And he was so disappointed after crashing the car at the cutting in practice 2 on Thursday. And right now they sit in 23rd place, just in front of Jack LeBrock. Webb still holding out. There's the gap. You can see it there between our race leader in the Volvo. They come out of the cutting to the 97.
Shane Van Gisbergen, it was a pretty intense opening few laps, very high intensity racing in the start of this race.
I wouldn't say that. Everyone was going so slow, so I just wanted to get going. I know it's Sunday, but it's the race, so yeah, car felt really good. Scotty's pace was fast, so just towed along with him, but yeah, it's feeling okay.
How important is it to get past those few cars at the start?
Yeah, it was just, I don't know why they started the co-drivers, something different, but they were really slow. David was pretty cautious, as he's entitled to be, but yeah, we just wanted to get on with it. That was our plan, not get passed by the Xbox car. Otherwise, we'd have to stack, but yeah, feeling good.
Thanks, Shane.
No worries. Just want to say hello to the Underpush Racing boys. Cheers.
10 laps from home last year, leading the race. Mentioned it several times over the weekend, but he was quick, and they're quick here again this year. So they're all just in deep conversation at the moment. So a little wide here for Bourdais. The final corner, unforced, well, really not an unforced error because he had pressure on him, didn't he? But he's dropped that spot to Jack Perkins. So Premer, Webb, Yulden, Whincup up 1. Then Reynolds, then Richards, then Perkins, Bourdais, Alex Davison and Scott Pye.
These are the kinds of conditions where Jamie Whincup was fast. Just a few days ago, he reflected in the top 10 shootout in that heavy rain that they'd need to sharpen car 1 up if it was wet this afternoon. Bourdais in 8th position. He was so excited about his debut here at Mount Panorama, not daunted as such, but he knew that it was a circuit that he would have to treat with a lot of respect.
Yeah, fellas, I'll just grab Lee Holdsworth. He's been looking on. Couple of nervous moments there, mate, watching Seb. He just seems to be struggling to find a rhythm, and someone gets on him and passes him, and then he has to try and do it again.
Yeah, he was really good at the start of the stint, and you know, really quite strong. But a little bit like in my run, the rears went off pretty quick, so we may have overpressured them. But yeah, he just needs to get in the rhythm. He's got a bit of a gap now, so hopefully he'll just truck along. Where might change the plan up a little bit, and yeah, we'll see how we go. But
you're pretty positive about you at the start, though. You were trucking along pretty good there early on in that first stint, even though it was a short stint.
Yeah, it was surprising, actually. He got held up there by Canto for a little while. Once I passed him, we had some clean air and started gaining on the leaders. But Coulthard had a really quick car, got past. No point holding him up at this stage of the game. But yeah, it's really promising. And the car is a bit loose. It's probably what you want for the end of the race. So at this stage, it's probably looking promising.
See how it goes.
All they need to do at this point is just be in the game. Here we are with Sebastian Bourdais. Has the variations in discipline. He was knee-deep in water at Petit Le Mans last year. These blokes. And winner on a 1 mile oval at Milwaukee in an Indy car. Winner on the street circuit at Belle Isle in an Indy car. Here he is in a V8 supercar. And he's had success before in V8 championship racing when he partnered Jamie Whitcomb on the Gold Coast. So he knows this scene, and every single kilometre that he does around here will serve him well for Sebastian Bourdais.
Jamie Whitcomb makes the move on Luke Youlden. Replay of the pass there, and to your point on Sebastian Bourdais, from memory, although the IndyCar season is over, he bolts from Bathurst here to go back to the States and do some tyre testing. So championships might be wrapping up, but he's still very busy behind the wheel.
So it was a nice job there for Whitcomb, sneaking by Luke Youlden, who spent an early part of the weekend on old tyres, just trimming that number 14 car in his stints, and then when he got a new set of tyres, was very impressive. Here's Winterbottom, 17th at the moment. Remember, he comes into this event as our championship leader. He's got 2 games to play here. Everybody wants to win this race, but he's in the best position since 2008 to go on and potentially claim the championship that he's been chasing all of his career.
Hey, Tim, that rear damage on the left rear of the number 5, it would be slowing it down the straight a bit, I think, and Frosty sort of got the mid-pack blues at the moment.
Yeah, look, he's running a bit of a parachute at the back. That sort of happened on the first lap, but, you know, he's not really saying too much. The reality is, you know, I think everyone, when they're on green tyres, he was sort of struggling to put a move on them. You've seen the last 3 laps, he's passed a car a lap. Now their tyres are starting to go off a bit, and he's got a bit of a gap now, 3 seconds to the car in front, and you can already see this lap, he's on a pretty quick one, so long way to go.
Yeah, it is hanging out there. That's something you obviously address when you get a bit of time in the next pit stop, try and get that tucked in a bit.
Yeah, I mean, that last pit stop, because it wasn't a full tank of fuel, all we could do was whack a bit of tape on it. You know, when we're doing a full fill at some point in the race, we might see if we can doctor it a little bit better than that. But it's, yeah, we'll have a bit of a look at the next stop.
Would you do something different to get a bit more time in the pit, get on a different strategy just to fix that? Because you can't have that at the end of the race. You can't afford to have that slowing you down.
Yeah, I mean, as I say, you know, we'll try and address it throughout the day if we can. You know, we're obviously just assessing at the moment what we're going to do with strategy anyway, because had he been stuck where he was, we're probably going to bring him in pretty quickly. But now he's obviously got clear of those cars and obviously just set a pretty quick lap time then. So we'll see how he goes over the next few laps and decide which way we go.
Cool.
Thanks, Paul. And while we're chatting there, Jamie Whitcomb gets the move on Jonathan Webb-Dunn. So that is 2nd position now for car 1. And the gap to our race leader is 2.3 seconds, but car 1 looks good.
Good speed. Easily able to get that job done and just slice straight down the inside here at turn 2 on the replay. You'll see it, plenty of room between them, and he just glides by. Didn't look like there was any stress in that move at all.
Continue to be amazed by Jonathan Webb for a guy who is fundamentally on the sidelines and working at a business level with the team for most of the year. He steps back into the car and does a good job at endurance time. Others like David Russell here keep match fit by driving overseas in sports cars or racing in Porsche Carrera Cup here in Australia.
Rick Kelly, I witnessed your frustration when you were forced to stack behind the other car under that safety car.
Yeah, that's all part of it. We were obviously behind car 7 there for a little bit and just didn't manage to sneak in when that safety car come out. But it's really interesting out there. You know, you spend the whole lead up to the 1,000 on your own and getting track space. So you finally get the chance in the race to be around other people and feel where your strengths and weaknesses are. And the car's actually really good across the top of the hill and not as good down the bottom. So we're under attack a little bit at the moment, but it'll be really interesting to see how that changes as the track progresses, because certainly we want a good car mid to late race, and I think that should come to us a little bit.
Just remember to put your boots on before you get back in, okay?
Yeah, I know. These are fireproof socks, so we'll be fine.
Just, that's important. That's an important part. Good luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Spot Tim Edwards' point there before. Winterbottom did a 2:08.96. That's his fastest lap of the race so far. And this is pushing the 33 across the top of the mountain. Jamie Whincup. Oh, David Reynolds catches it. That's fast across the top there.
Yeah, he had come right out of the throttle. He had virtually all four wheels of that car off and over the right-hand side of the exit at McPhillamy. And that'll have made those loaded side tyres, they're very dirty as well.
He still remains in 5th place, our pole sitter. Prema's doing a nice job here, but the gap has come down. It's 1.5 seconds between Prema and Jamie Whincup now, with Webb in 3rd, Youlden rounding out the 4th, Stephen Richards is in the 10. Good job, Jack Perkins as well. In car 22, he and Russell Ingall have just worked away after being outside the 10 to begin with. The sister car in the HRT stable, in the hands of Warren Luff, is currently 14th. Our championship leader is 17th. It's a Volvo leading the way at the Super Cheap Auto Bathurst 1000.
Pressure is on Alex Prema here, leading the way after a great first stint from Scott McLaughlin. But now he has Jamie Whincup chasing him down. Jamie started P8, a position where no one's won the race from before. Fell back a couple of spots at the start with Paul Dumbrell driving the car. Just like last year, he's making that first stint count. It was one of the all-time great drives at last year's Super Cheap Auto Bathurst 1000. Watching him start near the back, tear through the field. His start was so good, we thought that he'd jump the start. We must have had to replay that one at least 10 times before we could just appreciate its perfection and legalities. And now, back in the car, passing the co-drivers, getting his way to 2nd, and on this lap through, 0.8 of a second quicker than Alex Prema. At this rate, he's going to be on him at the end of this next lap. Whincup flying. Further back, Scott Pye, another one of our main game combatants. He's chasing down Alex Davison.
Yeah, no worries, mate. We'll fix that next point you get in the car. All good. That fix away.
So much to think about and a lot to talk about the whole way through. But still, Prema leads this race. Here comes car 4, the Wendy's entry. Jack Lebrock, amazingly, not one of the 2 French drivers in the field. Coincidentally,
okay, mate.
The best result for a French driver, 6th.
The wheels are on there. Okay,
Got to go back to 1975.
Out, Mikey.
Also the best result for a woman.
Okay, got to go, mate. Go.
Both those records up for grabs today, but it doesn't look like it's going to be car 200 after that earlier problem. Here they are, this battle for 3rd. Webb, Youlden, Reynolds. The earlier speed shown yesterday in the wet. He's just being a little bit cooped up here. Can he get around these guys? Chase down those front 2. That's what's at stake.
Jamie Whincup is on the move here at Mount Panorama as he battles the co-drivers. He started position 8, currently 2nd behind Alex Prema, and you can see how close he's getting. The gap is now down to half a second.
He's not going to be 2nd for terribly long on the current numbers that we're looking at. So they've got that car really nicely balanced. They spent more time on older tyres this weekend at Red Bull than most others. Certainly on Thursday, they were down the order, which meant that there was no Hollywood interest in the numbers that they were achieving. But I went up there a couple of times to check and see if everything was okay over the course of the day. They were very satisfied with the process. So I think it's serving them well now. They've done a lot of higher fuel running on older tyres. And when you look at car number 1, it looks very stable.
Jonathan Webb continuing to try and hold out Luke Youlden here as the battle for third heats up. Reynolds there, and so is Richards. It's the 31-year-old Jonathan Webb currently in third place here, and he's got a lot of people seeking that spot. Luke Youlden behind him, David Reynolds, Stephen Richards as well. Looks glorious at the mountain.
It's a pretty intense battle. This next group of cars that we're focused on here at the moment, there's nothing in it. And Stephen Richards is just lurking at the back of this pack as well in Craig Lowndes' car. There he is on the right-hand side of your screen from that amazing shot over Skyline. Not terribly far behind them is Jack Perkins, also in the Holden Racing Team car. So they're all just gradually starting to tighten up. Prema looks pretty comfortable here as well. And again, this is just a reminder of what he did here last year. He's at ease with this racetrack. He's got good rhythm in each of the sectors. Wincup's faster, but for a guy that doesn't regularly drive a V8 supercar, Prema's doing an extremely good job.
He responded briefly, got the gap to 6/10. It's now dropped to 3/10. So the rundown Conrod's been good for Jamie Whincup. Just a fraction faster, Whincup across the middle sector. 2/10 faster. Webb with a car length. A little bit of breathing space to Luke Youlden. But here we go at the front. Final turn.
So just see how he comes out of turn 1 here at the moment, Whincup. Whether or not he's close enough to have a little look. I don't think he quite is at the moment in turn 2. I don't know that Alex is going to be an easy beat at the moment. No, that's nothing like close enough on that.
Driving, just converting, mate. No need to get no fuel. We need to push on past Prema and get a bit of breathing space for BD for when he's against the main drivers.
So press on is the subtext of that. On the numbers that we're looking at in here at the moment, key runners are averaging a fuel burn rate of around about 4.6 litres per lap of United E85.
Alex Prema's 33 years of age. These days, the Frenchman is based in Las Vegas. And it's terrific to see him renew, to keep those ties with Volvo here in Australia. He was a regular feature, a regular face of the championship. And Frenchies, they affectionately call him in the team. Back with Scott McLaughlin. It made sense, given his performance at Bathurst here last year. And just as he's demonstrating again at the moment, he keeps the gap at the top to about half a second. So he's responding, handling the pressure from Whincup well. A little bit of ground maybe for Whincup as the descent begins.
He's a former winner of the Macau Grand Prix, and if there's one place on the planet that might be tougher than this one, it's Macau. You look at his pedigree as a front runner in GP2, as a front runner in the German Touring Car Championship. You know, he's done a lot, Alex Prema. He's got his hands full at the moment. He's got to use all of that experience. Whincup's just getting the benefit of the tow from the Volvo at the moment. And he has a look, and he's actually done it. And Alex didn't bother to make a fight out of it. Wise manoeuvre. So that's Whincup to the lead. Lap number 32.
Been partying hard at the chase so far this weekend. You could hear them applauding there then. So the champion moves to the front. Some experts have said that they feel the bid for the 2015 championship is over. It's too hard to come back from this point for Whincup. That's not the case from a mathematical standpoint, and he was hopeful of turning things around at this event. Maybe to make amends for what happened last year.
That's fine, mate. Just get back in your rhythm and save some juice, mate.
Temperatures through from Noel Kelly, Dunlop engineer. Air is 25 and the track's now up to 36. So they're learning these conditions and they're standing by here for the Ant Pedersen car number 111. Meantime, Winterbottom continues to climb back up the field. He's 15th now behind Caruso. We jump on board here with Alex Davis in car number 9 in the Penrite Erebus Motorsport entry. This car, or this duo last year, car 111 of Heimgartner and Pedersen.
Waiting for fuel care off Marcus. Thank you, Grego. Swiper straight. Plenty of time. Billy ready. So clearing. Go. Still clean. Go.
Oh, a little bit of a moment there. The car behind Alex. Mate, you just give me a rundown before synopsis of how the number 9 is going. It's been a little bit of a challenge for you, and Alex is still just trying to find his rhythm.
Oh, yeah, we got off to a good start. I mean, I got up to 5th. Relatively, you know, we were quite pacey. It's just the track conditions are quite slick. I think there's a lot of people with their hands full at the moment, and you can't relax out there, that's for sure. Even just trying to settle in, save some fuel, you really got to concentrate every second because it catches you out real quick.
How fast do you reckon the track is going to go? I mean, you're going to have to chase it with setup, making little changes throughout the day?
We will. To be honest, we've started probably with a setup that is biased towards a more grippy track, so it's quite loose in the rear, particularly across the top, and yeah, so as it rubbers in, I think it should favour us. And, yeah, Alex, he's settled into a bit of a groove now. He was on the radio the first few laps with the rear of the car, not happy, but he's going all right. We're in a pretty good spot.
Cool. Good luck.
Thanks. Cheers.
James Courtney, your guys, Jack Perkins and Russell Ingall, started 17th, currently sitting in 7th position, really progressing well.
Yeah, the Muscle had a good clean start, managed to clean up a few of them, and then, yeah, Jacko's jumped on board. He's on the back of this little train with Webby leading, so it's like a little bit of an action pack. I think there's going to be something go down, so just hopefully Jacko slips through.
A nice clean start so far. I actually tried to find Russell to have a chat to him, but can't seem to find him. Maybe he's having a nap or something.
Yeah, nana nap for the Muscle, so I think Jules is out there rubbing him down, giving him some water.
I don't need to know that.
Oh, yeah. Not that time slot yet, but no, we're looking pretty good. We're pretty happy with everything. There's a little bit of a touch on the front of Gas car earlier, so they're just going to have a look at that now and press on.
Thanks, JC. Hope it continues to be clean.
Thanks, guys.
Those rattle guns in the background. That is car 2 with Warren Luff there at the moment, so that's Holden Racing Team active in the lane there while we're chatting to James. And car number 23 is also in Michael Caruso entry. This is a replay of this great exchange between Alex Premer and Jamie Whincup. Jamie stalked him through the chase and then just pulled to the left. Alex could well see him and sense him, because when you're tucked in behind a car, it upsets the car in front. So Alex would have been feeling that Holden, even though there was actually no contact, he can feel the back of his car wriggle around. And I was going to make the point before about car 111, Heimgartner and Pedersen. They battled at the back end of the top 10, the business end of the race last year, and finished 11th, and it was a very impressive run.
So is the 55 just struggling a little bit here, because Stephen Richards looking very good in 6th place and putting pressure on David Reynolds as they come down Conrod Straight. The radio message to Jamie Whincup at about the moment he made that pass we saw on the replay a moment ago was, we need to get a bit of breathing space for Paul Dumbrell for when he gets back in against the main drivers. Remember, there's a little bit of out of sync stuff happening here. There's a number of co-drivers, but a few main game guys. Richo into the lane.
And also Scott Pye follows him in there as well in car 17, the Xbox Falcon. It doesn't look like it's a happy stint for David Reynolds at the moment. Sometimes it can just be a tiny little variation in tyre pressure, just not quite catching the changes in the track. So Richards in, Pye in, Tim Slade in as well. There they are.
Looks like Marcus standing by there to jump in to 17.
So crews also being told when they've got the wheels off to have a quiet look at these front brake rotors, have a look at the discs. There's been a little bit of brake stress from a brake rotor batch issue this weekend, so they want to make sure there are no cracks in the outside face of those discs.
They're phased, but nothing around. 3 seconds now. 2, you're clear. Clear.
Okay, mate. Cold tyres, brief fires. You've got a clear exit from pit lane.
Richo's just been warned about the cold tyres, but he's got a bit of a fuel load on here as well. This is Jonathan Webb.
Oh. Volvo running wide at the chase. That's significant because Webb was able to make some ground. Premise dropped to 4th.
This looks like a bit of an awkward moment down here at turn 1. Oliver Gavin's actually in that Triple 2 car at the moment, the British driver. And, awkward contact with Tony D'Alberto down there. Yeah, I wonder what happened there to Alex Premat. Just couldn't get it stopped down at the chase is the logical answer to that. But, be careful when you come back on there as well, because we saw a couple of near misses earlier in the weekend.
Internationals doing a good job in this with Prema in 4th, Bourdais 7th, Oliver Gavin 8th. It is very early days as the 22 of Jack Perkins pits from 6th position.
That was almost, it is an off. It's an off for Jack Perkins. This happened to his dad a few years ago. Had a moment down at the pit lane as well. But he's pressed on.
No worries, no worries. Just press.
So that was a big heart and mouth moment for Jack Perkins.
He didn't lose a spot.
Bit unorthodox, got away with it. He's lucky to be able to do that. So here's Oliver Gavin in from 10th position. And leaving him in the car.
Drama's there for that right rear, was it? Managed to get it off now. Had a word to team boss Barry Hay this morning. They've had another late night at LD Motorsport, working very hard on this car and the sister entry, the Cool Drive car, being shared by Carl Reindler and Tim Blanchard. So experienced, this guy, Oliver Gavin. Awesome to have him as a part of the field. 15 Le Mans starts and a 5-time winner in the GT category. Replay of Perkins going off on the entry to pit lane. Just couldn't stop it. Skirts the trap and keeps going. Here it is, real time on board. Chatter in those rear brakes as it stepped. Now the 8 under siege here from car 21 and the 111. And at the moment, look at this down the inside. Up against the Super Black Racing entry. Oh, he's gone! And into the wall. Super Black Racing, damage to the Falcon. Out of 23rd position.
Safety car boards and flags, safety car boards and flags, safety car scramble, safety car scramble.
27-year-old Kiwi Ant Pedersen at the wheel. That's the main driver you're used to seeing in the series. Andre Heimgartner in the pit lane. Battling away there at the time with Macaulay Jones and others.
We'll see if we can get you back.
Wow, so that's the second of the 5 Pro Drive cars they brought here this weekend that's been damaged in the race. We know we've already lost one, and that was Chaz Mostert in qualifying earlier in the weekend. So now we've got lots of action happening in pit lane.
Coming up on the mark, it's got 4 tyres, full fuel, working alongside.
So they're all taking it. Getting this sequence of stops out of the way as quickly as possible. Remember that they're also trying to clear, in some cases, the
16 seconds, guys.
minimum laps for the co-drive as well, which is 54.
11 seconds, mate. We've got...
Going on. Got a helmet fan. 14 seconds, Marcus. 5, 4. Shut the door, shut the door, shut the door. Get ready. You're going to go after Cool Card here, mate. After Cool Card. Go, 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 go. In front of Volvo. Go, mate, go.
Another strange little message I caught before was they think that Marcus Ambrose's radio is either not connected properly or the microphone's wet. So they're transmitting from the pit to him, but they're not hearing him. That's him going by in the background there.
I have a look at the replay. Was it Carl Reindler that was involved in the contact that ultimately saw the Super Black Racing entry end up in the wall? Dumbrell leads. We're under safety car at Bathurst.
So sophomore woes for 111. Their second year at the mountain and in the fence hard at turn 1. Definitely contact. And he was in a strong battle there at Pedersen with Carl Reindler and also Macaulay Jones. Like maybe Carl was trying to get a good run out of turn 1 and just swiped across the back of the rear bar. We'll have to see it before we can go making too much of a judgment call on it. Probably not too dissimilar to what happened between Lowndes and Winterbottom at the end of last year's race. and there'll be decisions to make up in race control. What a stint from Jamie Whincup. Got back in the car, did what J-Dub does best, and hands it over to Paul Dumbrell. Amidst all that, Jonathan Webb in the car, Luke Youlden in the car. So it hasn't worked out so badly. They're trying to build that gap so that he wouldn't be stuck out there against all the main game guys. And he's got a couple of co-drivers behind him in Webb and Youlden. Reynolds staying in the car, so double stint here for Reynolds. Stephen Richards, double stint. Alex Prema, double stint. So just a short one there for Jamie. Looks like they're building to get a lot of PD's laps done early here by starting the race and laying another few down here. He'll have the majority of his laps turned before the end of this session. That's vital, so that's putting them in pretty good stead for the end of the race. It'll mean that Jamie's going to put on some kind of Herculean effort with a lot of laps to turn at the end. But we know he's capable of it. Just waiting for a couple of cars to catch up to the pack here, including Carl Reindler and Macaulay Jones. But everyone is part of that long snake of cars making their way down onto Conrod Straight. We had a moment with car 21 chasing the pack under safety car conditions last year at about this time in the race. With Dale Wood at the wheel, ran up the back of his own teammate on that occasion, but that was at Reed Park. So I imagine Julian Stannard will be just giving him some instructions about how to catch the pack here. And the Lexus safety car pacing the field at the moment.
We saw some competitors complete their second round of pit stops before the Lexus RCF safety car came out for the incident involving Ant Pedersen, Super Black Racing, off the exit of turn 1. Now under safety car. Pretty much everyone else, yes, has completed their second round of stops. It came out, the safety car on lap 37. So Dumbrell is at the head of the queue here. We'll look at what happened in this incident. So here we go, Super Black Racing. Pedersen was a competitor yesterday in the Dunlop Series race here as well for Eggleston Motorsport. How great is the damage? Can they get that Pro Drive car? No, it's on the flatbed. We saw car 200 able to limp back to the lane. What a shame for Andre Heimgartner and Ant Pedersen. So on the flatbed, and what a disappointing way for Ant Pedersen and Andre Heimgartner. They were a great story as a wildcard entry in the 2014 race, part of the full series this year. And they've been creeping up on it as the weekend progressed. Let's look at what happened. Poorly down the inside, and the 111 got up on the curb, and I think that's Reindler, unfortunately, that...
It was Macaulay on the inside, car number 21, Macaulay Jones, jostling here with Ant through 1. That part of it wasn't too bad, but it was when Carl Reindler made the contact nose to tail with the back that upended the Falcon to the left side of the road, straight into the concrete wall, and there's very disappointed Andre Heimgartner.
Yeah, rightfully so. Very disappointed. Just watching the replays there, mate. And, you know, the side-by-side with Macaulay, Ant was, and it seemed to be okay. Obviously just lost that little bit of momentum when the car got wide, and Reindler was right behind and unfortunately tipped it around.
Yeah, it's really disappointing. You know, you don't need to be racing that hard early in the race, you know, with 30 whatever laps into a 161 lap race, and it's just absolutely silly and stupid what Reindler did. And, you know, just, yeah. Can't describe. We had a fast car today and it was looking good, but no, that's the way it goes.
Yeah, you guys obviously fantastic year last year, both of you debuting in the great race, and you were on a bit of a high. It was looking good this morning.
Yeah, it was looking right this morning, but that's the way it goes. You know, this is my second Bathurst, so I can't expect for it to come too easy.
It certainly doesn't come easy. Good luck.
Cheers, thanks.
Paul Sepperich, and actually a race-winning engineer from this race, and we've got disappointment here. We've got to get that thing out by lap 55. You're going to make it?
Yep, looks like we are. I mean, the pace car's helping us a little bit here, so rushing to get it out by lap 55, otherwise we won't be classified. Girls are doing such a good job, or Renee was doing an excellent job. I mean, we were expecting to be kind of 2, 3 to 4 seconds off the pace, and she was well within 2.5 seconds off the pace. Race going exactly to plan. You know, you don't see many engine failures anymore in V8 supercars, and caught out by somebody else's oil. So, you know, really unlucky for her, and you know, just trying to see if we can get back out there and maybe still snag a top 20, which is what we were hoping for.
Yeah, we need the experience for next year for this effort. The girls are coming back. But you've worked with world-class drivers throughout the world, Le Mans 24-hour. Just put it into perspective what these girls have done here. So you really can give us a good insight to how they've been going.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, right from the get-go, from the test day, first of all, I was so impressed with both of them. I mean, you know, I've had an eye on Renee and all that, but I had no idea she was actually as good as what she showed at the test day. And then, you know, what she's done over here, obviously Simona's a pedigree, and she's shown that. You know, there was, you know, to come here without any experience and to drive a saloon car, amazing.
Thanks, Sebby.
Cheers.
Very experienced Paul Separich. You can go back to the Diet Coke days in Super Touring, and you'll see that guy. He was around as an engineer. So, just trying to clarify, it might have been there's some double stacking back at Nissan. Perhaps you can see the 15 waiting there. Frustration.
And huge heat soak and temperature there, so that just keep an eye on that, because they'll be seeing big water temperatures while that car sits there.
Safety cars in pit lane and green flags are out.
David Russell back in 21st position. It's Paul Dumbrell at the wheel of car 1 now, who controls the field as we get set to resume in the Super Cheap Auto Bathurst 1000. And just as he did in the Dunlop Series yesterday, he executes a textbook perfect restart. Jonathan Webb under pressure from Luke Youlden. Reynolds, don't forget David Reynolds, our pole sitter, is right there, and he's got a car length on Stephen Richards already.
The racing kilometres will serve Dumbrell well, and he's very match fit.
Great driving on board. Those questions are still coming up.
Mark Dutton talking about tyre pressures.
Drive-through penalty.
Car number 3, Carl Reinle gets that drive-through penalty for the contact there that ended what was potentially going to be a good run for car 111. Oh, trouble here at turn 2. That's awkward. And is that a door skin missing? Well, it looked like there was damage on the Holden Racing Team car. There was... see it on the other side of the car. It might just be the colour scheme, but that looked like it was awkward contact.
It's like the 9, the Penrite entries on the move there again. So Bourdais trying to keep the elbows out, hold his own on these restarts in V8 Supercar. He's in 10th position.
Always worry when you see someone on the outside there at turn 2, because there's nowhere to go there. Once you end up out there, and as the day progresses, it gets dirtier and dirtier offline. End up in the wall so easily.
Luff trying to sneak into the top 10 as well. You can see him with the lights on in the background there, chasing Will Davison. And then it's our championship leader in 13th place now. We heard from the boss, Tim Edwards, before about the progress, the fact that Winterbottom's just been clawing away, trying to pick up some spots. There he is, chasing Warren Love.
So the vast majority of those at the helm at the moment are co-drivers, with the exception of David Reynolds, Jack Perkins, Will Davison and Mark Winterbottom. Winterbottom is now 13th. Remember I said earlier in the day it's going to take a number of fuel loads before Winterbottom's able to climb out of the difficult qualifying position.
Like Sebastian Bourdais was a little awkward coming out of the chase there. Great to see the Newcastle boys, Drew and Aaron Russell. They're in 22nd position in that family run, true privateer effort at the moment. And here's Bourdais battling with Jack Perkins at turn 2, and there was some damage. Is that off the 17? A little bit of bodywork or something did seem to come off.
I think I got fooled by the new livery on the Holden Racing Team car here as well. So there's actually a fair bit of contact there. That was a fairly big clunk. James knows the deal, as does Russell. It was exactly at that location last year where it all went sour for Russell Ingall at turn 2. So pit lane drive-through penalty completed there for Carl Reindler on the exit of the lane in the Cool Drive Racing entry.
That is now the 4th time that car has visited the lane so far. Dumbrell, 0.8 of a lead over Webb and Youlden as they fly by our camera there. Just awesome. McPhillamy, 2 wheels for some of them. Now the dipper. Tyre on occasion, just a little bit of squeal as they came through the dipper. Now Forrest's elbow. He's out to 1.1 seconds. Paul did this yesterday in the Dunlop Series. He is just in a great headspace at the moment and driving superbly.
I reckon they may have a dashboard problem with car number 5, Mark Winterbottom, position number 13. Caught the tail end of a message on the radio there. Is it blank or is there no data? So we'll just keep an eye on that.
David Reynolds in 4th position. Last time by a 2:09.33 and on par with Youlden. Let's enjoy this. A full onboard lap here with David Reynolds. In a moment here to the sister Pro Drive entry, the Pepsi Max car of Mark Winterbottom, because you alluded before to a potential issue with the dash, so I'm not sure, hard to see here, but...
Yeah, I don't think they got anything. They got no shift lights, so it's feel, and I don't think there's any data there at all for Mark Winterbottom. So the little bit of clipped radio that I heard, I think, is real.
120 laps to go.
His left elbow's just sort of masking it a bit there, but yeah, it looks like it's...
Looks like the officials are looking into Dean Fiore there on the restart. Was there a breach of safety car restart procedure? And we've seen this on occasion in 2015. Is there a potential overlap or something along those lines?
It doesn't appear to be anything on the mini dash at all here. I looked at the lap speed for Reynolds at that lap that we were eavesdropping, just looking over his shoulder there before as well. It was a 9.3, and he had a little moment just up the top of McPhillamy, and then another one just coming out of the chase. And that car doesn't have a lot of pace in it right at the moment. It's sliding a lot in the rear, and he was about a second slower than Dumbrell on that lap. So he's got his hands full out there at the moment, Dumbrell. Reynolds. And Dumbrell is what I wanted to say, is out to 2.8 seconds now over Webb. So Dumbrell's car, by comparison, every time we've seen glimpses of that car in the recent past, it's looked very, very tidy.
Oh, and again, car one brushes the wall off the exit of Forest's elbow.
Can't do too much of that. Actually, let's have a listen and a look here at the effect in the car. That's awkward. It was square to the wall, so he may have got away with it, but he doesn't need to have too much of that going on. So he's got 3.3 seconds in hand now. Little problem here for car number 62, Drew Russell, as well.
Dumbrell doing a super job. Despite that moment, he extends the lead.
Good recovery from the Russell car just there. That is Drew at the wheel. He was doing battle with the other D. Russell for a second there. In the Jack Daniels Zero Cola car as we go up Mountain Straight over the U-Bent Bridge. This race just settling down, something of a rhythm. And that definitely applies to the drivers. It's all about settling yourself into a comfy position, turning consecutive lap times. And that last time through, Dumbrell opened up a whole second on Jono Webb, so he's in a great rhythm. Had a chance to perfect those long stints through yesterday's 250-kilometre race. Amazingly, that was in changing conditions. It was dry, it was wet, but Dumbrell kept out the front of the field. A couple of safety cars as well. We've had a couple here already. Two youngest drivers in the field. Their cars back in the garage. Andre Heimgartner wasn't at the wheel though when that car went into the fence. Talking about Heimgartner and Gracie. Big pressure this from Mike Winterbottom. All over the back of Warren Luff. Can you get a good run down Conrad? Chat that maybe they've got those dash issues. But right now he's focused on the back of car number 2. Luff missed out on actually racing in the great race last year. Look at the speed through that very fast right-hander. Has half a sniff at the tightest part of the chase, but can't quite get it there. Oh, gives him a hurry up. The FGX Falcon. In its first race at the mountain. Wants to get a wriggle on here. They've claimed pole position, but that was with David Reynolds. And now, looking for their third straight win here at the mountain. Pro Drive trying to get Frosty up the field. They've been as low as 20th in the race after a great start for Steve Owen. Look at this magnificent precinct. Big hotel that sits in the chase. The campers, the pits. A beautiful day so far, still no rain.
Mark Winterbottom continuing to show some good speed in car 5, despite that dash issue and effectively driving by feel. He's putting some pressure on Warren Luff here, who is in 12th position in car 2. They were chasing each other nose to tail, and almost a little bit of contact before on the run into the chase. The lead has extended. Dumbrell, 4.7 seconds he enjoys over Jonathan Webb. Then it's Luke Youlden, David Reynolds, Stephen Richards. Alex Premer is back in 6th spot, ahead of Marcus Ambrose. We've heard about potential radio issues for Ambrose in the 17. Oliver Gavin doing a good job in the 222. And despite running off on the entry to pit lane, Jack Perkins remains in the top 10, ahead of Sebastian Bourdais. It's a cracking battle here with Mark Winterbottom turning the heat up. You're riding with Warren Luff in the Force Awakens, Star Wars-backed car 2, Holden Racing Team entry out of Forest's elbow. Let's see if Frosty can get a little closer this time. He's been hurrying Luff. Luff's resisted the pressure so far.
So 4.7 seconds, Dumbrell to Webb. Then Youlden, then Reynolds. Here we are looking at the front of Mark Winterbottom's car from the back of Warren Luff's Holden Racing Team Commodore. It's going to be a tough day, you sense, here for car number 5. So far, they've spent the whole day buried in traffic, flying blind with a lack of information. I did catch another radio message that said we've got a plan for the mini dash. and what we may do to resolve it. So we'll see what happens in the next stop. The next fuel window for them closes on lap 62. We're still working on the Harvey Norman Supergirls Ford Falcon entry there, Paul Sepranich.
Mechanical black flag, car 5, mechanical black flag.
Mechanical black flag for car 5.
Operating correctly, brake lights not operating correctly.
The stop lights are not working. I thought I saw another car doing that earlier in the morning, but I hadn't picked up on that. So there's some electrical gremlin here for car 5. Chris O'Toole. So they're just on. So the tail lights are on. The stop light's working. So whatever's going on here, there's some weirdness in the electrical system with this car. So Winterbottom's just getting on with the job of racing the motor car. He's 15 seconds from the lead.
While we're following this issue for him, just a quick note, Paul Dumbrella set the fastest lap of the race so far. On the previous lap, a 2:07.79. Dumbrella is flying. He has a 5.3 second advantage, and this is what Jamie Whincup talked about on the radio before. The want to hand over the car to Paul.
Right, mate, we've got a mechanical black flag because our brake lights aren't working, but we've got 3 laps to service, so we need to do those 3 laps to get in the window, and then it'll be a driver change, and we'll try and restart. Try and rip power cycle the car.
That'll be bad news for Frosty. Imagine what's going through his mind at the moment. So it looks like the tail lights are stuck on, the brake lights are not working, and there's no dash data at all. And they'll be aware of some of this, assuming they're getting some form of telemetry back from the car as well. Meantime, he's just battling away here with Warren Love. These guys, oh, hang on, it's on here. So, and Warren Luff's been told he's got to drive through, don't worry about it, just leave him alone. So Frosty won't be in a good frame of mind. He's going to have to come in and address that requirement.
Repeating, as a mechanical black flag, outstanding car 5. Brake lights not operating correctly. That car's already passed the flag once.
Tim Sheehan, our race director,
former British Formula Ford champion, British F3 champion, contested 36 Formula 1 Grand Prix events for 34 starts with Brabham, Williams, Surtees, Lotus. He also did a lot of work with Ron Turanak, stint with Ferrari in sports car racing. So the point I'm making there is there's a lot of experience up there in race control in Tim's hands, in his safe hands. He's been managing this event for a long time.
A number of his colleagues are at the Russian Grand Prix at Sochi this weekend. The likes of Michael Massey, no doubt watching what's unfolding here, up nice and early before the GP tonight.
Pit lane drive-through penalty, car 23. Pit lane drive-through penalty, car 23. Weaving after safety car lights out.
So Dean Fiore just heard the story in the background from the race director also. So car number 23 wearing the 1990 retro livery, the year that Jim Richards won the Australian Touring Car Championship for Nissan Motorsport. So incorrect safety car procedure. These are all the little things. It's all that nickel and dime stuff that it's a couple of inches thick in the operations manual, but you've got to look at every last little comma, full stop, sentence and paragraph in order not to make mistakes. And this is where Red Bull typically bring their A game. That was brave, being up on the outside there through the chase.
Down in 15th at the moment, Dean Fiore. And in for that penalty. It's now 6 seconds the advantage for Dumbrell over Webb and Youlden. So here you go, there's the evidence. Michael Caruso, who he shares the car with, our regular main game driver of the 23, trying to just at least hide the disappointment for now.
As you can imagine, heightened tension in the Pro Drive Racing Australia garage at the moment. As you can see in the back of the garage, they're working on the dashboard and trying to get Frosty into the fuel window before they make this stop. And they're still trying to work out whether this is a fixable issue before they make Mark Winterbottom make this stop. But they are running against the clock. He needs to make this stop, otherwise he'll be issued with a pit lane penalty.
It's Jamie Augustine from Motec on the right. So he's the expert, the company in Croydon in Melbourne, an Australian company that export this technology around the world. At the moment, they've got their dramas and they're just trying to come up with a solution. It's Apollo 13 style. The ground crew are working on what they can install in the spaceship when it comes back to life, comes back into the pit lane. So that's brains trust from the data department at ProDrive, and they've got the top gun from Motec to solve the problem.
Hey, Mike Caruso, unfortunately, Dean Fiore had to come to the pit lane. Obviously, that weaving issue just after the safety car lights went out. It's one of those things for the co-drivers, isn't it? You guys that are in the car all the time sort of getting used to those rules, and they're easy to forget.
It is, and look, a bit disappointing, but it's still such a long way to go. As you know, Murph, it's still early days here, and by the looks of the way the race is going, there's probably going to be a few safety cars yet.
Yeah, well, it's going to close things up again pretty quickly. So far, though, the feel, how you feeling out there?
Yeah, good. The car's got really good speed when it needs it, so it's I guess it's going to be back up to the engineer to get the strategy to try to move us back up the field. But look, I'm confident in the car, so looking forward to get back in.
Yeah, good attitude, mate.
Car number 5 in. You can tell by the tone of Michael Caruso's voice that that's frustrating for them. So they've got to resolve this issue. Steve Owen standing by.
Simo's going to cycle the power. We're not doing anything to the console until Simo gives us the go. But be ready, Jono. Be ready to dive in.
Brand new tyres there. Fuel going in, 3.75 litres a second. Frosty out. He'll be glad to get out with all this stuff going on.
Look, fractionally over the markers as well.
Fire it up when you have to, Simo.
Yeah, more than a fraction. It's quite a bit down the road, isn't it?
Okay, the power's off. Are we good? Pump the pedal, pump the pedal.
So
Make it pump the pedal, start the car, pump the brake pedal.
So they've done
pump
pads.
The brake pedal. Okay, good.
And they've had the master switch off. Have they got brake lights? Saw David Stewart in the background from V8 Supercar as well.
Patchwork of that damage at the left rear.
Clear exit. So the pit problem's fixed, mate. Let me know if the dash is working.
Okay,
yeah,
so
copy that. Good work. Keep it up, mate.
Sounds like they're okay. So hands up those in the audience who've had to restart their computer. That'd be everybody.
The reboot.
Including for us with our strategy gear up here this morning. So yeah, that's what they're dealing with.
There you go. You can see the dash has come to life now. Good work by ProDrive Racing Australia. Steve Owen at the wheel. He rejoins in 23rd position. Dumbrell has a 6.4 second lead.
So in reality, and there'll be future safety cars, they'll get away with that. The problem they've got is they're dropping to the back of the train. So at the start of the day, buried in the mid-pack, spent a couple of tanks of fuel trying to dig out. Now a little drama, it's snakes and ladders, and they've just slipped back down the ladder.
Heard from Paul Sepranich there before, the engineer on car 200. They had to get back in the game by lap 55. Now Simona Di Silvestro is at the wheel of that car, so it looks like they'll be able to rejoin the Super Cheap Auto Bathurst 1000. Good work down there by that crew. It was lap 15 that unfortunately Renee, in the fluid that was down from David Wall's damaged, injured car 34, that Renee went off at Forrest's elbow and into the wall. They've repaired it. Oliver Gavin chasing the 17 here at the moment. Kept Ollie at the wheel, and Marcus is driving that green Xbox Ford.
In the league of his own at the moment, Paul Dumbrell. Saw this in the Dunlop Development Series race that you called yesterday, Greg. Just totally in rhythm and looking very strong. Car number 22 on board here. Jack was a little bit lucky to survive that hippity-hoppity tour through the pit lane and across the paddock and back out onto the racetrack.
You've been watching too many cartoons. What was that? Hippity-hoppity.
He sent me a photo a few weeks ago. I love his passion. He loves his motorsport. He lives for it. He's deeply immersed in it. It was in the arms of his mum, Ray, 29 years ago. 6 weeks old at his first Bathurst. How many Bathursts has he done since then? 29. He's been here every single one of them. He's a student of the sport. He's sort of the unofficial record keeper of everything that they've achieved at Perkins Engineering over the years, which is a lot.
Chopper following the action across the top, but you're right, he's been reliving a lot of that wonderful history that he's kept, posting it on social media during the week and making many of us feel very old. He was a little tacker, a real little tacker for the last Bathurst win by Larry and Russell Ingall back in 1997, proudly wearing the Castrol gear back then.
Well, the photo was from the 86 year. I think it was the NZ car that Larry was driving at the time, and here we are back on board with him on pit straight. And when he had to jump in and substitute for James Courtney at Sydney Motorsport Park, it was an impressive performance. Immediately up to speed, raced effectively against his teammate Garth Tander, and he stepped up to the task. An awkward task. Russell Ingall's had to be drafted in as well, and he's also been very quick this weekend. But he's made a massive mistake, Jack, to give me that photo, because I will use it in evidence against him at some stage.
No doubt about that. Whincup and Dumbrell leading the way comfortably. 7.1 seconds now.
Paul Dumbrell showing us why he is one of the best co-drivers.
There will be a 15-second time penalty for car 5 at its next pit stop for going through the mechanical black flag more than once.
So we're hearing that ProDrive may have made a miscalculation with the rules and how long they're allowed to run on a mechanical black flag before coming into the pits to have that car seen to. They thought, and we heard them talking, that they would go 3 laps to get them inside their fuel window and then make that stop. Race control see it differently. And as a result, they're going to be given a 15-second extension of their next pit stop. That doesn't mean that they have to come back in and serve a 15-second stop go now. It just means when they make their next stop, they will be forced to sit an extra 15 seconds on top of that. I saw that happen. Scott McLaughlin at Clipsal this year, he had to serve some time on top of an already existing pit stop. So, something to think about. The team may not even tell Steve Owen. They may just tell him to keep pushing on. And when he's in the pits, making that next pit stop, maybe then they'll bother to let him know what the scenario is. I think the meatball flag is shown to the drivers on Conrod this year, so one to scratch around in the regs. Over 100 laps to go though. Doesn't mean that their day is done. Jamie Whincup had a drive-through penalty last year and very nearly won the thing. Meanwhile, back on board with the Penrite car, the brothers Davison, one of 3 sets of brothers racing in the great race. We've got Aaron Andrew Russell as a brotherly co-driver combo. We've also got the Kelly brothers, not driving together in their separate Nissans. This is Will in the car. He's got Jack Perkins ahead of him, using all of the curve there at turn 2. Reynolds is the main place co-driver at the moment, but that car just doesn't seem happy. Maybe that contact with Sebastian Bourdais early in his stint has washed off some speed in car 55. Not going the way at the pole here at the moment. Dumbrell, on the other hand, looking very comfortable.
So race control have been on the radio about an issue involving the 5 of Steve Owen and Mark Winterbottom. We're just checking some rules in relation to that at the moment, and the mechanical black flag that they served before. Dumbrell has a 7.1 second advantage over Jonathan Webb and Luke Gulden, with David Reynolds again at the helm as he battles the co-drivers. This has been an awesome job by the Davison brothers so far. They started just outside the top 10. Will's currently in 10th spot. He talked before about being behind the 8 ball as far as the setup of the car was concerned. They went a different direction on Thursday night, but it seems to be working so far. They're just there or thereabouts, this combo. Continuing to watch David Reynolds as he pushes, chases here. That's Luke Gulden ahead of him, and Gulden currently has 3rd spot in this race. Gulden gets off that final turn nicely. Now, we have some news for you in relation to our championship leader, Mark Winterbottom and Steve Owen, his teammate who's now at the wheel, they resolved an issue with that car before after being given a mechanical black flag. But as you can see here, there is a penalty to be applied, and we'll explain more about that in a moment. First to Greg Murphy.
Yeah, Rusty, I'll just grab Tim Edwards, who won't be impressed by hearing that news. You got the issue fixed, to recycle the power through car 5, which fixed that little issue. You were told to come in and get that fixed with a mechanical black flag. You obviously believed you came in within the time given.
Yeah, look, I mean, we needed a little bit of time just to figure out ourselves, what might have gone wrong. We figured it out. There was the data logger, but if recycling the power hadn't have fixed it, then we needed to put a new centre console in it. So we just needed a little bit of time to try and get that sorted. So we really had no choice. It was either come in and then sit here and be unprepared for it, or cop the penalty. So just one of those things.
It's a 15-second penalty when the car next comes into the pit lane. So I mean, it's a loss, but not as substantial as having a drive-through at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. But you've got to take it on the chin. We had no choice. We weren't ready for that particular situation. First of all, like I say, we needed to figure out what had gone wrong with the car. But a bit frustrating when the data logger, which is not something we supply, it's a control part, fails on you. But anyway, the guys did a great job. They did exactly what they needed to do,
So you don't actually seem too surprised that you got a penalty?
Well, no, not really. But the reality is, it was, what's the better of two evils? It was come in, be unprepared, and then go down a lap, or cop a penalty for taking a couple of laps to get our house into order.
Okay, cheers.
No worries.
Okay, so there's a difference between the black flag and the mechanical black flag in this area as well. So with the mechanical black flag, because of the way in which the rule's written, this flag should be used to inform the driver concerned that his car has mechanical problems likely to endanger himself or others, i.e. stoplights, and means that he must stop at his pit on the next lap. Whereas with the black flag, you've got 4 laps to respond to a black flag. So it's a little difference in the way in which the rules are administered there. Mechanical black flags treated in a different way. So Tim's pretty low heart rate about it.
It's time to go. 109 laps, in fact, in the great race. Being led by Red Bull Racing Australia. We have some action in the lane. Car 2, Warren Luff is in. So's the 8.
Line yourself up on the board.
Back to this battle involving Marcus Ambrose and Alex Premer. In behind them, Oliver Gavin, who's holding his own. Then Jack Perkins and Will Davison rounds out the top 10. Andrew Jones was at the wheel at the BOC entry, car 8 when he pitted. Jack LeBrock in car 4 at the very top of your screen there, the Wendy's Mercedes. Could do with the Wendy's ice cream a bit later. 7.6 seconds between Tumbrell and Jonathan Webb.
Driving forward once it's up. Driving forward.
Get it going. What a terrific story.
Green light off.
The drama of the incident, but they've worked enormously hard.
You'll be clear to go when it drops. Pit lane's clear. Make sure you got your pit lane speed limiter on. Pit lane's still clear.
Real commitment, determination by the Supergirls. And Simona Di Silvestro heads out.
Pump the brake. Have you got a pedal?
Yeah,
Cheers from the team.
The wheel is a bit crooked.
Okay, the steering will be straightened all that. We'll fix it up as we go. Tires on cold, tires on cold.
They have to get it done by lap 55, so they've achieved it. The car's a little bruised and battered, as you heard Simona say there, but she's back in the race.
Key runners are in the pit lane here. Luke Gilden and David Reynolds. Car number 17, Marcus Ambrose in as well. Remember, there was a question mark over the comms with that car. Meantime, Dumbrell continues to open the margin. It's out to 8.1 seconds. So Gilden, Reynolds, Ambrose in.
Can't see Scotty Pye there, so Ambrose stays at the wheel. Canto with the Bottle-O entry now.
Driver in.
for me, please, Marcus. This side, your front. Let's go. Let's go. Be on the lane, mate. Let's go.
So maybe a little bit of ground gain there, or advantage for the 14 of the Freightliner entry. Freightliner Brad Jones Racing Squad. And Fabian Coulthard is now at the wheel of that car. Canto back at the helm of the pole-sitting 55. But it's Dumbrell leading the way by 9.2 seconds in the Super Cheap Auto Bathurst 1000.
Mount Panorama. Bathurst celebrating its bicentenary. There's been lots of chatter about that this weekend. This magnificent mountain, what a venue. And what a place for the great race. Down Conrod we go, we're riding on board once again. Hamburger Cam on the roof of Will and Alex Davison. And this is close. And a chance up the inside. Not quite there. 222 doing a good job here this weekend after being on the podium. Ollie Gavin at the wheel. These guys, these two teams, 222 and 9, or at least Ollie Gavin and Nick Percat fought against Will and Alex Davison for 4th and 3rd in last year's race. Happened right at the very end, albeit on those occasions it wasn't Lucas Dumbrell Motorsport. It was the 4th of the Walkinshaw cars that Percat and Gavin were driving. Now we've got Ollie Gavin at the wheel and doing a great job. Has to be said, 2:09.2 on that last lap.
Quicker elsewhere.
Now Will's going to have some company here. Jack Perkins in behind him. Dean Canto back at the wheel of 55. Started the race in this car, came in, handed it over to Reynolds. And they've fallen back down to 17th with the pit stop cycling through. Ambrose and Pye looking good. Oh, he's got something flying around inside. It's the air hose. It's not connected to the helmet. And as a result, it's got to create a bit of a distraction here. You need that plugged into the back of the helmet to filter cool air through. Just another distraction to worry about for car 55 on lap 55. You can see it's in his presence right now. He's fiddling with it. Can he get it plugged in? How about this, 250 k's an hour, and Dean Canto's playing around with the hose inside the car. Oh, we've got a problem. I think that was Ollie Gavin. He's backwards in the fence.
Gavin.
He's fenced it at Falcon's elbow in a very awkward position.
We'll get you in this lap. We'll have to have a look at that.
We welcome you back at a time where there's been an incident at Forrest's elbow involving Oliver Gavin. I think he was battling at the time with the Penrite Mercedes of Will Davison. So we'll try and confirm what may have happened to Oliver Gavin. Oh, it's all happening at the mountain at the moment. So car 9 continues. No real damage by the looks of it at the front there, so maybe not.
He jumped on the radio and said that he turned in on me. So Will Davison's also been complaining about that car being really awkward in the rear. He just can't fight with anyone that's got pace up there. And that's a big bruise on the back of car number 222. 6th last weekend at Petit Le Mans, driving with Australian Ryan Briscoe and Tommy Milner, and into the pit lane to try and rectify all this damage at the back of the car for the Brit.
Our leader's in as well, Paul Dumbrell. He had an advantage of more than 7 seconds. Here we go. The work on car 1.
Had changed.
Okay, mate, let's do a screen, please. Yeah, pump that front pedal.
Jonathan Webb leads from Richards now.
Go, mate. We're clear to go now, clear.
So car 1 has been in for a brake pad change, and there is damage to the back of the 222. Oliver Gavin at the wheel.
By bringing it into the garage, more people can work on it. I wonder whether they flinched down there at Red Bull then, thinking that may have been a trigger for a safety car.
So Gavin gets out.
Taken Dumbrell out of the lead of the race. Let's see what happened here. Oh, yeah. So the tyre, belt and barrier done the job here. We go on board with Will. Let's have a look down the inside at Forrest Elbow. Oh, it's a diminishing gap, and he's not far enough up. Likely to cop a penalty for that one, unfortunately. So Dumbrell's come back out in 12th place, by the way. 44 seconds from the lead. That's the replay from the other angle. Pretty decent damage on the back of the Commodore here as well. In the meantime, Dean Cando's still got the arm wrestle going with the aircon. But I think he might finally have got himself all coupled up. And this is all that stuff I spoke about before of having to tidy up the little things after your stops, particularly if you're not bringing the car back to full from empty. You don't have the luxury of time on your side, so you've got to get yourself fastened into the car. That's the main thing. And all the other things are luxuries that you've got to try and deal with after the fact. Stephen Richards, position number 2 now, 2.3 seconds from Jonathan Webb.
His was a good lap last time around, Neil. He made some ground. It was a 2:08.55, half a second faster than Jonathan Webb. It's 2.1 seconds now to the race leader. And a little bit of radio chat prior to that stop for Paul Dumbrell. Just of a vibration maybe in the car one, so we'll keep an eye on that. That was some time ago when Whincup was at the wheel. Hopefully that's not an ongoing issue.
Hey guys, we just thought we'd have a little chance while we're looking at the girls out there in car 200, the damage that that car had, and quickly just go through to give everyone at home just a bit of an idea what that crew had to go through to repair it and get it back out before lap 55. So we come in here, we can see the front of the car with the skin taking off, the bumper taking off, the front rails, these extensions here, these extensions that come on the front rails, both those needed to be replaced. The radiator, that needed to be replaced, and some of the key things that took so long to fix was actually underneath where the subframe, the front subframe sits, where the engine sits on top of it, cradles in there. The suspension components actually sheared the bolts off the clevises that bolt to that subframe at the front, and the cross-member subframe at the front. So the crew had to weld nuts onto the ends of those bolts to try and get them out. That was the thing that took the longest. The bolts had broken, sheared off direct inside that cross-member, and that took so long to get out. So the suspension components, the A-arms needed to be replaced, the damper needed to be replaced. Obviously, there's a lot of cosmetic stuff as well. The front splitter, the air intake for the engine as well, the right front guard, all sorts of things took. But some of those parts there, as I just said, the front rail extensions and that cross member, the damage to those was significant, and that's what took the time to get this car back out there.
Also going to bring car number 9 in now as well, and Will Davison will be getting out of that Penrite entry and handing over to his brother, Alex. Also getting organised for a pad change in car number 47 at the moment. Tony D'Alberto still at the wheel of that car. And the co-drivers are looking to clear their minimum requirement of 54 laps.
Oh, can you hear? I can't see you. Can you hear the car? Loosen your belts,
Holden's
mate.
come in at Stephen Richards from position number 2.
Loosen your belts off, listen at your helmet air and cool suit, mate, and change that driver light for me. Adjust your bars and bias while you're there, please, mate. And I need you neutral in the box, mate. Very important. We don't spin these wheels. Okay, radio out whenever you like.
Nice and calm. It's going to be about accurately pulling up on the spot. So the brothers Davison also doing their dance down here.
Very nice. Okay, front of the car is clear.
Pit lane drive-through penalty, pit lane drive-through penalty, car 9 for a driving incident at turn 18.
So as soon as Alex goes out, he'll come back in for a PLP, pit lane drive-through penalty for the contact. So Alex has to serve, pays the fine for his brother. They can sort that out later. I'm sure they will. So in that, they would have known they were going to get a penalty. So they've just basically come in and now got the tyres and fuel on, done their driver change, and they'll just bring him back in and toddle through. You can't take a pit stop and refuel the car during a pit lane drive-through penalty, so they've just flipped the order of that.
LD Motorsport here, they've got that car 222 repaired, quick time. So that was stop number 3 then for Lowndes and Richards.
Fuel in, please, fuel in. We've got a dead man and that at the back of firing. Perfect. Gets in lane, mate. It's all clear. Surprise, surprise. So once we're done here, mate, far enough if you like, we'll get underway here.
Dean Canto and Marcus Ambrose in combat here. It's the Green Meanies, 11 and 12. So it was a hard first stint for Dean at the start of the race. And here's Marcus, 10 years on, back at Mount Panorama. This car's had great pace all weekend. It's been news in 2015, welcoming the Penske organisation into the paddock. Their extraordinary NASCAR, IndyCar and sports car success. And here we go, Jonathan Webb in now as well. Shane Van Gisbergen about to climb aboard. Alex Prema's now the leader.
It's enormously hard to look down and see in that whole process, isn't it, to do the belts?
Pump the brakes, mate. Pump the brakes. Got about 5 seconds left there, Whitey. Just waiting on fuel. Just waiting on fuel. Yes, you've got a pedal there, mate. Where you go, dude?
Just making absolutely sure that they've got brake pedal system pressure. That's been an issue in the past up at turn 2 and trap 1 or 2 over the years.
The time of Paul Dumbrell set back on lap 43 to 2:07.79. That's a mighty time. It's not quite down to the record pace that we saw at the end of last year's race by Chaz Mostert. It's only a couple of tenths off, though. Very impressive.
Oliver Gavin, I can see the disappointment on your face. I mean, Will Davison gets a drive-through penalty, but it doesn't help your cause.
No, it does. It's a real shame, you know, so early in the race, and Whitey's will have to do something like that at the elbow. You know, it's super frustrating. We've got a pretty good race car. We're just going through the motions, wanted to hand it back to Nick and carry on with our race. And, you know, we're running well inside the 10, and it would have been there at the end. I'm sure we would have had a good chance of finishing well inside the top 10, maybe in the top 5, maybe again like last year, finish on the podium. But a rash move like Will did, you know, he gets a drive-through penalty, but, you know, he's wrecked our race.
We'll see you at the Gold Coast.
Thanks.
His second start in the 1000, his debut here last year, finished on the podium with Nick. That was with Walkinshaw. Watching them as they go across the top. It's the Volvo S60 in the hands of Alex Prema that leads the way from Jack Perkins in the 22. Perkins takes over at the top because Prema is in the lane.
Prema's in as well now, so Jack Perkins is the leader from Sebastian Bourdais. Car number 33, here we are. Driver change here for McLaughlin.
So Volvo go to work with a brake pad change. Alex Prema is in the lane. Perkins now heads the field.
Sensational stuff here at Bathurst. After the relationship in the 90s, we see Perkins and Engel leading the Bathurst 1000. Albeit with a second-generation twist.
Pump your brakes, first gear, 2 lanes clear. Go.
Oh, on a stall in the pit lane.
Go, go, go.
Gets it fired up.
Watch the speed.
We'll just lose a couple of seconds as a result. Also got car 15 minutes and Ultima making their stop at the moment. Off it comes.
Co-driver line off for us.
And the Volvo will rejoin outside the top 10 at the moment, but still looking pretty at the moment. Just about 100 laps to go. It was this time last year, if you set your mind back, that we had the sensational 1 hour stoppage. The red flag when the track broke up down there in turn 2. Nobody really knew what lay ahead for the rest of the day. Wonder what will happen. The 100 laps that remain here, still no sign of that rain. There's been a lot of talk about the weather in the lead up to this race. A couple of safety cars so far. One for the all-girl team at Forest's Elbow. Another one for last year's wildcard, car 111. And Pedersen turned around into the fence by Carl Ryan, like Carl serving a penalty. Car 888 at the moment, after starting back down in 15th. Lowndes' worst ever starting position for the great race. He's clawed his way up to 7th here. Slightly out of sequence. Perkins pits from the lead. Bourdais follows him into the pits.
Hoses out. Remember the sweet neutral when you hit the box.
And depending on what the Russell brothers do here, we might be about to see something pretty special.
Okay, pull your radio out.
With the Plus Fitness car. Could they lead a lap? Or at least lead for a moment. Driver change. Perkins out. Hop, skip and a jump. Runs away from the Stormtroopers. So sad that James Courtney's not making a start. And the enforcer awakens. Belts on. Time to send Russell back out onto the racetrack.
Okay, mate, get a pedal. Talk to me when you get a pedal.
And the Russell brothers
clear
also
of pit lane.
Pedal.
You can go, mate.
Russell
Right,
Ingall
go,
confirmed
go,
he's
go,
got a
all clear.
pedal.
Make sure you got a pedal.
Stormtroopers have done their job, and he's back out.
Now, mate,
Jack
going to your
Perkins
green light on
briefly.
as you've done. You're on cold green tyres.
See the
cold
colour coding
green
he's got
tyres.
on the, a little bit hard to see there at the moment, but on the seatbelt knuckle, the bottom ones, the corresponding tags have got the red, and then I think he's got yellow and green. He's got the little traffic light down there. He's having a bit of trouble just clipping everything up at the moment, but yeah, when he was getting in, you could see it. You can't really see it now, but just to make sure that you feed the belt into the correct slot when you're getting into the car.
It's not an easy process, all of that.
Well, you can't see, so the helmet's in the way. So you've got to pull the helmet down, tuck your chin in, and try and get it done.
There's a new fastest lap here at Mount Panorama. It belongs to Craig Lowndes at 2:07.72. Car 888 is in third place at the moment. It's a few tenths shy of the marker that belongs to Chaz Mostert, who's watching from Orange Hospital. And we understand that Cameron Waters, who was here for the start of the race and the drivers' parade, and Cam's parents have ventured over to visit his teammate. I hope you guys are enjoying the broadcast as much as you can. 11.3 seconds is the advantage. Paul Dumbrell back to Fabian Coulthard, then Lowndes. And then you're watching these guys, Canto and Ambrose.
One of the advantages strategically that they've got with car 1 at the moment is that between Paul Dumbrell and Jamie Whincup, they're both good for speed compatibility. And as you mentioned earlier, there's been very good lap speed and fastest laps from Paul Dumbrell earlier in the day. So Paul's at the head of the queue here from Fabian Coulthard, Craig Lowndes, Shane Van Gisbergen, Dean Canto, Marcus Ambrose. So it's a bit of a battle of the heavyweights in 2, 3 and 4 there at the moment. And at Red Bull, they've got their cars 2 laps apart in strategy. Now, if we get a safety car, you've still got to manage it and you've got to try and avoid the stacking, but they last brought Dumbrell in on 55 and they brought Lowndes in on 57, so a couple of laps apart, so which obviously changes their fuel range. And fuel range around here, it's a little bit dependent on the conditions and the lap speed at the particular moment in the day, but the bracketry that we're using for that is between 22 and 24 laps.
Will Davison unfortunately copped a drive-through. Forest Elbow's always a tricky place to get a pass done, and you usually plan it a fair way back. How far back did you plan on making that move?
Yeah, I've been trying for a few laps. You know, the co-drivers weren't making it easy, which is fine. But that was the only spot I had an opportunity to get through. So as you said, I planned it well before the right-hander. I was on the limit of my braking, and I assume he didn't see me because he's just turned in really, really early. He didn't give me any racing room. So yeah, I hit him at the back end. But yeah, as I said, I really thought he was going to leave me a bit of space there. Yeah, we were punching through. We need to get track position then. I thought co-drivers would make it a little bit easier, but anyway, unfortunately we've got a bit of a bent steering arm on the right front, so it's going to hamper the afternoon.
Okay, mate.
Cheers.
Right now, Alex Davison's in 20th position. Hey, can I throw a quick question at you? It looks okay there at the top of the mountain, but outside our commentary box, there's some cloud cover, so we might just keep an eye on that weather and what may lie ahead for us.
I knew you'd ask it, so I looked a little earlier on that one as well. The Bureau have not changed the forecast. They're saying that from about now, there's the possibility, it's a probability, a percentage probability of thunderstorms. They stepped it up at a point yesterday from 30 to 40%, and then once that happened, it was 3, 2, 1 cue. The heavens opened in qualifying. But for today, we don't know. You're never 100% sure, and it's postcode by postcode, the weather.
Running here with Ash Walsh, who drives for Erebus Motorsport, car 4. Guy who was runner-up in the 2013 Dunlop Series, the second tier of the sport. Up until now, he's largely been a co-driver at Mount Panorama. His best finish was a 15th with Tim Blanchard in 2013. But for this year's race, big opportunity for him. He's the lead driver in this car, and a big opportunity for his co-driver, Jack LeBrock. Big raps on Jack LeBrock.
There's an intensive battle going on here. So Russell Ingall versus Lee Holdsworth. Now, 12 months ago, the battle that had these two engaged in a similar spot in the racetrack ended up with tears at the top of Mountain Straight.
Sebastian Bourdais. Lee Holdsworth are currently sitting just at the bottom of the top 10, but you've sort of been connected to your buddies next door in the HRT garage for most of the race so far.
Yeah, it seems to be an HRT internal race. It's a bit of a shame it's not for first, second, third and fourth, but I'm still getting to grips with the whole thing. I mean, I can have a good lap and then I make a mistake and then I get, you know, tangled in battles, and as soon as they get up to your bumper, you get loose. Yeah, I'm not used to that. So I still got to work on my racecraft stuff and, you know, it'd be better. But, you know, I had a lot of fun. Just hope we're not losing so many positions, but it is what it is.
You gave our commentary team a bit of a heart-stopping moment where you had a bit of a coming together with one of the HRT cars a little bit earlier.
Yeah, I honestly don't know what they did. I mean, we were on brand new tires, and at the restart, the car, you know, just got grip instantly, and they all braked at 150, where you brake at 115. So I went for it, and I went by Prix or Ambrose or whatever, but they were nose to tail with Russell, I think, and there was nowhere to go. So yeah, we had a bit of a scuff there, and then I found myself in third gear, couldn't get up the hill. I was so afraid that I was going to take one of my teammates out. I was like, oh my God, no, not this, not now. And, you know, just glad it kind of worked out.
Thanks, Sebastian. Good luck for the rest of the day.
All four Walkinshaw cars are in the top 11, and well done to Garth Tander from starting 22nd on the grid. He is up in 7th place right now. Paul Dumbrell, Jamie Whincup, they lead the way by 12.5 seconds here at Mount Panorama.
That's a comfortable lead for Red Bull Racing Australia at the front of the field. Fabian Coulthard, 0.2 of a second off that pace of Paul Dumbrell. Lowndes up into third. Great from where they started back. A long way outside the top 10. Riding on board with the Holden Racing team right now. This is on Garth Tander's car. It's got Marcus Ambrose flying ahead. Marcus took pole in this race a year after GT won it. 14 and 15 years ago, respectively. And they're stuck in there behind car 55. We're yet to see the best out of Canto and Reynolds today after their scintillating pole position performance. Oh, Ambrose a little wiggle. They approach Reed Park. How often have we seen Garth Tander get his way back into a race? Doesn't matter where he qualifies, he seems to pass the cars. In sprint races, endurance racing, doesn't matter. So much so that the other drivers have sometimes labelled him the tow truck. They pull him through the field. Get onto Garth's bumper and you'll go through the field as well. Evidence of that today. This is also Garth's worst starting performance, or starting position in the great race since he debuted back in the late 90s as well, so a bit of work to do. We thought all weekend long that the Xbox entry had some good speed. Marcus just makes roll bar adjustment. The longer these tyres go on, the more the grip starts to affect the driving, but they do have one or two adjustments that they can make from within the cabin to combat that. A couple of the most experienced drivers that we've producing from opposite sides of Australia. Garth Tander, originally from Perth, lives in Melbourne these days. Ambrose, proud Tasmanian. Made that return back after a good decade running in NASCAR. Still fiddling away inside the car, just trying to get it right. And the pace of these two, well, Canto just turned their fastest lap of the race on that lap. So 2:08 from him. Everyone looking pretty steady in the 2-minute 8-second bracket.
Back at Mount Panorama, the Red Bull Racing Australia entry of Paul Dumbrell leads up on two wheels. Goes car 14, car of Fabian Coulthard and Luke Youlden. Second position at the moment for the Kiwi, Fabian. And he's lapping not all that far off the pace of Lowndes, so the continuation of the speed we've seen so far from Freightliner is evident here in this race at the moment. Less than 100 to go in the great race. McLaughlin's back in 13th position. Here's Andre Heimgartner with his partner Renee Gracie. Tough day for Andre, but they've been able to get the 200 back in the game. Taking a look inside Dale Wood's car 21 here. Car that he's sharing with Macaulay Jones this weekend. They're in 15th position at the moment. Dale at the wheel. Third of the cars run by Brad Jones Racing, a guy who's come through successfully the Dunlop Series.
That's why we're looking at all that incredible load through the suspension and tyre on Dale's car. This is a Brad Jones Racing entry, the GB galvanising entry, but to look at the top four in their sector splits at the moment, Dumbrell, Coulthard, Lowndes and Van Gisbergen, this is an absolute A-graders run. There's nothing between them sector to sector. In fact, it's like a quali run out there at the moment. The fuel consumption's going up accordingly. The cloud cover that you mentioned before, Rusty's kind of becoming a little bit more of a feature here and there, so the track's just getting a little quicker, but these fellas are pushing very hard. Just have a look at the way in which the tyre cops a load here. So it wags to the crowd on the inside there at the chase, but then look at the distortion here in the middle of the corner and then in the direction change. Even in the acceleration runs, it always surprises me how much that sits down on the tyre. Look at that. Just so much transfer, longitudinal transfer of load to the rear of the car under acceleration. Plus there's a bit of downforce. There's that weather. So a bit more cloud cover up the top. You can see coming down Conrod's straight before there was a little bit of sunshine on the road. Makes it very tricky to trim the cars. So on the last sector, there was only a 1/10 of a second difference between Dumbrell, Coulthard, Lowndes and Van Gisbergen.
The story we're hearing is that Ambrose will double stint. So a number of teams trying to ensure that co-driver aspect of the game, of the regulations, gets taken, gets done, box ticked. We take a look at some highlights of the race so far, the story so far. Difficult to get off the line for car 8. That left the field congested, and on the run up the hill, James Moffat made contact with the 14. They were able to keep the pressure on. Nice one by Scott McLaughlin, who moved by Dean Canto. Canto was at the wheel. He started the 55. Defensive stuff from Red Bull Racing, and this was the shock for David Wall. And the subsequent fluid that went down meant it was difficult for Renee Gracie to navigate that final turn, or the Forest Elbow, I should say, hit the wall. A dejected Simona Di Silvestro. They've been able to repair that car and resume the race. Good work. Shane Van Gisbergen has looked fast, little doubt about that. Oh! And Warren Luff in the battle with Macaulay Jones. As Brad Jones said at the time, welcome to the main game. It's Macaulay's Bathurst 1000 debut. David Reynolds got our heart rate going at that stage across the top of McPhillamy Park. Jack Perkins somehow managed to square it up and kept in the game. Andre Heimgartner, we saw a moment ago, is out of this race. His co-driver, Ant Pedersen, as a result of that contact with Carl Reindler in the wall, too much damage to the 111 Ford. James Courtney and Russell Ingall, a little bit worried about that contact, a mechanical black flag. They repaired the issue, the dash, the power issue there for car 5. And then that contact between Will Davison and Oliver Gavin, which resulted in a drive-through penalty. Back at the front, it's a 14.8 second advantage. Dumbrell continues at the wheel of car 1. And the co-drivers that are currently doing stints include this man, Dumbrell, Dean Canto, Marcus Ambrose, who we mentioned a moment ago.
You're still the quickest car on the track. Coulthard made a mistake in your previous lap, but you're still 3/10 quicker than the next quickest.
That's interesting. They believe Coulthard made a mistake that lap. Owen's also in the car. Russell Ingall, Alex Davison and Ant Pedersen was listed before that incident.
The green light might be on Paul's car, but the lap speed is not like you would typically see from a co-driver. He's driving like an A-grader out there at the moment. He's still got 15-second margin. Fabian made just a little error in one of the sectors, but what's impressive here is Dumbrell, Coulthard, Lowndes and Van Gisbergen have just got these incredibly tight margins going, and they're trading faster speed sector to sector. And it is very much like it looks at the moment. So it's an arm wrestle between Red Bull Racing, Team Freightliner, and the Darrell Lee Sticks entry of Shane Van Gisbergen. slightly out of touch for pace, that is. They're certainly okay in terms of track position, but car number 55, Reynolds and Kando, they haven't quite, I think, caught up with the track condition at the moment. They haven't quite got the pace, but let's just see before we get too carried away with what they've got. Garth Tander's in here as well. He's in 6th at the moment. I know he's out of sequence as a result of that odd stop to have to deal with the dashboard, but Steve Owens crept up to 8th in this stint as well in car number 5 for Mark Winterbottom. Here's the gaps, and Gisbergen 4th, and then here is car number 55. It's Dean Kando, and he's actually got Garth Tander about to put a move on him and done. So that 55 car just hasn't quite had the pace today so far, but may come to them. And just a note through from Freightliner Racing that they are still just trying to trim the balance on car number 14. They're tweaking on the run.
Gaps now out to 15.1 seconds. Paul Dumbrell leads the way from Coulthard and Lowndes.
All this time spent out front for Paul Dumbrell and Jamie Whincup. Look at the space that they've got. No one ahead of them. The nearest car is Ollie Gavin down in the last corner at the very end of Conrod. You can barely see him on the chopper shot. There he is making the last turn. And the nearest car behind him, 15 seconds back, Fabian Coulthard. It's perfect for turning consistent lap times, but it's not great for saving fuel. Speaking to Ken McNamara from KRE Engines, the engine supplier for this team, and they were hoping that they might have a chance to actually run in a little bit of traffic at times to try and save some of the fuel like they were doing at times at Sandown. And here is that gap. This will give you a graphic view. He's just tipping it into turn 1, and we're still waiting on Fabian Coulthard. Here he is. That's a very handy lead in the great race. But it isn't ideal for saving fuel. Not that it really matters yet. More so on the run home to the checkered flag after that last stop. But it could mean saving some time in your last stop if you don't need to take on as much fuel on that run to the checkered flag. All things to think about, but to be honest, we're speaking 4-5 hours into the future here. What a magnificent circuit this is from the sky. The residents that do live in this part of the world can see their houses and some wineries scattered in this little area. Plenty of trees. And the chopper shots have been special so far. Couple of safety cars that we've seen. But this has been a good run of green flag racing here. And that's how PD has managed to build that lead. He's so impressive, driving away from the main game drivers. And they're all turning fast laps at the moment. Dumbrell, his fastest came 2 laps ago. Coulthard, his fastest came on that last lap. So he's pushing to try and close the gap. Here is the Go-Karts Go team. Plus Fitness on board. Aaron and Drew Russell, the teammates. Aaron races for Paul Morris Motorsport in the Dunlop Series. And his brother Drew has done plenty of racing there as well. They are the pride of Newcastle. The Novocastrians, everyone back in Newcastle cheering him on here at the moment. A long way to go.
Let's take a look at Aaron Russell at the wheel here. He was competing with his brother Drew in the Dunlop Series race yesterday, but that's in his regular Ford in that series. He was so excited about the step up, the chance to be a wild card at Bathurst and follow in his dad's footsteps. So was Drew. It's a true Novocastrian or Newcastle-based initiative, this. And they were immensely excited, so much so that when Aaron drove out of pit lane on Thursday for the first practice session, the team said, hey, can we have a radio check? And he failed to reply. He was so in awe of the moment, the crowd. He eventually got around to it. This is a car originally from Gary Rogers Motorsport. They did all the prep on the Commodore for them and then handed it over to them in the last 7 to 10 days in the lead up to the 1000. At the moment. And the Pepsi Max entry enters pit lane, car 5. New fastest lap for Paul Dumbrell as well. A 2 minute 7.64.
They're doing pads.
And then when it stops, when we put you on the ground, we're going to hold you for 15 seconds. Copy? Yep, copy on that.
So that's a little paddle, carbon fibre paddle just behind the steering wheel there. Steve Owen acknowledges. So remember, this is the penalty for not responding to the mechanical black flag earlier within 1 lap. So fill her up with fuel. They're doing an adjustment on the rear suspension on that car as well. 4 wheels and tyres. Caliper pliers just battling away there to get those pistons back inside the brake caliper. Get new fresh pads in. They'll get all this done, all zipped up, and then they've got to sit for 15 seconds.
Get yourself a pedal. Get yourself a pedal. Get yourself a pedal.
Confirming pressure. Now this will seem like an
Okay,
eternity.
I'm going to count you down, Steve. You have 10 seconds. I'm going to let you go at 15. Need to go when I say go. Go! Go, 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 go.
So they've managed to execute that all very
Watch
nicely.
the cars on exit and
No
make
panic.
sure you have a pedal.
Problem
Make
is
sure you
they've
have a
dropped all
pedal.
that track position. So big emphasis, as you could expect, on making sure that you've got that brake pedal. Even when you come out of the pit lane on cold, effectively cold tyres and run up here, you've still got a huge clip of speed by the time you arrive. And if you don't have pedal pressure and you've got all rear brake and nothing happening at the front, you'll meet that wall on the outside. Now, on the previous lap, while this stop happened, let's run through the lap speed. Paul Dumbrell did a 2 minute 7.8. Fabian Coulthard, 2 minute 7.8. Craig Lowndes, 2 minute 8.2. Shane Van Gisbergen, 2 minute 8.6. And Garth Hander, 2 minute 8.9. It's on at the front, very intense. Lowndes got a little bit of fuel in hand. He's got about 10 litres in hand over Dumbrell at the moment. It's about a 2.5 second advantage in the next stop. I love this story. This is a wonderful little yarn, this one. Car number 62 from Newcastle. Drew and Aaron Russell. Their dad raced here in the 90s, and they've put a big effort together. They're regular participants. Well, in fact, they've been regular participants in Australian motorsport for many, many years now, but regularly a part of the scene in the development series. And they've been doing a nice job so far. So Aaron's at the helm. He's 18th. And he's parked between Alex Davison and Ash Walsh. And this is Garth Tander continuing his march forward and sneaking up on the inside of the replay here with Dean Canto. So Garth now up into 5th spot. He doesn't quite have the pace. I got a note from Bradley a moment ago, because he loves to play Texty Brothers in the middle of the race, which is handy because you get a bit of an inside understanding. But I've forgotten that early in the week, Phil told me as well, they love this stuff, cloud cover. Their cars are not so good in the heat. So they're down there, they'll be over the back of the mountain with big fans at the moment trying to bring that cloud over. And as said, as soon as it clouds up, you watch our pace, it'll improve. At the moment, it's too hot. With a little bit of cloud, we're away, was the quote. So we'll just keep an eye on that. Of course, the problem is with the cloud might come some weather.
Incidentally, Steve Owen rejoined in car 5 in position 22. So Aaron Russell's a couple of spots ahead of him there in position 18. And Aaron have been getting down to the 2 minute 9s, this Newcastle squad. And that car number that they run, the 62, is a tribute to their dad, Wayne, who's on the tools and has been very hands-on with this project in the garage. Wayne ran the 62 in the late 90s. If you follow V8 Supercar Racing, you may recall that. We jump aboard with PD. 13.6 seconds, so maybe that car of Coulthard's just starting to make a little bit of ground. It was out as high as 15 seconds before the gap. It's come down a bit.
And the way the race has unfolded so far, and because they've got fuel flexibility, got to do their 7 stops, 55 in here, so Canto in the lane. They're not using their full fuel range windows at the moment either. See the concrete apron on the left, it's much, much slipperier than the asphalt. So if it gets wet, that's a risk that has to be managed. Looked like Dean stopped nicely on the spot. Green, shiny tyres going on that car.
Tyres are done, Juzzy. Tyres are done, waiting for fuel. Halfway there, mate. You'll have a clear exit here, Dino. You're right. Nearly there. 3, 2, and we're away. Go. All clear.
This is 17th Bathurst 1000, Dean Canto. For David Reynolds, it's his 8th, so incredibly experienced. Continuity's been a big part of the story for these guys. They've worked together now. It's year 6 for Dean in Botlow colours. Year 4 with David Reynolds. They know each other They know how to deal with what they both require from the car. So a little bit of reset of the bars to deal with the weight, the change in tyre balance on that car as well. And they're all tweaking on the run to try and get more pace out of these cars.
He stays at the wheel, Dean Canto. A stint of 20 laps here would be enough to tick the box as far as co-drivers are concerned for Dean Canto's effort in the 55.
Well, guys, I'm back in the Wilson Storage Tech Centre. We saw before car 5 come in and up and close and personal, having that brake pad change done. So we thought we'd just quickly come in and use NCAM in the Wilson Security V8 Supercar and look at the front brake setup again and what they're doing in there. So if we come in nice and close and take a look by lifting the car up off the ground and pulling the wheel off, we'll get an up-close shot of the front caliper. Okay, so we saw the guys in there with these big levers, and what they're doing is pushing those brake pads that are in there and pushing those pistons back inside the caliper. Obviously, they're wearing down, so they're squeezed up against the disc. We need to create some space for those new, thicker brake pads. We're going to see a lot of this happen today to keep the brake pedal feel, keep a nice solid feel, and look after the disc as well. There were some questions around the disc earlier in the week about their performance. I haven't seen anybody in pit lane change a disc in practice, and I'm not expecting anyone to do it. So it's all about keeping really, really good pads in those calipers, and we're going to see a lot more of that happen over the next few stints as everyone prepares for that last run to the finish.
RD, you've got 2 shots in the chamber here. PD's busting the race apart, and I reckon Lowndesy's got fuel over Coulthard in the next stop.
Yeah, maybe, but it's all a bit academic, Paul, if we're all going to end up in the rain in a few hours or whatever, so who knows, but at least we've got very good pace in the dry.
Adjustability is a big thing. A lot of guys complaining about push out there. Your cars look bang on. You've got plenty left in the reserve to tune it up later on.
We're pretty hooked up, but as I say, if it's a wet track, it'll be very different.
Oh, if it's a wet track, it's up to the drivers, and you've got 2 of the best there.
Yeah, I think we'll have a reasonable shout, but yeah, anything could happen. PD's in an outstanding job at the moment, keeping pace with the regular drivers at the moment, as usual.
Yeah, and Lowndesy's fuel's looking real good, so well done.
Just on that pace topic, to the second intermediate, which is down near Forest Elbow, there's nothing between Dumbrell, Coulthard and Lowndes. Barely a 1/10 of a second between them. So that's been really impressive. Van Gisbergen was just a little slower on that lap, and Tander, as I mentioned before, just doesn't quite have the pace, but he's got track position. He's in 5th at the moment. Oh, big cross-up moment and lock-up. That'll have hurt that front left tyre too. And the problem is, when all that's going on for Marcus, you've actually got to get the car stopped, because at the dipper, there's nowhere to go if you get it wrong.
1 lap left, I'm hearing, for Paul Dumbrell to tick his co-driver minimum component in this race. So verify that. He's in good shape, leading by 12.9 seconds over Fabian Coulthard and Craig Lowndes in this race. Van Gisbergen looks good as well.
Nice and straight to the box. You're in neutral, please.
Driver change. The Xbox One entry, Marcus Ambrose. It's more speed over agility down there at the moment, getting Marcus out of the car. Never looks too graceful. It's an interesting fact that you see Techno guys doing the fuel and the spike, and then you see the DJR Penske guys doing the tyres and also brake pad changes if needed. Approaching the halfway point of this race. And a good stint from Marcus Ambrose. They had that car sitting pretty inside the top 10. They've had good speed all weekend. The team just talk Scott Pye through the procedures until he gets to that line. He can release the pit lane limiter. And Penske trying to win the Daytona 500, Indy 500 and Bathurst 1000 all in the same year. What a year that will be for the captain. No hands. Steering it with the knee up Mountain Straight. And on the limiter for a bit too while he adjusts the belts. Don't try that one at home, kids. Through turn 2, Scott looks a picture of focus after making the top 10 shootout. There's been a great promotion in the lead up to this week with Xbox 2 as Frosty chills out. He looks very relaxed, yes. He's is going to be a busy boy later on. They have fallen all the way back down to 22nd position, which is essentially the last spot on the lead lap. So he'll need his rest. Oh, that car really nosing over on the right front. It's heavy, it's full of fuel. 112 litres of United E85. This is the spot where we saw Ambrose pinch that right front earlier. That tyre, if he did hurt it, is sitting somewhere in the garage right now, so it doesn't matter. They've emerged back in 20th. And they're behind 3 or 4 cars that have already made their 4th stop. Jones and Bright into the pits. The combination that has driven together for the most consecutive years are about to do a driver change. They've done a few of these over the last few years. Here we go.
It's a pairing that's been together for 5 years. Jason Bright steps out, Andrew Jones steps in, and we've seen some service as well as they do the brake pads here on car 8. Marcus Ambrose, who was perhaps expected to stay longer at the wheel of the 17 DJR Team Penske Ford, has been in. Scott Pye is back at the wheel. They are back in 20th place in that car.
Go. Confirm you have a pedal, please. Pump.
Big repair job by this team on the Dunlop Series car, which was involved in an incident earlier in the weekend. Steering with the knee. Scott Pye just making sure that everything's up tight.
Bit of a trick, isn't it, having to steer with your left knee, and then it was on the rev limiter while he was sorting the belts, and then it hung up on the rev limiter.
Right now they're in 18th spot. Take a look at them running up Mountain Straight. A couple of important updates filtering through here at the Super Cheap Auto Bathurst 1000. You can see the lead is 13.4 seconds now between Whincup and Fabian Coulthard. The reason those wets are on standby, we've seen a couple of reports, the 55 saying those clouds look dark at the top of the mountain, and Chris O'Toole very aware on the radio that rain could be coming. And a quick message also from Chaz Mostert. Great to hear from you, mate. Couldn't be happier to see Mark Winterbottom get his power back on. Get your mongrel on, legend, he says.
Okay, G3.
Tander in.
You'll get me out of the car, mate, so just loosen your belts, disconnect your cool suit, remember put your neutral, radio out.
Warren Luff on standby. There's a couple of nasty looking weather cells just to the west of here at the moment, and you can sense a drop in the light levels. And so they're gearing up accordingly in the pit lane in case. It's an imperfect science.
Just wait. Struggling with the pads. Struggling.
Yeah, front left corner, they're having a battle with those pads.
Keep going, push them back. Keep pushing.
So the fuel's now done, so the pad is the delay. They're still having problems.
Get them out.
Over a minute gone.
One of the reasons Greg made mention of the pad stop before with the graphic.
Get your pedal. Go. All clear. Make sure you got a pedal.
In the tech centre, but one of the reasons why they like to keep them fresh is the pads taper if you leave them in too long, and then they're harder to get out, and subsequently the new ones in. So you want to avoid them tapering. They get like a wedge look about them. So meantime, there's nobody blinking at the front of the field. Last lap for Dumbrell is like a machine at the moment, 2 minutes 7.7. He's got 15.4 seconds, despite the incredible pressure from behind at the moment. 2 minute 8.09 for Lowndes as Coulthard comes in. So they've responded at Freightliner. They've brought Coulthard in. Here he is. So that'll lift Van Gisbergen up to third.
Talked about the pace of the track before. There's a couple of good sectors popping up for different people.
No telemetry for Todd Kelly in the car sales Nissan Altima either.
The nod. They get those calipers back for the pad change at the front of the Freightliner Commodore.
There it is. Yeah, so that's the that little cell. The one that was on the right-hand side of the screen's the one that's actually got rain touching the ground.
5 seconds, 5 seconds.
Chris Clark.
Go, go, go. And confirm you have a pedal.
Who was the first of our competitors in the shootout yesterday, the 99 of James Moffat that he shares with Kaz Douglas.
On this lap, Greg, Dumbrell's just done the fastest split of the first sector in the race so far.
Just waiting on the fuel. Okay, you've got car 7 behind you.
Yeah, so there it is again. You can see there are 2 or 3 cells that are actually dumping water at the moment. So whether they do or don't arrive here, goodness knows. But that's what's going on around the environment here at the moment. So looking to the west and southwest out towards Orange, further out into central New South Wales, they're copping a little bit of weather, as they will be over the Blue Mountains on the other direction as well at the moment towards the east.
Lift on your belts, please. Disconnect your helmet out and cool suit. Change that driver light over for me, please. Adjust your bars and bias while you're going, mate. And there's your neutral here in the box. You got a good lead in here, mate.
Been a very, very impressive stint. A couple of stints here today by Paul Dumbrell, so he's ticked the requirement now as well, and they're doing all the tidy up stuff before he gets out, so that it's just a simple, straightforward process for Jamie Whincup to get in and get on with it.
Meantime, we're edging closer to that lap record of Mostert's as well. Scott Pye, 2:05, 2:07.55.
We've still got 21 seconds. Have a look around the squill here, front guys. Huey, just scrape any of that grass. There's a little grass on there. It's not too bad. Just check your route. 13 seconds. You can plug a gear, mate, when you want. There's nothing around the pit lane. As soon as you drop and go, so clear for now.
First
you have 3 seconds or thereabouts. Clear.
They've got it down nicely at Red Bull, haven't they? So that was very good. They did a tear off as well. So managing cool suit, helmet duck, pit speed, belts, lining up, car in neutral, hitting the spot, not spinning the wheels, making sure that the anti-roll bars are set in the right spot, the brake bars are set in the right spot, and then off you go. So Lowndes is now the race leader. That's a great recovery from where he qualified. Started the race in 15th position. Van Gisbergen and Russell Ingles in car number 22 in 3rd spot at the moment.
Now, just to confirm what we were talking about before, Paul Dumbrell has achieved his minimum required co-driver laps for Red Bull Racing and Car 1. So that is box ticked. And how's this for a piece of news? 201,400 people over the 4 days here. That's one of the highest crowds ever at the Super Cheap Auto Bathurst 1000. Put your hands together. That is an amazing effort, and shows the popularity of this race after a mega event in 2014. Huge.
So there's a few brollies popping up here. In readiness, potentially. So I'm still studying these times very carefully here at the moment. This is car number 62 in the top 10 now. So Aaron Russell at the wheel, in the top 10 at Mount Panorama, and that's an achievement in itself.
You guys are currently sitting in the top 10, about 5 or so laps before doing a driver change pit stop. But Drew, this is a sensational effort for your team.
Yeah, the race has gone pretty well so far. I think we're on a little bit different strategy to other people, but you know, we're just trucking on, trying to keep it straight and see where we end up in the end.
But hey, not many people can say they've sat in the top 10 at a Bathurst 1000.
Yeah, no, the guys said when I got out of the car before I was actually running 3rd. I was pretty happy with that.
Amazing stuff, but it's a few dark clouds out there, so things could get interesting.
Yeah, get a proper piss down just before I get in the car.
Well, good luck for the rest of the afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Fabs, you've just bolted out of 14 there, done a pretty pacey stint. The pace on the track, it's pretty consistent though.
Yeah, no, it's really, really good. It's been like this all weekend, so it's actually nice to drive, you know what I mean? You don't have to underdrive too much. You can sort of just attack the corners, and you know, you wouldn't have thought once upon a time we were doing times like that in the race, so it's pretty impressive.
Yeah, it is pretty impressive. PD doing a good job out there. Lowndesy was behind you, Giz, all pushing on pretty quickly. Lukey's back in the car, been doing a sensational job for you guys, but we're just talking about all these black clouds. It must be pretty daunting looking when you're driving up the hill and it's just dark, dark, dark.
Oh, it's really dark. It, you know, it's got a little bit of Homebush look about it, you know what I mean, last year. So it's definitely coming. It's just when.
Yeah, let's hope it doesn't get to Homebush style.
No, that'd be really bad.
Yeah, it's just a question. 83 laps to go. When will that rain play its part in the 2015 edition of the Great Race? Lowndes and Richards lead the way by 10.3 seconds from Van Gisbergen and Russell Ingall.
We thought it was going to happen. We thought that the weather would play its part. It certainly did yesterday for qualifying day. And it might just again. Here we go, down Conrod, fast part of the racetrack. And a couple of the co-drivers having at it. Laugh up the inside of Andy Jones. Just gave each other enough operating room down there. Riding on board now with Shane Van Gisbergen. He's 10.4 seconds off the back of Craig Lowndes. He's got the 21 in front of him. That's Macaulay Jones in his rookie season. One of 7 rookies making their debut at the mountain, including the Russell brothers, also the Supergirls, Jack LeBrock, and then Sebastian Bourdais. Feels wrong calling him a rookie. 4-time champ car winner. And I tell you what, you wouldn't write off Shane Van Gisbergen if the heavens opened. Oh my goodness me, we've had a big one on top of the mountain. Car 3. Oh, it's sitting in an awkward spot. It's Tim Blanchard at the wheel of the Lucas Dumbrell Motorsport Cool Drive car. They served a penalty earlier in the day, and he's hit the fence hard on top of the mountain at the moment, just near Sulman Park. And the Lexus safety car scrambles once again now. This will undoubtedly change the circumstances in terms of strategy once more. There's the look inside race control. Blanchard after a nasty crash last year. Let's listen in on the radio there. So many blind corners, relying on all the drivers to see the flags that our amazing marshals do such a great job with, and also the team radios. They were running on the lead lap earlier, and then they had that problem getting the drive-through penalty. And undoubtedly their day is done after making contact with the wall just on the approach towards McPhillamy, that last rise. And just confirming it is Blanchard at the wheel, and the safety car is out on the track.
Medical team are on circuit here at Mount Panorama. We're under Lexus safety car conditions as well. There's been a crash involving the Cool Drive entry of Tim Blanchard, who was just outside the top 20 when it happened on the approach to McPhillamy Park.
And they're reacting, Lowndes and Van Gisbergen immediately in. You can see them in the lane here as our well-drilled medical crew go to work up at the top of the mountain. That's car 5 in there as well. These are pictures from the crashed car. So this is Tim Blanchard hopping out. So fortunately he's in good shape. The car is not.
Looks like decent damage to car 3. Appreciative crowd here. The medical car takes Tim Blanchard, who's okay. He's been able to get out of this wreck at the top of the mountain. Car 3, look at the damage to car 3. The fans react. They show their appreciation for Tim.
It's going to take a little moment to rectify too, because look at the amount of damage. It's perched awkwardly. I reckon we're half a chance to get some weather any tick of the clock as well. I just ducked outside for a quick look towards the west and southwest. So Ingall in, Holdsworth in, McLaughlin, Rick Kelly, Aaron Russell, Michael Caruso. There's a pile of activity in the lane. So trying to make sure that 18 gets out in front of 33. Holdsworth over McLaughlin. Here's what happened to Tim Blanchard. And he's just dropped it in at the metal grate there, rubbed up against the wall, and then there'll be a secondary hit further to the right there. And that's broken the right rear corner of the car, plucked the front right out of it as well. And that's the secondary contact in the background there. So the first one, the one that did the damage, is this one, bang. So he's got wide up at metal grate. And then after that, it would have been damaged, wouldn't have been able to steer. He's in the dirty part of the racetrack and he's ended up against the wall. There's great side intrusion protection on these cars, a big carbon panel to the right there, and the cage work that's there is also structurally arranged in a way that looks after the drivers. But he'll be extremely disappointed, and they've put a big effort in this season at that team, and they've bumped their performance substantially this year. But unfortunately, it's going to take a little moment to just clean this up.
Feel for his co-driver in Carl Reindler as well, Neil. He's got a 100% finishing record in the great race until today. So some pit work for the Harvey Norman Supergirls, car 200. Simona Di Silvestro looks like she stayed at the wheel of that car. Under safety car at the mountain after an incident at the top, but it's good to know that Tim Blanchard is out and okay.
Strategy twisting, and we know how good Red Bull Racing are at dealing with these situations. As a result, they've got Whincup and Richards first and second for car 1 and car 888. And the good news here is that Tim Blanchard is out of that car after a nasty hit with the wall. Again, you just make one tiny graze and it can lead to a secondary hit. Not too dissimilar to what happened with Chaz Mostert, just one small moment leading to a much bigger one. Blanchard, not the first to crash through that part of Bathurst, probably won't be the last. And heavy damage sustained to the right-hand side of the Cool Drive car. Coincidentally, that's Carl Reindler's first ever DNF here at Bathurst. He's finished every time that he started the race, so that's a bit sad. Most starts finishing the race in the field, that's actually Alex Davison. He's finished the race all 11 times that he's competed in it, which is a very handy record for Alex. Here it is once again. So just gets out wide, clips the Shannon sign once, and from there, he hasn't got much say in it. Massive speed into the fence and right in front of the championship leader. That could have been a championship-changing moment with Steve Owen. Now just watch, because it looked like the rear wing bounced off this car, and at first glance I thought that the number 5 hit it. It's just gone behind it. Oh man, another second back on the road, Steve Owen would have run over that rear wing. That was very close. Now here's Shane Van Gisbergen's car in the hands of Jono Webb. Oh, and that's a bit tight. Luke Yulden sneaking past under yellow flag conditions and then redressing the problem. Just another talking point to add to the race. We're halfway home in the great race for 2015. Everyone's on slick tyres and the rain is looming. Lexus RCF safety car at the front of the field. Red Bull Racing Australia, neither car starting towards the front of the field, although Whincup did make the top 10 shootout. But after that, they've managed to wrestle the lead with pure nous as we load Blanchard's car up onto the flatbed truck.
Lucas Dumbrell Motorsport have a busy time coming up. It's only a short gap between the Bathurst 1000 and Gold Coast, so look at the damage to that car there and putting it onto the flatbed now at the top of the mountain. We've just had a quick message from a wannabe commentator on social media in Orange, handle @ChazMozzie. Pumped that you guys are mentioning what I'm up to, but I can tell you that you might need some ponchos. We had a shower here half an hour ago in Orange. Watch out, rain is coming. And it doesn't take Einstein, I'm no weather guru, but look at it there. Thank you though, Chaz.
Guard off the tyre, please. Pull that guard off the tyre, make sure it's not rubbing anywhere.
So some busy work here in the pit lane. We are still under Lexus safety car conditions after an incident at the top of the hill for Tim Blanchard. You can hear the radio there for Macaulay Jones. Car 21 rejoins in 21st. We're just looking at this incident once again for Blanchard at the top.
Yeah, just ran too wide down there in the metal grate just after Reed Park. Hits the wall, and then around the corner there's a secondary impact, and that finishes the car off. And that's the second whack you can see in the background there. Just as all that was going on, Scott Pike got the new fastest lap of the race as well, 2 minutes 7.5. And this was an interesting question because that was the safety car line that we just saw go under Shane's car, and I think Luke Youlden went by after the safety car line, so you have to redress that, or that'll be something that gets discussed. No, he has tucked in behind again, so that little white line that's on the road is the reference. With the safety car out and deployed, then yeah, he sort of woke up to it, but took a little while just to tidy it all up. But they were racing to the line, and then he has to let Shane van Gisbergen go by.
So everyone's bunched up here at the moment, and we'll hopefully get a resumption of racing, but some weather is on the way at the mountain. Don't leave us, whatever you do.
Just with this safety car moment, one or two teams towards the back taking this opportunity to work on their cars, particularly cars 200 and 222. That's the advantage. It's almost a free kick here at this point, as the Harvey Norman Supergirls are on the front straight. The rest of the snake is on top of the mountain, so they'll catch up to the back of the pack here. Obviously, many laps down. 38 laps off the pace after a moment for Renee Gracie. If you've just made your way to the telly, we are currently halfway through the great race, and we've had a few incidents already. David Wall out with engine dramas, and Pedersen and Andre Heimgartner, the 111 Super Black car, they're out. They got turned into the fence by Carl Reindler. Carl served a penalty for that one. Renee Gracie, who's now back in the car after replacing Simona Di Silvestro. She had a bit of a moment earlier, slipping on fluids from David Wall's Volvo. And a great job by the Pro Drive team to get her back out onto the track with Simona. So Simona has been in that car and completed her first laps as a rookie. She's the 2010 Indy 500 Rookie of the Year. Slow pace, isn't it? Behind the RCF safety car. Jamie Whincup back in this car, and the news here is that Paul Dumbrell has completed the minimum laps that he needs to complete. So if they wanted to, he could try and get it home from here, as long as he doesn't serve longer than 3.5 hours in the car. Which might be a talking point. It's a long way home yet. Still a good 500 kilometres of running. Safety car light's still on, by the way, as you can see ahead of us. Red Bull Racing 1-2. A 888 built car in third in the hands of the team boss at Techno, Jono Webb. Luke Youlden's been doing a good job so far. How will he fare in the rain? Doesn't get a lot of driving in dry conditions, to be honest, let alone wet weather. Dean Cantor at the press conference said rain wouldn't worry him at all. And then Scott Pye, who just hit the fastest lap of the race prior to that safety car and has 4 co-drivers ahead of him. Keep an eye on the Xbox car when we get back to racing.
Xbox car has certainly shown some good pace so far today. Scott Pye is 6th in the queue and had set the fastest lap of the race so far just prior to this safety car, a 2:07.55. So just keep an eye on those guys, Ambrose and Pye. Decent hit at the top of the mountain for Tim Blanchard. It's a real shame for those guys. He and Carl Reindler to work away at the Sandown 500 and get that top 10 finish was a brilliant performance. Still the 222 car for LD Motorsport out there. Nick Percat at the wheel in 22nd position. So still 500 Ks of racing to come at the mountain. It's been a big few hours here, so much has unfolded, and look at that in the background. What is to come in the Super Cheap Auto Bathurst 1000?
So you've gone quite stiff on the rear margin, mate. Is that just forward?
Called Umbrella.
I'm going to run into that out the start because I'm going to be behind other cars. So I'm going to be in a bit of dirty air, which usually gives us hundreds here. So just trying to balance it out a bit. No problem. In fact, I'm happy for you to leave it there and then just start increasing the front as the balance comes back to normal. Go for a stiff level car.
Paul Umbrell just climbed out a few laps ago, let J-Dub get in. He's at the head of the field. Got a few co-drivers behind him too, so he's probably going to extend away. But, mate, what a great few stints you've done. You've done your minimum 54, but you're still in the souk, so I think, by the sounds of it, you might have to climb back in and give the old boy a bit of a rest.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Wet weather, Chinlet's the main drivers do all the hard work, and we go for latte out the back, don't we?
You might go disappear in a minute and just not come back.
Yeah, no, absolutely. No, the car's been really good all day, so hopefully, a dry weather car transforms into a good wet weather car. Generally they do, as you well know. Usually it's the other way around. When you don't have a good car in the dry, you're hoping for it turning into a weapon in the wet. But no, hey, the car's strong. It's looking after its tyres. I think it's going to be a fairly touch and go race towards the end.
I think you are absolutely right. Anyway, great job, buddy.
Thanks, Murph. Cheers.
Carl Reinler really disappointing after such a strong showing at Sandown, but the important thing is that Tim Blanchard is okay.
Yeah, first things first, we've heard from Tim, he's a bit shaken. It was a big hit, but yeah, incredibly disappointing. I've had a good record here at Bathurst personally. I've finished until now everyone I've started, so disappointed in that regard, but mostly disappointed for the boys. You know, the same old story, long hours. Yeah, they put a lot of effort into it. Didn't start out the greatest. We ended up with a drive-through penalty for what I think was probably a bit harsh. Cool suit failure in my stint as well, but we're just trucking along, and then obviously weather on the way, which would have been exciting to be part of. So it's going to be an exciting race to watch, but I wish I was out there.
We look forward to seeing you at the Gold Coast.
Yeah, thanks, Rihanna.
Well, people sharing on socials some little sprinkles of rain and photos in pit lane, so we'll just... doesn't look too bad as we look out there at the moment. We'll keep an eye on that.
While it is dry, though, because of the cloud cover and the way in which the track's rubbering up, which you can see from some of these overhead shots, the track will be quick. Though most of them have got pretty heavy fuel now as well, but they've got fresh tyres. This is going to be pretty intense. It'll be Whincup, Richards, Webb, Youlden, Canto, Pye, Ingle, Bourdais, Prema, Russell. So Whincup should be in pretty good shape here as a regular. He's got control of the field. This is his day job. He does it all championship season, so he knows how to manage these restarts.
Happy Bathurst Day is about to become a busy Bathurst Day. Controls the field. We're only just over half race distance. Some exciting stuff to come. Some challenging stuff to come. He resumes, gets a good jump on the 888 and puts a car length or two between Whincup and Stephen Richards.
This is the beauty of the Red Bull Racing Australia strategy, having such a fast co-driver in Paul Dumbrell. From this phase of the race, assuming he doesn't exceed maximum driving time for Whincup, he's in a position to be out there in amongst the co-drivers. They had flexibility in that regard, so it's just watching this little battle here for third placing as Youlden has a look at where this is certainly a strategic advantage for them to be able to go into a phase of the race now where there's potentially weather coming, where you need every last little bit of experience that you've got and pace that you've generated through the year to be able to apply when things are going to get tricky. Stephen Richards, a lot of mileage as well, Carrera Cup. Great success here over the years, not just wins, but also consistent fast runs.
And 14 looks fast in the hands of Luke Youlden.
Oh, that was close. Actually, Luke was frighteningly close to that wall then at Metal Grade. I reckon that will have just given him a little spook for a moment there. Tyres are cooler, so you're not going to get absolute race pace and grip out of the car on this restart lap.
Under brakes of the dipper. Look, the margin already 1.6 seconds as they head on to Conrod Straight. Sebastian Bourdais back at the wheel of the 18 in 8th position.
With the margin.
That's the result of a little hard start Neil was talking about before. Look at the distance now between Jonathan Webb in 3rd in car 97 and Luke Youlden in 4th place. 23 Prix recovering from that incident before. Dean Fiore is back at the wheel of the Nissan Altima in 16th spot. We jump aboard the second of the HRT Commodores, the 22, Russell Ingall. 7th position.
Here's the replay of us for a moment ago. Have a look how close Luke Youlden got to that Shannon signage up on the concrete wall there, right up against it. Here it is from onboard. He's in the dirty air of the Techno car, and he ran very high and wide there. Probably ended up wandering further wide than he thought he was going to. It's on here as well. A couple of the Nissans in inter-team combat. Alex Buncombe's in car number 7, and he's just put a move there on Taz Douglas in James Moffat's car. On the subject of James, yesterday I made mention of the fact we said g'day to colleagues and friends of ours who, we've got a lot of people watching around the world, obviously. We were saying hello to folks from Russia, saying g'day to someone in the US. James Small, engineer who was with Ford Performance Racing, as it was known then. He's watching us in the States at the moment, and he was typically in the bunker here for many years trying to work out the very complex strategy. So James and many others watching in the States. G'day.
Hey, the fight really here is you've got to be in front of the 17 at the end of the race, and at the moment you are. So the field's been reset, but for you guys to win this race, you've got to have boom position over next door. So Webby can do this. He can hang on here. What do you reckon?
Well, that's the plan. You've stated the obvious there. Yeah, there's still a long way to go. Cliche, I know, but there is. We have got to maintain that position. We've been running at the front of the pack all day, so, you know, at the moment we've got first call, and we'll see how we go.
Yeah, that's hugely important. I think the other trump card, if this rain comes, you can put the gears in and just bust this thing apart. You must be looking forward to that rain.
If it was that predictable, yes, I would be.
It's coming, so get ready.
Thank you.
So what Paul Morris is alluding to there is that at Techno Autosports and at Dick Johnson Racing Team Penske, they share a pit boom as single car teams. So, and the clue there, Rob Starr just doing a temperature check for the Holden Racing Team. He's been with them since way back in 1990. Vastly experienced engineer. So checking the air initially, and then the track temp, and then recording that data for the debrief next week of the Holden Racing Team. He was Brad Jones and my mechanic at the Holden Racing Team back in the Stone Age. I was trying to think of a nicer way of saying it, but it was the Stone Age.
He was tuned into Crompo FM there too, I think, wasn't he? Yeah, so the thing that is important there, and Steve Hallam gave us the clue, is that he's got the call on priority for access to the pit boom, and that'll be based on track position. So Paul Morris was saying, you know, you want to make sure that you stay in front of the 17, because otherwise clearly whoever's got track position's got the call. So at the moment it's important for 97, and that's what Paul's point was, to be in front of 17. So that's Van Gisbergen over Pye. So Jono Webb, we believe 7 laps should enable him to hit the marker of minimum laps required by a co-driver in this one. He's in 3rd at the moment in this race. And Steve Hallam, who you heard from there a moment ago with Paul Morris, enormously experienced. Worked for Michael Waltrips in NASCAR, Formula One, of course, and wonderful in recent years to have him as a part of V8 Supercar Racing. Back with Alex Premer here. We were worried after the dramas to the car 34, the sister Volvo of David Walls, which went out on lap 15. We were worried, would there be any issues for this one? So far, no dramas. Premer is in 9th position. Ingall in the tow. Battle here, Scott Pye and Dean Canto.
So everybody's keeping one eye on the racetrack and one eye on the monitors at the moment, but trying to figure out what's going to happen with the weather. And look at this for intensity. 3 of the Nissan Altimas absolutely locked together. David Russell, Alex Buncombe, Dean Fiore. 1, 2 and 3 there on screen.
well. We're keeping an eye on Russell Ingall and Warren Luff there before the 2 HRT entries. Luff has been able to clear Alex Premer. So Warren Luff into 9th place now. Both the HRT Commodores are in the top 9. This is busy here. 222 of Nick Percat is in 22nd position. He's looming in the mirrors of Steve Owen. And that's the championship leader's car, the car he shares with Mark Winterbottom. That's the pairing that won the Sandown 500. Drew Russell holding his own in the 62 in front of them. The Plus Fitness Commodore. Here's Owen.
Strategically, they've managed to stay on the lead lap, and they also, just the way the cards fell with that last safety car intervention, remember they were in the foreground just getting topped up with fuel. That was good for them. So that'll give them a little advantage a little bit later. He's down in 19th at the moment. This is car number 22. Russell Ingall's at the helm here at the moment. He's 7th. He's in behind Dean Canto, and he's got Sebastian Bourdais behind him. Weather, which is a big talking point, is different at ground level at the moment than it is further up in the atmosphere. So I can see the trees just by our commentary box here are just starting to show signs of getting pushed around at the moment, a bit blustery. But up at 5,000 feet, the wind is between 40 and 50 kilometres an hour, so it's pushing the weather quite quickly from the west-southwest, and you can see that it's now starting to have a ground effect as well. When you see that here at Mount Panorama, that's when you need to go on alert. Now, everyone wants it to be pinpoint accuracy as to when it's going to happen and if it's going to happen. It's impossible to be able to say that because it's very localised, literally paddock by paddock. But the minute you see that, if we're outside at the moment, you feel that freshness in the air. That's when you've got to be very, very mindful of weather conditions here.
You okay for a ride home tonight?
I'll get there. And the smart play for many of the teams, and they do this, is they have people up the top. I mean, there's nothing like eyeballing it, actually knowing precisely what's going on, even having people positioned further to the west or southwest. It's not so much that you can guarantee that it's going to rain, it's to just get you on your toes to start thinking about what your strategy options are. And for some people, they're getting tantalisingly close to the notion of being able to tick the box for their co-drivers. Here we are on board in car number 17, Xbox Racing Ford Falcon, Scott Pye. He's behind Yulden in front of Canto. That's the Freightliner entry just in front there at the moment.
We talked before about how close Luke went to the wall after the restart. And just the way that may have given him a little hard starter. He's dropped back into the clutches of Pye here. And you can see that Jonathan Webb has some space up in front. Webb's in 3rd. You ride with Scott Pye in 5th in this race at present.
They are looking pretty relaxed at Dick Johnson Racing Team Penske at the moment.
Marcus Ambrose back for the first time since 2005. He is ready, he is waiting. Whincup leading the way by 3.9 seconds from Stephen Richards and Jonathan Webb in the Super Cheap Auto Bathurst 1000.
Real air of anticipation around Mount Panorama right now. Weather is looming. How does Marcus Ambrose feel about that? That's the thing about being a NASCAR racer. You don't do a lot of wet weather running. His return to V8 Supercars at Homebush last year, well, that was a fairly wet affair. It poured down. And still, the flags up on Skyline continue to really be pushed around. So it's coming, it's just a matter of when and how much. Yesterday it was a lot. Meanwhile in the race, it's still Whincup opening up that lead. And good 0.8 of a second quicker than Stephen Richards on that last lap. So he's pushing, he's opening up a nice gap, 4.5 seconds. Jonathan Webb, they'll be trying to get his laps done in case it rains, not because he's bad in the wet, but why would you not want Shane Van Gisbergen in the car when inclement weather hits the mountain? Same goes with Luke Youlden and Fabian Coulthard. Coulthard pretty handy in the rain. David Reynolds said that yesterday was his first ever lap around here in wet conditions. Pretty impressive that he should go and put it on pole position. Bourdais still hanging on to a spot inside the top 10, and in doing so is our leading Frenchman. And also our leading European driver. Listen to these things down Conrad. We haven't had a European driver win here since Ricard Rydell, 1998, sharing a Volvo. It's also Volvo's last win at the mountain. But Tremor and McLaughlin, after leading early on, have been relegated back to 10th. And for the last hour and so, it's been all about Red Bull Racing Australia. Paul Dumbrell with a great drive. They completed his laps early. He doesn't have to get back in. Maybe if Jamie Whincup can't get the race done in 3.5 hours' time. We'll endeavour to explain those scenarios for you throughout the day. But with PD's speed, it shouldn't matter that much. With rain looming, there's a lot to play out.
So you can see people turning their palms up, and they're not doing it saying what? They're saying, it's raining. So get ready. There's going to be more action at Mount Panorama. Look at the visibility. It's diminishing. Mark Dutton just handed authority to Jamie Whincup. You make the call. At race control, the race director, Tim Schenken, has reconfirmed that the race has been declared wet from the start. There we are at Cam's race control, meaning that he doesn't need to actually give them the cue, because there was an alteration to the rules at a point during the year after a team used wet tyres on a dry track to protect their wets for the next day's racing. So the teams can jump onto the wet if they want to, and the best qualified people to do that, to make that judgment call at the moment, are sitting in the race cars.
Less than 72 laps to go. Scott Pye finding a way around Luke Youlden in the last lap there. You can see Youlden. And then back to Dean Canto, Russell Ingall. Bourdais is 8th, Luff and Prema there, rounding out the 10. So lots of umbrellas going up at the top of the mountain. People have been turning their hands up, reconfirming the track is declared wet.
Yeah, there you go. So, what have we got? 2:36 local time. So it's a little bit later than we thought, but it has arrived on the scene. Scott Pye puts a move on Luke Youlden up the inside at turn 2. Nice job.
And Crompo just been handed a note by Chad Nailon. Here we have a new race lap record to Jamie Whincup, 2:07.355.
Yeah, he did that a few laps ago. So I said before, with the cool conditions and the cloud cover and a dry track, he'll be speedy. So he's taken full advantage of that ideal clear air that he's got. Whew. Big moment there for car number 9. So the Erebus Motorsport Penrite entry currently being piloted by Will Davison out in the grass on the exit at McPhillamy. Oh dear, it's dark and black out there at the moment as you look towards the west and southwest. Now, the other thing that's handy here is that there won't be a driver change if they do decide to come in and do need wets in the case of Whincup. And at the moment, a driver change would take longer than the fuel for most people, because it's not that long ago from that last safety car, which was lap 80, 10 laps ago, that they had an opportunity to refuel. So you'll find that the stumbling in and out of the car actually takes longer than squirting the fuel in at the moment. So those that have got to go through the driver change process, which they would like to do in many cases, provided they can, to get on the wets and get the co-driver out if they've ticked off the minimum number of 54 laps. Some have, some haven't. They've got that luxury at car number 1. They're about to do it in car number 888. So Stephen Richards got 52 laps against his name. He needs another 2. So they need to stretch this somehow. Jonathan Webb's got 52. Russell Ingall's done 46. He might be stuck out there. Luke Youlden's done 51. Sebastian Bourdais safely able to get out. He's done 54. So the reason I'm making reference to this is it allows them to get their primary drivers back in. We're not casting a shadow on the co-drivers, but the primary drivers do a lot of this. They eat, sleep and breathe these cars. They've already done 24 races in the V8 Supercar Championship, and in many cases they've been at it for years. Now, there's a bit of pressure on here for Jonathan Webb because Pi is absolutely scorching quick at the moment. So watch this. Jonathan just looks to cover down the inside to the final corner, but he's going to force the issue on the filthy side of the road. Nice job, Scott Pi. And that's another position. So he moves up to third.
And that is significant in terms of the pit priority that Steve Hallam talked about before.
Yep.
That effectively would give the Xbox guys pit priority. Rain starting to fall. Ambrose, just to your point before about what the co-drivers have done, Ambrose, we believe, only done 39 laps, so he's not at the minimum yet in terms of what the co-drivers need to do for this race.
So, shocking conditions. The call is with Jamie at the moment. When it reaches a point, he'll call it. So look at this. It's on here between these two guys. They're fighting for supremacy in the pit lane. The problem is they don't need to make it a fight to the death and one of them end up or both in the wall. It's a long, long day. Dunlop wets at the ready. They've got plenty of them on hand. It's a classic cave-in of the weather, spring weather at Mount Panorama. Now, there are engineers on the radio saying, can you just go around and do one more lap? Now, over the years, the request to do just one more lap has often been an absolute disaster strategically. If it really unloads, you cannot drive one of these cars on a slick tyre on a wet racetrack.
Marcus Ambrose, just beneath our position in the commentary box, is in the lane and on standby for the 17. Feel for the fans in the grandstands just opposite us. They've got ponchos on, umbrellas up, trying to keep warm, trying to keep dry.
Stephen Richards got 53 laps against his name. We're looking here at car number 14. So that's Luke Gilden. He's got 52 laps. They need to try and stretch it.
Is it too wet?
Because they don't want to stop twice. They don't want to stop for the wets and then have to stop for a driver change. So it's a classic knife edge. Nothing's easy at Mount Panorama.
It's not real bad. If it's going to blow over, we'll be all right. But if it's going to settle in, we're in trouble. Could you do one more lap, mate? Could you do one more lap? Is it too wet to do one more lap? No, you box.
That's Jeff Slater.
Yeah, copy that, box.
So, and they might be reacting to what they're doing next door in the Xbox. Oh, there's a positional change here. So they're going to give him priority. He'll struggle to stop. He's off the road. I can see that one coming. And if he rotates this or drops it in the sand, it's game over. He just skates out the other side, Jonathan Webb.
I couldn't get past him.
You cannot take risks on a slick tyre on a wet track.
Okay, so box this lap, mate. Box this lap. We'll pass them on the track.
Sometimes you've got to sacrifice engineering perfection and play reality. Yes, it'd be nice for all the numbers to line up, but sometimes it just does not happen. So Whincup has stayed out. That's a big gamble. 888's in. That puts car number 888 on wets, and Richo's just completed his minimum. So there's car one up at the cutting. This is where Jamie came undone last year. Not in the race, but early in the weekend. He's tippy-toeing around. He's got the call. He can see over the top of the hill and down the other side. Look at the congestion in the lane. Watch out for awkward pit releases. Out comes 888. Out comes 14, out comes 17. Watch for the number 23 Nissan. It was about to tangle with a Volvo. Stacking here for 47, D'Alberto and Slade. If they hadn't got those cars off those slicks, and it does bucket, you'll have Carmageddon at the top of this mountain.
Watching Whincup in action here.
What's happening, brother? Are you in? Are you in?
It's not go. There's nothing more coming. We're better off staying out.
Wow, they're gambling. They reckon there's nothing more coming.
It's your call. Everyone else is on wet.
They're saying it's your call. So if he's gambled right, if he's guessed the lotto, then he's a stop-up.
No, my call is stay out.
Because they'll have to go back. Well, they've got to get through their 7 anyway, but they'll have to get off their wets if it dries out.
No option, mate. No risk, no option in this lap.
No, he's in. He's in. Okay. Wow. I'm starting to sweat up, and it's not my car.
A few of them looked like they were skating on the entry road before when they all came in bunched up like that. Listen to the car.
Copy that. Car in pit lane for win.
We're just going to put tyres and fuel on and passenger.
Had that worked, I was trying to juggle numbers and talk to Oscar, our engineer in here, that potentially could have put him a lap up. It is absolutely unloaded here on pit straight. It is hammering down as car number 2 comes in. So that's what they were playing. That's what Jamie and Red Bull Racing Australia were playing for.
Front of the car's clear, gents. Easy with the wheels.
You dip your hat to the control,
Your clock's not going, mate.
the professionalism and the measure of Whincup in those conditions.
But you're clear to go. Full gear. There's not much happening, mate. You're clear to go.
Not much happening is a relative term.
Right, pick up.
The reason he crept into the lane, wet concrete, slick tyre, equals skate straight through the box. You have to literally crawl in.
Guys, that was a really tough call for Jamie Whincup. You could see that he was not so keen to come in, but the call was made in the end. It has stopped raining down here in pit lane. I don't know if any more is going to arrive. It's very, very clear off to the west, Cromley, and it has absolutely stopped raining here. There's still dry patches on the ground. So, it's going to be very tight. But as you said, everybody else has been in the lane. Everyone is now on wets. So it's been resettled and everyone has evened out. So it could have been genius, but we won't know that one now.
Yeah, well, status quo. So this was that intense battle for track position, which ultimately gave pit boom position in an incredible exchange between the Techno Autosports entry, car number 97, Van Gisbergen and Jonathan Webb, and that will just have ingested a pile of dirt and garbage. One of the things that's interesting, and I looked at a lot of them being changed yesterday after they've done a couple of days here, the radiators in the car, all the leading edge of the vanes on the front of them all get pummeled. And at the end of this race, these cars will actually be starving in terms of air efficiency in that regard for cooling. And that's the onboard replay. Jonathan Webb couldn't get it stopped. No surprise. He was lucky to catch that one.
Scott Pye, you needed one critical pass so far today, and it was to get by Jonathan Webb for pit priority.
Yeah, that whole stint was unreal. That was the most fun I've had in a race car in a long time. I mean, I was cheering on the radio every time I made a move, and yeah, I can't believe it. It was so much fun, and yeah, I had a good little battle with Webby there. He tried to balls around the outside and just went that bit too far, and I managed to get him back. But that was critical. I knew that was our race, and I told the boys when we were P7 that I was gunning for Webby, and we had to get them because this rain was coming. We knew that, and it was unreal, man. I've got out and buzzing now, and I can't wait to get back in the car.
I know you're happy, but I saw you holding your hand up to Webby as you walked past his car.
Yeah, I was just having a bit of a laugh, like, hey, man, we had a crack. But yeah, I got a high five from Shane as well when we came in. It's all good fun, but yeah, obviously their race is a lot tougher now. Ours is easy with that move, and that's what it was about. I had to just rag the wheels off the thing, and like I said, most fun I've had in a long time.
Good job.
Thanks, cheers.
Scott Pye, you could tell that his demeanour is pretty happy with that stint, and the workmanship was great. Well done. So Jamie Whincup in control. Now, does it dry out? We got another shower. Is there going to be a bigger storm? All the questions, all the typical Bathurst questions. Ooh, tippy-toeing and almost off the road there for car number 2. So Tander just about ran out of space there. He got away with it though. Will Davis and his former teammates up on the inside at the last corner. It's wetter on the inside of the road, as you can see. Marcus Ambrose, I've got no idea the last time he would have driven a V8 supercar in the wet. That's a stat for the Boffins. Homebush last year, yes. Yeah, all of a sudden everyone around me's lit up with Sydney last year. I'll rephrase, last time he did it in the wet at Bathurst. So that'll be the point that I was getting to with him is, no thanks, not up there, is that he will not be enjoying, there's a return of serve and another. So Garth Tander and Dean Fiore, and that's Garth exercising quite a few years of experience there with a little bit of Morse code to say, if you want to play that game, I'm very capable of handing the same back.
Damage to the bonnet there of car 2, but he's clear. He's moved by Dean Fiore, and that is for 10th position. Let's look at this again. And a run up Mountain Straight, more than 1,000 metres to climb, 260 k's an hour.
Yeah, that's naughty. There's an overlap there. So, and that Garth will have seen red. So there you go. And just for good measure, get that into you. We're hearing that there could be an engine problem with car 1. Just
copy that, mate.
So there was a radio message. I missed it. But something, there's something, a message just came out of car 1 a moment ago. What is the message? Sounds okay.
Engine power is mirroring the throttle setting on the dash, but not the pedal position.
Yes, mate, we know it's a sensor issue, we can see that, but thank you for saying the throttle's good. We're just seeing what we can do about it. You're doing a great job out there, mate. Gap to Lounsey behind is 22 seconds.
Mark Dutton on the radio there, and you know the gap.
So Luke Gilden in the Freightliner entry sharing with Fabian Coulthard wasn't able to do that driver change because he hadn't reached that driver minimum. So the contenders out there at the moment, and you've really got to be on your toes to keep an eye on who's in the car. It's Whincup, Lowndes, Yulden, Reynolds, Ambrose, Ingle, Holdsworth, McLaughlin. Here's Bright. He's down in 15th. Oh, that track is ordinary at the moment, isn't it? Todd Kelly's in car number 7 at the moment. And it's Dale Wood in car number 21.
Car sales Nissan got out on the white line there on the approach to Murray's. Oh, the 21 gets sideways off turn 1 and almost into its stablemate, car 8. So Wood is in 21st position. Wow.
Fellas, just had a quick word to Mark Dutton about that issue that they're talking about for car 1, and it's a throttle position sensor. You can see on the data, on the telemetry that's up on the screen there, it's very inconsistent. It's not a flat line at 100% as we would expect. So he's getting a 100% throttle, but the engine doesn't think it is at the moment. So we will keep a close eye on it. It is continuing on at the moment, that issue.
Which raises the question, is it impacting performance? And it's a bit hard to tell on a track like this at the moment. And will it also impact fuel efficiency? Still got a lead. It's a good lead too, 23 seconds. And here's what happened to Dale. He sat it up on that painted red and white concrete curb and almost took out his teammate in the process. When I say he sat it up there, it wouldn't have been intentional, just running out of grip, and Bright was well aware of it and almost jumped off the road to avoid.
The 22 here, this is Russell Ingall chasing Marcus Ambrose, former teammates back in the Stone Brothers days. Oh, on the entry to the chase, Ambrose gets loose in the wet conditions. Ingall eases up the inside, or tries to, in the 22.
So Russell might get a cleaner exit here. Clearly Marcus is having a bit of a scramble. Looks down the inside, but that's wetter on the inside. Goes back another gear. That'll be one of those that when they sit around and have a beer one day. Remember that time that we were going in the chase and my thing nearly jumped over to another postcode? Yeah, I remember that. I'm glad it was you and not me.
Jack Perkins with the helmet on in the background there. That's James Courtney. Will we see James for the Castrol Gold Coast 600? We hope so. You could tell even in some of the interviews before.
Go and get him.
That rib injury must still be giving him some grief.
This is hard for these guys who are not regularly in the cars in these conditions. A problem here for Bright. He slipped off at the final corner. Alan Grice attacked the track once in qualifying from that direction. He deliberately drove down there, did a flick spin, and then came back from Main Street Bathurst to see whether he could get up pit straight faster. But in that instance, Jason Bright wouldn't have intended to want to be down there at all. Here.
Keeping to point out, sorry, Neil, that's Lee Holdsworth ahead of Russell there. So there's been a position change there. Leader 6th, Marcus Ambrose in 5th, Russell is 7th.
a little bit of that will just be exposure in the cars. And when you're a visitor, as Russell is at the moment, it also comes just a little bit of additional caution because you don't want to bunker the thing. And sometimes even just the tiniest little setting variation in the car can make a difference too. Maybe a pound here or there in tyre pressures or something else you've got in the car. And one will be really at ease. He's about to drop another spot by the look of it here as well.
Okay, Frank, we just had a quick visual of 7. That looks like it is an issue, but we just wait for you to confirm. I'll let you know.
Scott McLaughlin, who's just trying to nose down the inside there with the Volvo.
Now, race director Tim Schenken talking about an issue to do with the 7 of Todd Kelly, the car sales entry potentially.
McLaughlin's car was skating all the way through the kink there. So he was right at the grip limit in the Volvo. So the focus at race control is on car 7, Todd Kelly. Jason Bright on the outside of him here at the moment, so Jason's gone through the paddock. Oh, I see what the question mark was. It was on the, just a little bit of the fascia on the rear bumper has folded backwards. It looks worse than it is. The bumper, I think, is intact. So there it is on the right rear corner, and that's Jason going off. Oh, I'll tell you what, that flick spin nearly popped him into the gravel down there.
Not a lot of road left. 55 crests the hill. David Reynolds is third. And you can see the gap back to Luke Youlden. Here's Lee Holdsworth. He's on a move in these conditions, Lee Holdsworth. He's reveling. Holdsworth moves ahead.
Jonathan Webb, you did everything humanly possible to keep Scotty Pye behind you, but just wasn't meant to be.
No, I mean, it was a little bit frustrating. The car just wasn't quick enough. I could see him coming, and I knew we had exactly that issue, and I made a small mistake, and he got past me. So I was pretty disappointed, pretty angry with myself, and the rain was there about two corners later. So pushed hard, tried a few things to get past him early on in the lap, and then I saw a bit of a gap at the end there. Didn't quite pull up at the last minute, but I was actually heading for the wall pretty quickly, so I was glad that I ended up there.
The tough thing is you've got one lap left on your co-driver lap, so you've got to get back in the car at some point. So we'll see you back out there at some stage.
Yeah, I'll go and have another go.
Thanks, Jono.
Thanks, guys.
That issue we had the report on before for Jamie Whincup, the one we're keeping an eye on. He's been able to gap, I think, in the order of about 8 seconds on Craig Lowndes since that last pit stop, since we came on or brought on the wet tyres. So Whincup's advantage is 28 seconds over Craig Lowndes at the moment in this race, and that bodywork's still an issue.
Yeah, that's what Tim Schenken, race director, was looking at there before. The bumper itself is secure. That little bit of fascia that wraps around the corner is not... It's not going to fall off because it hasn't torn, but that'll be causing a little bit of concern in there at race control.
Kelly's currently in 17th position. His teammate James Moffat ahead of him. We go back to Lee Holdsworth here because he's been making ground. This is now on Luke Youlden. Youlden is currently in 4th place in the 14. We'll just see if he gets this done at the final turn, because look at the ground he's already put. The space is already put on Marcus Ambrose. So, Murph, as we go to you, we'll keep an eye on that battle because there's lots happening on track. As you can appreciate, Ambrose has lost the spot to the 33 here. McLaughlin moves ahead up into 6th place now.
Yeah, she's action aplenty on the track. Just quickly, I'll try and annoy Adrian Burgess. Made 3 cars sitting in the top 10. Everyone in this Walkinshaw operation is doing a superb job at the moment. Rusty's out there having a battle with one of his old teammates.
He's got a few old teammates.
Yes, that's right.
Look, yeah, we've got 3 cars in the 10, but like you say, there's 60-odd laps to go. Anything can happen. There's the lead putting himself up to 3rd, which is good. Sorry, 4th, but no, yeah, good so far, but a long way to go yet.
Yeah, he's been showing a lot of confidence today. By the time I've spoken to him, Lee thought he's pretty happy with where things are at, and Seb's given him a car in one piece as well.
Yeah, look, he's getting better each weekend. You know, we took a step forward with him in Sydney Motorsport Park, and each weekend from there has been better, so long way to go yet, though, mate.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of weather still to come, potentially.
Yeah, there is, mate.
Clearly found something in that car 18. There have been glimpses of good speed, and even at the pre-Sandown test where they were settling Sebastian Bourdais in, you got a sense of that. 33, oh, there was a touch. They keep going, thankfully.
McLaughlin did the right thing then. He cleared the throttle. Here's the onboard. Stayed with the brake. There's a little bump, but he didn't try and force the issue, so that was a good ploy.
Whincup is now enjoying a 29.7 second advantage. Correction, a 30.5 second advantage over Lowndes, Reynolds and Holdsworth. It's wet at the mountain and 60-odd laps to go.
What a frantic middle part of this race. Riding on board with Whincup. He turned that one extra lap in the rain, and still with a large advantage, over 30 seconds, considering that he and Stephen Richards led it back to the green flag. Well, Lowndes is now back in that car, and still this battle's going on. And off the road goes Yield, loses a lot of momentum. And the Penrite car swings by in the hands of Will Davison, and Garth Tander right amongst it now. This will send both of the SP Tools Star Wars cars next to each other. Garth didn't want to enforce the issue too much there on Luke Yielden. Yielden was running inside the top 5. He's been relegated back 1 or 2 spots, and Garth will get the move done under brakes down at turn 1 this time, surely.
Right, mate, the 30 best. We're just going to have to dig our way back up to this. It's our problem, not yours, mate. I think your pressure is probably up a little bit. So, all good, mate. It looks like it might dry off a bit, and then it might rain again, so we're going to have to work out what to do here.
Phil Keat offers some counselling. Oh, this is bold. Van Gisbergen makes it 3 wide down at turn 2. Can he get both of them? Yes! That's why we love SVG. Neither of those two saw that one coming. 2 for the price of 1.
Mechanical black
What a
flag.
move.
Car 7 loose, rear bodywork.
The meatball's going out for car 7. So the car sales guys will come into pit lane. Todd Kelly's not had much luck in the last 3 rounds. Shane Van Gisbergen relishing in these conditions. And the battle for second is on too. Reynolds is chasing down Craig Lowndes. He claimed pole in the wet yesterday. If you can race against Craig Lowndes in the wet, you know you're doing well. Usually just experience more than anything leads to good wet weather racing. What is it with Kiwis and wet weather skills? SVG, unbelievable under brakes down there at turn 2. And also, Scott McLaughlin's been turning some quick times. He's managed to fight up to 5th now. Getting around Marcus Ambrose. Great fight this one for second. Oh, it's absolutely on. Reynolds with a big run. Speeds at nearly 300 Ks. Hold on tight.
Look at this. David Reynolds is right on the back of Craig Lowndes here at Mount Panorama. Good speed in the 55, and he will dive down the inside at the chase. Listen to the fans there. So the 55 has come alive on that drying line. Holdsworth's got speed as well.
Yeah, there's a groove appearing and it's hurting tyres. So some drivers are all starting to talk on the radio now about the notion of getting back on slicks. Look at that little hip and shoulder there also between Ambrose and Luke Yielden in car number 14. So Luke just lost a little bit of rhythm in that process. Here's the replay from the other side. Just a tiny little bit of contact, but it shoved him off.
Riding with Luke Yielden as we replay an incident just a moment ago. You can see off to the inside there, the 22 of Russell Ingall. Now watch on your right-hand side, Shane Van Gisbergen about to do the time attack at Sydney Motorsport Park. He loves drifting. He is on fire at the moment. The Giz is currently in 9th position. Reynolds has pace as well, and he's ahead of Craig Lowndes, now up to 2nd.
The best thing about this move is that Van Gisbergen was able to do it from the extreme right side of the road on a wet track. That was pretty significant.
That's special. This is the move for Reynolds, much to the delight of the fans there at the chase. Jamie Whincup's advantage is 32.91 seconds. And finally, that bodywork is addressed for the car sales Nissan. Todd Kelly, Alex Buncombe. They worked until 1 a.m. in the morning to repair Rick Kelly's car after the incident at the cutting for David Russell on Thursday. Now this is Lee Holdsworth on Lowndes. This is for third spot, and McLaughlin's in the mix here as well. McLaughlin's closed in on Holdsworth. So Craig's car, for whatever reason, doesn't seem to be enjoying the conditions as much. He's not as comfortable in the conditions as those around him. Holdsworth's closing. Go back here to Will Davison in 7th spot.
The other thing that is crimping everyone's universe at the moment is the track's drying. They're on dying wet weather Dunlop tyres, but from a fuel management standpoint, they probably like to get to around about lap 111 or 112. The fuel range in these conditions obviously stretches. The windows that we're talking about, and I'll give you it's a fairly large one, sort of 24 to 26 laps fuel range out of a tank at the moment. And the burn rate in these conditions down to about 4.3, 4.4 litres per lap. Look at Gizzy and Will Davison just in search of a cooler racetrack to protect those wets. So we're just crunching numbers, but when the track's this dry and it's hurting the wets, this actually gives you a bit of an ice cream headache in trying to manage yourself now to the end of the race, because ideally you want to only do 2 stops from here.
Look at Van Gisbergen in the damp conditions off to the right. He was offline there, now rejoins the line on the approach to turn 2.
Rod Nash just looking on the track, starting to dry. Dave has been doing a great job all day, actually both of them, Dean Canto as well, but he's reveling in these conditions at the moment.
Yeah, he saves it up for sort of, you know, the second half of the day. Obviously 100 laps down, 60 to go. You know, the rain, he's certainly just having a bit of fun out there, but he just made a call that, you know, he reckons there's only 2 laps left of the wet weather tyres and we'll need dries. So this will be where it all gets interesting, because of who dives in the pits first and gets back out on the dries, and, you know, might shuffle the deck up a little bit. But no, he's in good form. Dino did a great job. And, yeah, but 60 laps, still a fair way to go.
Yeah, there's a long way to go, mate, and there's plenty still going to happen, no doubt.
Absolutely. Plenty of excitement.
Gary Rogers, Scott McLaughlin doing a great job in these conditions. Just got past Craig Lowndes, but we're getting to the point now where the tyres are starting to get, you know, into a difficult time with the drying line, and that time where the drivers have to decide whether it's time to come in.
It's not the drivers need to decide. We need to decide, and we should do it. Now, I know if he crashes, they'll all say you're a muck, but the first one onto them will win, I'm telling you. But no one wants to do it, and I've tried to convince them, but we'll wait and see what happens.
They're not listening to you, Gary.
I know, no one ever does. They think there's something wrong with me. I think it's the lollies I eat.
Thanks, Gary.
I'm going to get back to work, right. Cheerio.
On the Musk sticks there for team boss Gary Rogers. 32.9 seconds. Cup to Reynolds.
Lowndes in search of a wet track there. The thing was skating as he was trying to find a way of cooling those wets. And look at Will down the inside on the wet and dirty side of the road. So people are wriggling all over the place at the moment, and that can be tricky in itself because you can catch someone in the process.
Oh, Van Gisbergen down the inside of Tander. There's a little touch. They get through one okay. And look up in front, Davison will get the move.
Yeah, hang in there, mate, hang in there. Doing a great job. Sorry about these pressures.
Hearing that the 14, the Freightliner team, have slicks on standby.
And they're going to bring car 5 in because they're a little further down, and in fact he is in. So Winterbottom's in the car at the moment. They're just going to get onto them now. That could give them a big strategic advantage, and they can be a little bolder from that track position. But look at this pack on the left. So slicks going on car 5. When you go back out there on the slicks, you're going to have to race in the groove. If you come out of the groove, it'll be all over.
A tough day of sorts for Mark Winterbottom, Steve Owen and the Pepsi Max crew so far, but they were in 13th when they pitted there a moment ago, still on the lead lap, and they've made a brave call here. They're going to try. Look at Van Gisbergen. 7th, chasing Marcus Ambrose over the top of the mountain. Oh, gets by on the approach to Skyline.
Wow, we were watching the Development Series race yesterday together, and we were wincing when people were attempting that move, and he literally said out loud, standing next to me, "Don't do it there, you'll never get away with it." Well, he's just actually counted his own point of view there. That's a cool move from Van Gisbergen over the top.
Tander's ready to make the move here too, by the looks of it on Marcus Ambrose. Tander is in 8th spot. These guys are now ahead of Craig Lowndes. Oh, on the white line, trying to keep those tyres cool.
And they're going to do a driver change, I think, for car number 1, because there's going to be a potential exceedance if they don't deal with it now for Jamie Whincup with the 3.5-hour rule. So Lowndes is battling with tyres that are shot. Van Gisbergen's decided to do what we saw at Sydney Motorsport Park, drive it in the grass to try and cool things out, get the tyres to survive. We've got all the computations going at the moment, trying to work out exactly how everybody plays this to minimise the number of stops. So the fuel window opens in the range of about lap 112. They can actually stretch that to about 124. Here's Triple Eight.
Let's do a spray. Eh? Let's do that, just in case we need those towers a little bit later. Take this nice lead in here, mate. Nice and easy, these fronts again, gents.
So it's all primary drivers at the top of the field at the moment.
I can't believe that Gisbergen did that on Conrod. That's
all
wild.
clear on the front, guys. Let's get to the spray. We've got 6 seconds, plenty of time, 5 seconds. Okay, 3 seconds now. Clear the car. Clear the go, clear the go.
Hold green tyres, rain light off. Okay, mate.
Cold green tyres, that's important. Watch Van Gisbergen here, 2 to the grass. You want to make sure those driveways are smooth. Just doing everything to preserve the wets. Here he is at the top of the mountain. He's currently in 6th. He's 36 seconds from the lead.
And look how much he's closed on Davison over the top of the mountain.
He was virtually a couple of seconds quicker in the wet yesterday, relative to the conditions that others around him had driven in. He was that much quicker. Down the inside, done nicely. He's got a reputation for being so strong in the wet. Nobody wants to put up an argument. Will Davison just sidesteps him, and that was for position. Here he goes again, down the left side. Oh, Brewster tails a few rocks at Will.
Will gets out of the way. He did this, as Neil said, at Sydney. Now he's doing exactly what he did at Sydney Motorsport Park. Thinking about going to the far right of the track too. You know the skill set is good, but boy, does that get the heart rate up when he tries things like that.
Next lap or the one after, I think, mate.
So that's important. Van Gisbergen saying, give me another lap or 2. So box next lap. 6.2 kilometres remaining for Van Gisbergen. Volvo in. He's in.
But he
had a moment. Yeah, he had a big moment. And watch Lowndes on departure on a cold green slick tyre. Also just clobbering that cone marker on the exit. So he's going to have to tippy-toe for these next few laps. That was a close call then for McLaughlin. Reynolds is in as well as Luke Gilden, Russell Ingall. Slicks. Gary gets his wish. Haven't heard any more about that throttle problem for Whincup.
Get ready, get ready. Go, mate, clear, go, mate, go. Good work.
So remember, Winterbottom was the first to do it. Lowndes has done it as well. Now these guys.
Fellas, you wouldn't believe it, and I don't know what it's going to come to, but there's, just as these guys have started to head to the pit lane, there's some very heavy drops of rain appearing in the pit lane. So I don't know how much it's going to carry on, but the timing of these things, this is the way it works.
Just about to say exactly the same thing, looking in the radar sweep here, Murph, that there's a fairly hefty little cell just to the west and southwest of us at the moment. All around at the moment, the skies are light with some pretty gruesome weather. So I wouldn't bet the house on it staying dry. And for those that have just got onto a slick tyre, there's another little challenge.
Kelly's car also in the lane, the 15. We go back and have a look at the other Nissan Altima battling away with car 8. So you're looking at Todd Kelly in 7th. Position 19, and Jason Bright 20th.
I reckon I just caught the clip language from Mark Dutton saying pit this lap driver change. So, yeah, there he is. So I just caught the last little bit of it as the radio scanned. So Whincup's in, and I suspect that there'll be a crossover here of the drivers. There is. So
in pit lane, confirming in pit lane.
Change that driver light, please. Adjust your bars and bias. And I need you neutral in here, mate. Okay, Bolly, make sure you flick that switch off that we talked about. And then flick it straight back on, okay, once it gets stopped.
So what tyres do you put on? Rain on Gizzy's window. And I'll bet they've committed to slicks at Red Bull. What are the tyres at Red Bull? There's slicks.
Just need someone to give me I need someone to tell me when this download's done. I can't see
Brand
anyone.
new shiny green slicks. Full of fuel.
Okay, I've got you, Couch. You can tell me when it's done. Yeah, I got you, mate. Just let me know when I can start. Unplug and start the engine again, okay?
This is for the throttle sensor problem. I wonder what was going on. This is they're burning a bit of their cushion. So the throttle sensor thing must be still an issue that needs to have been managed. They couldn't press on to the end. This is costly.
Yep, on my call. Okay, go unplug. Start the engine. Clear to go.
Stalled it. And he's got cold
slick tyres, mate. Cold
slick tyres, and they're shiny. They're not roaded.
Make sure you're on the dry line. Cold green tyres. Cold green tyres. All good.
He's in behind 55 at the moment.
Joins in 11th there by the looks of it.
So that one burnt.
A 30-second lead to now drop down behind David Reynolds. And Dumbrell is 11th. Lee Holdsworth is at the head of the field now by 4 seconds over Van Gisbergen, I should say.
And watch that margin with Van Gisbergen. So here we go. Car number 2 here, Garth Tander. This is 4th position. Will Davison on board now with Garth through the chase. He braked quite a bit later there than Will, and then slices down the inside. Tander's a warrior in these conditions. He's done a lot of driving around here over the years in all kinds of weird and wonderful track conditions. 3.1 seconds is the gap between Holdsworth and Van Gisbergen.
Frustrated spectator in pit lane on socials, James Courtney, saying, I so love this, I wish I was out there.
Yeah, mate, box, you are getting out.
Box for Shane Van Gisbergen.
Guys, I just had a quick chat with Mark Dutton there just to see if that issue was causing a problem for Jamie. He said, confirm yes, it was causing a problem, and they're not sure, after spending that time trying to rectify it, if it has actually been fixed at this stage.
Wow.
So it might still be 2 stops to home here, depending on the lap speed and how wet it gets, if it gets wet. Holdsworth in from 4th. The new order is Tander, Davis and Ambrose. Jonathan Webb climbing in.
Still 55 laps. Will that car of Dumbrell's and Wincup's be okay? Here it is. So Holdsworth and Van Gisbergen will rejoin behind these guys.
And 22. Give you a radio check when you can.
Winterbottom is in 10th.
Gotcha.
Pressure here on car 1 from 33 of Scott McLaughlin. Dumbrell is 7th on the adjusted running order now. So Dumbrell 7th, McLaughlin, Lowndes and Winterbottom.
McLaughlin thought about going up the inside, then thought better of it on the slick tyre.
But Tander is at the head of the field in the Super Cheap Auto Bathurst 1000 by 0.7 over the Penrite Mercedes of Will Davison. Marcus Ambrose sits in 3rd right now.
Oh, big run across the top. That's not a passing position of the racetrack for McLaughlin. We're expecting Xbox One DJ Penske into the pits on this lap. Scott Pye standing by in the pits, and so too are 4 Dunlop slick tyres. And the pressure is on. McLaughlin has been great in these changeable conditions. Oh, it's very tight. Down at Forest Elbow, not quite there either. Lowndes, Winterbottom, championship contenders, a part of this battle. Frosty trying to pick car number 5 up off the canvas after some penalties, after some technical gremlins. And now in with a fight. They rolled the dice and came in and got the slicks on the lap earlier. And it looks like it may have paid off. It's brought them back up the field. That one extra lap for car 97 might have cost them. They've lost a fair few spots in all of that. After Van Gisbergen's steering drive to come back through. High and Ambrose switch out. That's Tander in the pits. He was great in those conditions. A good battle with Dean Fiore. Stormtroopers go to work on Darth Tander's car. And away he goes. Just behind that pack and behind his teammate with Lee Holdsworth. Just behind Fabian Coulthard. So the switch over to slicks saw those two change up. Holdsworth, another guy who put in a great drive in those drying conditions. Something flapping around on the windscreen. Is that maybe one of the tear-offs, or is it something else that's got caught on the windscreen for McLaughlin? Shouldn't be in his line of sight. They do have tear-offs that they use on the windscreen, but it might be the decal that runs across it. It's the Volvo sticker. That won't slow him down. He's got the speed to get around car number 1 here with Paul Dumbrell at the wheel. But he just can't seem to find the way through, and it's an enthralling battle for 4th on the racetrack with a lot at stake at the front.
This is an entertaining battle at the top of the mountain here after that issue that Red Bull Racing Australia endeavoured to resolve for car 1. Paul Dumbrell finds himself battling here with the Volvo of Scott McLaughlin, who's in 5th spot. Craig Lowndes behind them, and McLaughlin's looking racy in these conditions. He's put the pressure on. Dumbrell's responded here.
He's poised in an interesting position now. 54 laps remaining. Track's drying out again. They'll start to get their regular race rhythm back. Then everybody will stop and start to think, where are we at? What can we do with our fuel? How's it going to play in terms of weather? It's a real game of chess.
So with less than 53 laps to go, there's a lot to consider in terms of the way this race will play out. It's dry, as you can see, the sun is peeping through the clouds at the mountain, a dry line. Will Davison leads the field in that Penrite Mercedes.
And that's dry brackets for now. Look at that. Slick tyre picking up a little bit of wet. Just as soon as you come out of the groove, you're in trouble. And that's what happened then to Paul Dumbrell. A big correction. And the windscreen strips flapping on the Volvo as well. It's only really a distraction for us. The driver won't be seeing it. It's right at the top. And off on the exit of the chase also for McLaughlin. So they're all exploiting the grip limits at the moment. There's bits and pieces flying everywhere.
It's a 21-second lead for Davison over Reynolds.
He's still on wets. Will Davison's still on a wet at the moment, so they're trying to get to this fuel window of lap 112. Trying to minimise the number of stops now to the end of the race.
Big mission given how many laps are left to go and how tortured those wet tyres in theory would be.
Yeah, so if they can get to 12, get off those tyres, and the weather doesn't turn around, so it has all the ifs, it's like the fine print, then it's just that stop and then the other stop to the end. But it's going to be a pretty hard task to get those wets to survive from here.
Massive moment for Dumbrell at Reed Park there before.
No worries, mate.
Holway's voice in the background. A bit of blue sky above.
Well, that gives you an idea. The lead's now come back to 17.3 seconds. So it's coming down rapidly.
Nine's actually coming in now. So they must be confident that they can roll the dice from here. The other thing that happens is that all these fuel windows vary depending on your lap speed. So we just intercepted a message that suggests that we'll probably see the race leader, Will Davison, here on screen, the Penrite AMG Mercedes, in very shortly.
Brakes sideways out of Blundstone Bend. Now the cutting.
And there's got to be a driver change here as well. I'm just looking up on the board. So Alex Davison's done 42 laps, so he's got to get to 54 to tick off that requirement. So expect to see Alex back in the car. Meantime, little battle here between Paul Dumbrell and Scott McLaughlin continues. It's a battle for third and fourth. As it's been several times today, the Red Bull Holdens are nose to tail.
RD, just looking on, PD just dropping a spot there. I'm no expert, but I'm looking at your throttle chase there for car one, and that problem, is it still persisting?
No, I think we've cured that, so I think we're all right. But obviously took a bunch of time to do that in that pit stop, so put us slightly behind. But I think PD's just being cautious. He doesn't want to put it in the wall.
Strategy-wise, how do you see this playing out at the moment?
Well, the problem is there's almost certainly more rain, so it's a bit academic. You've got to stop and put wets on when it's raining and stop and take them off when it's not. So
that's a very good way of doing it.
It's normally the best way.
And that's actually true. I mean, it sounds like an unusual thing to say, but he's right. Look at this. He's got his two cars nose to tail here at the moment as well. So that's Lowndes right behind. There he is. Has a bit of a look. And that's the thing that I made reference to before, that is he going to go down the inside here? No, he thought better of it. That it's one thing to try and drive your strategy based on the ideal set of numbers, but reality is you just can't stay out there on the slick tyre if it starts to hose again.
I know you said there's a lot of ifs to play out here, but what about the fact Mark Winterbottom, first to roll the dice, put the slick tyres on, was 13th when it happened, right now 6th on the leaderboard.
And Will Davison's come into the pit lane, and here's the driver change for Alex Davison hopping aboard. So out of the lead of the race, David Reynolds is now the new leader.
Okay, mate, you got me on radio? Got me on radio. Okay, we're just waiting on fuel. Wheels are done, waiting on fuel. You got about 7 seconds here, mate. Okay, go.
Watch Lowndes. Thought about it, and Mark Dutton's just told Paul Dumbrell to stiffen up the rear bar 2 clicks on car number 1, just to get it to turn a little bit better. He's going to drop a spot here. He'll have to fan the throttle, and he does. So Lowndes has grabbed him. So that's Lowndes up to third, Dumbrell behind, and then look who's next. It's Mark Winterbottom. So it's been a tough day for the Pepsi Max crew for car number 5. But as we weave our way towards the back end of this race, they've played themselves back in here. So here's what happened on the exit of turn 2. And there was a radio message just a few seconds before that for Paul to make a little trim change to the car to get it to behave a little better. And then while all that was going on, Lowndes was able to pounce, and he did it pretty easily in the end. Here we are on board now. Car number 5, Mark Winterbottom.
Pepsi Max crew looking for 3 in a row at the mountain. Last year it was Chaz Mostert and Paul Morris. The year before, Mark Winterbottom was able to get that breakthrough. He's with Steve Owen. They've had some niggling issues, if you've just joined the coverage, that they've had to contend with. Right now they're in 5th position. Fastest lap of the race still belongs to Paul Dumbrell, and it was a new record marker at 2:07.35. Had some rain since that time, since that new marker. Back we go to the Penrite Mercedes.
Alex Davison now in that car, and he's got Rick Kelly tucked in behind, and it's James Moffat behind Rick. So car 4 has come into the lane as well. That's the Ash Walsh entry.
Alex is 14th at the moment. Looking back to Rick Kelly. And James Moffat in behind Rick. The slim line, Altima. Oh!
Got him. That's a big hit in an awkward spot that sent him off the road. That'll potentially be a penalty. Now, he's done the right thing, Rick. He's sort of stayed out of it there for a while. Perhaps he's going to redress that.
Yeah.
He does the right thing. Now, he might get away with it on that basis.
I want to hear it again, too. Sound like a big rev on the downshift for Will Davison while he was trying to catch all that in the chase. So that's been good for Moff. And for the 21 as well of Dale Wood.
Yeah, so it's Alex now in car number 9 in the Penrite entry. So Rick did the right thing, woke up to the fact that that was probably going to attract a penalty. Now he gets back on with the job and has the loss along the way. Now they go back to racing. Good presence of mind from Rick Kelly. He's in a very awkward spot here, though. That's a pretty big whack down there at the bottom, wasn't it? Here's the replay. We'll see just how big. So Rick was moving around. In fact, I reckon that as he moved around, it actually made the back of the Erebus entry unstable.
So it disturbed the aero. And that's something Sebastian Bourdais was talking about before, something he was new to. That feeling, the impact of that. Back with Reynolds, he is your race leader, but by 1.86 seconds, 1.8 seconds over McLaughlin.
Look at the weather. I reckon as Rick wriggled, that made the back of the bends unstable. So as he wiped around at the back here and wriggled around, yeah, it did, look at that. So it made the back of the bends unstable, loosened it up, and it's a very awkward feeling in the car. So he wasn't touching him at that stage. It's the fact that as he moved the Nissan Altima around, it made the aero on the back of the E63 unstable. And then that's what eventually ended up causing the problem down in the braking area. And you don't need much. You've only just got to literally breathe on the back of the preceding car down there, and he'll certainly fly off the road.
So 2 battles unfolding here. Winterbottom is looking racy versus Dumbrell. That's for 4th place, and in behind, or up ahead of them, I should say, McLaughlin putting pressure on Lowndes.
Yeah, Tim Edwards, I'm going to start by saying there's still a long way to go, okay? So don't remind me of that one. But 2 cars at the moment in the 5. David doing a great job. He's been strong up the front all day long, but you've had to get the other car back towards the front with Mark Winterbottom. You've had your challenges. Looking pretty pacey at the moment.
Yeah, no, he is. I don't know whether PD's struggling with something, but I think, Frosty's definitely got a faster car at the moment, but, it's pretty tricky to pass around here, and, there's still a little bit of water offline. So, but yeah, look, we're where we need to be with a few laps to go.
Yeah, I mean, just take the weather out of it. Strategy-wise, where you feel you're fitting at the moment?
Oh, look, I mean, we're all pretty much on the same strategy now. Those top cars have all, got a similar amount of fuel. They'll be doing a very similar thing. The only exception really is car 1, because they've got a driver change to do. But apart from that, the rest of us are just going to race to the finish.
I'll leave you to it. It's getting pretty exciting here.
Thanks, mate.
Is it ever?
Yeah.
Have a go at this. And so again, some movement just in behind the Holden from Frosty, but the gap was just a little bigger that time, so it didn't really upset Paul Dumbrell's car. And I think the driver change is necessarily a big issue for them, driver-on-driver speed, that is, for them at Red Bull, because Dumbrell's being able to match the speed of Whincup all day.
That's a replay. Lowndes down inside of McLaughlin. I thought McLaughlin was responding before, but in fact Lowndes has stretched the legs a little.
The other thing is that these are very good conditions for car number 14, Fabian Coulthard. A bit of that cloud cover that they like inside that garage. Their ears prick up with their cars when it's like this. He's only 6 seconds from the lead, and he's closing that gap to the lead at the moment, Coulthard. And he's in clean air there. So he's in behind this.
Good run out of 2 here for Mark Winterbottom, right on the tail of Dumbrell.
Paul's not quite content, is he? So whether it's chassis or whether it's something still related to that engine thing, it'll be up to us to guess. I doubt whether we'll find out. But Winterbottom, and particularly with that little bit of strategy that we saw earlier, where they were able to take a positional advantage with the safety car and get in and get their fuel and get going, they've played themselves back in here. They're contenders. He's the championship leader.
Moffat's been sending us messages from Orange Hospital and updates on weather and all sorts of things, so he'll be watching this one intently. Frosty is 5th. some of the progress relative to Dumbrell.
Copy that. Good the email. Keep on him.
Dumbrell got away nicely out of Forest-Elbow. Gets closer in the Ford this time. Is it close enough for a pass into the chase? And again, he has a look. Not close enough.
This is intense, isn't it? And both men know how important it is to have track position here. Look at Frosty. You could read his mind from here, from the chopper. You saw him wriggle left, thought about it a couple of times, and then thought better of it. He's got the eyes on. Head down. He's the championship leader. He's got 198 points from his teammate, who's sadly watching our coverage from the hospital in Orange. But the best way to stitch up the championship is to be at the sharpest possible position at the end of this race. Still 1,500 points remaining in the championship to Sydney Olympic Park. 300 available today.
Lowndes was quick on that last lap. He was 4/10ths faster than David Reynolds. The gap is now less than a second at the front. 0.8 between Reynolds and Lowndes.
Will Davison, you had to stay out a long time on those wet weather tyres, but I assume that was so you can get into a fuel window.
Yeah, we obviously short of the fuel window. Yeah, with compromised track position. Hopefully it'll pay off for us if it stays dry to the end. I'm not really sure. I can't speak for all the other guys' fuel economy numbers, but unfortunately, yeah, we had to stay out. So it had been a really good stint until then, but it could pay off for us later. But it looks like there's some big black clouds coming back in.
Fingers crossed they stay away for you then.
Yeah, we're up and down like a yo-yo today, but a long way to go.
Thanks, Will.
Cheers, thanks.
Yeah, the normal procedure here would be come in lap 16 sort of for everyone, bring the tank and then a short run home, but because of the weather, everyone's wet weather racing. So they're going to hang out on the track, I believe. Everyone will hang out as long as they can. They'll stretch the fuel, get to about lap 26. If it doesn't rain by then everyone's still in the same boat. So only 2 stops to get home. Everyone's going to take their long stop now, not the short one.
There's an awkward amount of fuel to deliver, and the guy that needs more of it than any of the key contenders at the moment is actually Winterbottom. Not a huge amount more, mind you. It's only about another 10 or 12 litres.
This is on here. Lowndes down to 0.2. We talked about the gain he had on the last lap. The one prior, he took 7/10ths.
The reason why there's hedging is they just need to keep an eye on that weather at the moment. As Paul said a moment ago, it's which stop do you want to play, the short one or the long one? I'd rather not answer until you get a better understanding of what's going on down in the southwest there, which is anybody's guess.
A few of the guys that are doing a good job so far today. We talked about Tander from position 22 up to 9th. Jono Webb's down in 10th at the moment in the 97, and Scott Pye is 11th.
So all the key contenders are in the game here, aren't they? So the pole sitter, Reynolds, he's in with a shout. Lowndes, and that's been typical for many years now. So's McLaughlin, so's Dumbrell, so's Winterbottom, so's Coulthard. And it's just a little bit more of a gap back to Holdsworth, that next group of cars.
Craig began the day out of 15th spot against Stephen Richards.
And remember also for car number 5, it was not much better, it was 14th. So, and whenever you're down there, it's the danger zone. You know, there's an orange light around all that because it's very easy to get tangled up in the traffic in the first few stints. So they've been able to manage that pretty well, and particularly wriggle the noose when it came to the problem with the electricals with car number 5. Just heard a pit lane infringement for... Oh, no, blue flag it was, sorry. Blue flag for car 4, apologies.
Lowndes close as they go into the chase. Big deep break from David Reynolds in the 55, and he holds the lead through the chase. 0.08 was the margin at the last sector split for us.
Steve Richards and I just trying to work out what he did out there today and how your stints worked. It's already gone, it's history. And now the great man's in the car finishing off and very strong at the moment.
The car seems to, in this condition, seems to be really, really good. So we'll wait and see. But I think, you know, it sounds like there's a bit more weather to come and there's a few things happening. But it's a good place to be at the moment.
Yeah, it really is, mate. Another classic Bathurst, really. And this is a real street fight. If the weather doesn't turn up, we're going to be in for one hell of a race to the finish for this bunch of guys at the front.
Yeah, well, they're all in. The only one that's not in at the moment is PD, who's just basically waiting to get J-Dub back in the car. But I think you find right now all the main battlers are in the cars.
It's going to be good, isn't it?
It's going to be.
And you can just sit there and relax, bro.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, no relaxing. Good on you. Good luck. Thanks, man.
On that last lap, the fastest lap of the lead 6 cars really was Mark Winterbottom in personal best. He got down into a low 8. So he's really pressing on pace-wise at the moment. He's only 3.5 seconds from the lead. He's drawing Fabian Coulthard along as well. It's tightening up in those lead cars. There's really not much between them.
Stephen Richards, when he left here with Craig Lowndes on Friday afternoon, was a happy guy. Those 2 days of work were about getting the car right for this moment, being a good race car. And he said 12 months prior, at the same time, we were scratching our heads. We were very unhappy. It was about comfort.
They spent a long time at Red Bull just trying to make sure that they had their cars set well on older tyres and higher fuel loads. Look at Lowndes pushing. Close enough there to make the back of the Falcon a little unstable. Reynolds will be well aware of his presence. Reynolds has been through some pressure racing here as well.
David's doing a brilliant job, the pole sitter of this race. But one of the legends is applying the pressure. Stay with us, whatever you do.
It seems like October at the mountain is all about 2 teams. Once again, ProDrive versus Red Bull. Although it's not quite in the dying laps like we're used to seeing these two go to war. Look how cool and calm Craig Lowndes seems to be behind the wheel. You'd never guess what's at stake. And is this the time at Bloodstone Bend? Under brakes. Reynolds wants to run deep. If he can hang tough on the outside, he'll have the inside of the cutting, but he can't. And there is the change for the lead. Tight racing. Reynolds made him work for it. But car 888 has got to the lead. New leader here at the Bathurst 1000. And they don't even look fussed about it. On board now with Lowndes. Sized that move up beautifully up Mountain Straight. After getting the tyre pressures wrong, we heard a message from Grant McPherson in that last stint in the rain. They've got him right now. And for the first time, the men and women of the mountain, the campers, see that Lowndes is in front and he's pushing so hard that he nearly fences it at Skyline. Big moment. Gathered it back up. He's trying to open up a lead. And in doing so, he nearly shoved it in the fence. Pressure on Reynolds to try and go with the new leader. We might be headed for some more driver changes by the looks of things. The Gears is ready. They've lost so many positions by going one extra lap on the wet tyres. He might have to do it all again for Team Darrell Sticks. There's certainly that possibility of weather. Lowndes is about to show the crowd that he is the leader. Down near the front straight. Big crowd here this weekend, over 200,000 across the 4 days.
Mate, we're reporting a couple of spots of rain.
And the fans are happy to see their favourite boy up front. Lowndes leads lap 119 of 161. Takes the left onto Mountain Straight. And Reynolds will have Dumbrell to think about before too long.
Okay, thank you.
We have a new race leader at Mount Panorama, Craig Lowndes. Last time by, on the run up here to turn 2, was able to move by David Reynolds with a beautiful move. And we can also tell you they've been warning drivers about keeping an eye out for rain, the possibility of a return of the rain.
Well, not only that, there's actually been some rain. So 1 or 2 have actually talked about the fact that there's now some spots on the windscreen. So as distinct from the threat, some of them are feeling it. New fastest personal best lap for Garth Tander. Driver change here for car number 97. This is Shane Van Gisbergen in.
Waiting for the fuel. Drama with the left front.
Go, 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 go. Go driver line off, please, mate. Make sure you got a brake pedal.
Shane Van Gisbergen is back at the wheel of the number 97 Darrell Lee Sticks entry, and he is ready to go for it at Mount Panorama. We've had a change of lead as well. Craig Lowndes was able to execute this beautifully on David Reynolds. They were both maxed out as they approached turn 2. And Lowndes has skipped clear. Now has a 1 second lead over Reynolds.
It's a nice job there by Craig down the inside. Richo knows the importance of that move. And for a moment there, David just stuck up there on the outside and tried to make an argument of it, but there wasn't very much he could do. And Dean Cando, David Reynolds' partner, he understands what that means. Here it is again from the back of the Falcon. And he was at the braking limit there. You could tell by the chirping of the rear brake there for David Reynolds. There wasn't much he was able to do in terms of defence.
In fact, Dumbrell's been able to sneak by McLaughlin for 3rd place.
So the last lap for Lowndes a 7.9. So now he's been released, he's got pace. Reynolds an 8.5, Dumbrell an 8.2, McLaughlin an 8.7, Winterbottom an 8.9, Coulthard an 8.3. So good pace for Lowndes, he's sprinting away.
See what PD can do as well in 3rd spot. And the others, Winterbottom is 5th, Fabian Coulthard is 6th. Holdsworth, Perkins, Tander and Pye are your top 10.
It's been a tricky year to find peak performance for Red Bull Racing Australia. Their guys have had pole positions and have won races, but 4th and 8th in the championship coming into this round. But they always bring their A game to Mount Panorama in terms of strategy and pace. Typically they've run mistake-free. They're in a very strong position at the moment, 1st and 3rd. Coulthard on screen, he's 6th at the moment. And there's car number 17. This is Scott Pye, 10th. Pye's 25 seconds from the lead. The Xbox entry shared with Marcus Ambrose.
Marcus Ambrose, you've completed your laps here at Bathurst 10 years ago. It didn't end as well as it's going so far today.
Yeah, look, I've had a blast today. Really enjoyed my laps. I had a double stint there in the dry, and that was a lot of fun. And then I got thrown in the deep end there in the rain, and we just got ourselves in a jam. We stayed out too long because I had like 7 laps to go on my lap count to make the minimum time. And so we looked at the start in those wets, and we lost a lot of time, a lot of track position when we were running wets when the track was too dry. But Scott's in the car now. He's going to do his best to get us back up there.
Scott's doing a fantastic job. Neil in commentary was talking about you being out there on wet weather tyres in those difficult conditions and how much you're probably enjoying it but also not liking it at the same time.
No, I just didn't want to be that guy, the guy that spears off in the sand trap and ruins the day. But I didn't know what to do. I haven't really driven these cars in the rain at all, and I'm trying to remember if I've done any wet laps at all at Bathurst, and I really can't remember if I have. So it was certainly a lot of new for me out there, but I've had a great day, and just got to thank Xbox and everyone here at DJR Team Penske for letting me have a go.
The team's looking really strong at the moment. We'll wish you all the best for the rest of the day.
Yeah, thank you. We've had our best weekend so far this year. We've had a lot of speed all weekend. We just haven't had the track position to really show it.
Thanks, Marcus.
Thanks.
Dean Cano, mate, you're looking fairly nervous, actually, to be honest. I'm watching your body language and you're sort of moving around a fair bit, watching Dave do the job.
Yeah, look, we've been struggling for outright pace all day long and trying to tune it up in the stops, but those Red Bull Racing cars have just got a little bit of an edge over us. Dave is doing a great job. Look, we've still got 2 more stops, so a couple more things we can do before the end, and there's not much we need to do to sort of get that couple of tenths here and there.
What are you looking for?
I think he's looking for a little bit of turn, and a little bit of rear end support. So we're sort of having a bit of push on the way in and that snap oversteer. So it hurts us off one, hurts us at the elbow, and they're the big long runs down the drag strip. So need to work on that.
I'll keep it up. Still a few laps left.
Yeah, we've made it past where we were last year, so happy days.
Good stuff.
Cheers, mate.
Can't be too bad out there at the moment as they keep on tweaking anti-roll bars and have made changes to the car at the stop, because in the first sector to turn 7, Reynolds just did the personal best for that car, 52.29 to sector 1.
Yeah, okay, mate. The rear one's from round 1 starting at the cutting.
So at the cutting, at the slow speed corner.
Okay, mate, just try and take your front bar to 11.
So it's wanting to swap ends at the cutting. It's about 90 kilometres an hour there. You get a lap speed read on David on this lap, but that first sector was pretty bright. 1.89 seconds the gap between Lowndes and Reynolds.
Van Gisbergen is down in 17th and set for the final 2 stints. After that stop there before, Car 2 here, Tander in 9th. Oh, Ash Walsh. Personal best for Reynolds, 2 minutes 8.15. Lowndes on the last lap did a 2 minutes 7.89. He's the only one in the 7s out there at the moment, Lowndes. He's got near enough to 2 seconds, and here he is, turn 2. 5 wins, 5 seconds, 2/3 for a total of 12 podiums. Stephen Richards looking for his 4th Bathurst win today. Great combo.
Meantime, Van Gisbergen, after that stop, Jonathan Webb out, Shane back in. He's 17th, by the way. He's a minute and 19 seconds from the lead. Cars that are on the lead lap, there's 21 of them. So rain is the report. 2.1 seconds, so Lowndes still eking away. Water on the lens at the top of the mountain. 4th place, Scott McLaughlin. Still in search of a podium at Mount Panorama. I said at the very beginning of the day, destined to be a star in this game. 3 times he's managed to make it into the top 10 shootout. This is only his 4th appearance at Mount Panorama. Really tricky start at the beginning of the championship year for Scott McLaughlin and Wilson Security Volvo, but they've continued to improve and evolve the car. They've fixed some of their reliability glitches. You can see what's going on in the background weather-wise, folks. Had an Armour All pole early in the year and some strong runs. He's very strong at this location, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. I was just contemplating how much we're going to get. The fans across the other side of pit straight here have the ponchos out, as you saw before, and starting to put some umbrellas up.
You guys are coming early, but you need it to stay dry until everyone else runs out of gas. If they come to wets when they run out of fuel, you're going to be really boxed in.
Yeah, well, you've answered your own question, haven't you?
Yeah, I have. So, catch-22, if it rains, you want Shane in the car, but at the moment, you're just praying for it to stay dry.
Yeah, until everybody stops.
Until everyone stops, exactly right. So, a couple more laps, you guys got to hang tough, probably, what do you reckon, 4 more laps?
Yeah, ish. A bit more than that, yeah.
Okay, they can milk it out a couple more, so these guys have just got to hang in there. If it rains, their race is done.
So he's down at 17th at the moment. It's a minute and 20 seconds now from the lead. Lowndes is up 2.6 seconds over Reynolds. Drops of rain at the top. Here's Shane. He'll drive the wheels off it between now and the end of this race.
Sectors, again, relative. Lowndes has found, compared to Reynolds and Dumbrell behind him, he's found 6/10 in the first sector over Reynolds and Dumbrell. So Lowndes is continuing. He's built a lead of 3.4 seconds at this stage of the game, with less than 39 laps to go in the great race.
So far it's been a really strong day for yourself and Scott McLaughlin, but we're about to hit a bit of a tricky patch depending on weather.
Yeah, of course, yeah, we are in P4 positions, which is pretty good. And I mean, yeah, the weather condition, it's changing all the time. So I mean, he did a really good job on the wet condition. Yeah, we went from 10 to second position. So he's doing a really good job. That kid, yeah, he's a champion. So pretty good. So hopefully that we could get a bit more rain for the end of the race. It could be pretty helpful for us. Yeah.
I think you're the only person hoping for rain, Alex, so good luck.
Right, thank you.
2004 Macau Grand Prix winner, former A1 Grand Prix winner for Team France as well back in 05 and 06. That's Alex Premer, co-driving with Scotty McLaughlin. Look at the damaged bodywork here for the 21 of Dale Wood, currently in 14th place, just ahead of Rick Kelly.
So they had to bring, I think, car 7 in before Todd Kelly when that happened. So on the basis of consistency, I expect that you'll probably see that happen as well. To rectify, they had to tear the whole rear bumper off car 7, off Todd Kelly's car sales entry.
Mechanical black flag car 21, mechanical black flag car 21, loose right rear bodywork.
We know from that example early in the day, mechanical black flag, you're only going to get 1 lap to respond. Engaged in a vigorous battle there at the moment with the Jack Daniels Nissan. It's Rick Kelly driving that car at the moment.
Frank, we have withdrawn that mechanical black flag. By the time we issued the instruction, it had been removed, it had gone.
There you go. 6/10 in the first sector. Lowndes on Reynolds. So leads 4.2 seconds. There it is, gone. Problem solved for Dale Wood.
Frost, Mark Winterbottom is very quick at the moment out there, Greg. He's just done his personal best sector in 1 and 2. 7.4 seconds from the lead in 5th place in car 5. So mechanical black flag withdrawn. You can see that little panel just fly away before on the replay. So that was a get out of jail for Dale Wood.
Renee Gracie, a huge cheer went up in this garage, and of course the grandstand across the way when the car left to get back out on track. Massive effort by the team.
Yeah, there was more damage than what we expected, but they did really good, and the laps were counting down until we were declared to not finish, so they were rushing to beat that number, and they did only just, which is really good. And yeah, we're out there now, and just going round and round really. But yeah, the guys did a great job, and can't thank them enough for getting us back out there.
It was just important to get Simona out there, and we'll see you girls back here in 12 months' time for next year. Thank you.
Thanks.
So this is Dumbrell in.
Again, guys, nice and easy with these pads and nice and easy with the wheels.
Wink up in for the final run to the end now.
Clear. Let's do a screen if we get time, please. 12 seconds. Should have plenty of time to do a screen. I got you there, rear tyres are on. Fronts are going on now, right front's on. Let's do a screen quickly, yes. Pump the brake, pump the brake, pump the brake now. Just, yes, clear.
You can see him pumping the brake up. He got a pedal pressure pretty early then. He was onto it.
Good to go. Make sure you got a pedal. Make sure you got a pedal. Gold, green tyres. Gold, green tyres. Make sure you have a pedal. Make sure you have a pedal.
So the reason for the number of repeats is because of the extreme importance of that. So the next stop for him, which will be the last stop, will be pretty short.
We've seen issues over the years at about this point without those warnings, haven't we? Or things going wrong braking-wise when they return to the track. So it's an important message. Craig Lowndes with a 4.8 second advantage over David Reynolds. McLaughlin is now 3rd. Mark Winterbottom in 4th. And this car rejoins in 12th position behind Michael Caruso, but ahead of James Moffat, as you can see there in car 99. Moffat on the podium here last year with Taz Douglas.
Scott Pye will be coming in this lap from position number 9 in the Xbox entry. Staying in the car. You saw Marcus Ambrose back in civilian clothes there before in conversation with Brianna. And also in the lane now is Scott McLaughlin.
Turn in now, mate. Nice and easy. Stop on the marks.
They lost their sister car pretty early in the day, sadly. So that's Pye and McLaughlin in.
Waiting on fuel.
Another tear off. It's the transparency across the front of the windscreen.
pit car coming past your pit lane, you're good to go. When the car drops, you're good to go.
See him watching the
Already on
refuelers.
fuel, first gear. Go, nice and easy. Good job.
They didn't do pads then on 33, but they did do it for car 1. So we saw Whincup pumping that pedal. He'll have pretty good brake condition to the run all the way to the flag. Bright's in now as well as Dale Wood.
Okay, clear on the drop, start pumping that pedal, clear to go, mate, clear to go, start pumping that brake pedal, make sure you've got a pedal.
Brakes also good brake condition for Scott Pye.
Looked like the fuel was done before they finished the brakes in the 17 before they sent him there. Lights it up out of the lane, Scott Pye. We watch the work on the 21 of Dale Wood. Pad change happening there as well. Car 8 rejoins. Jason Bright at the wheel.
Lowndes has got his margin out to 5 seconds now over David Reynolds. And here he is. Max attack arrival in the pit lane for Lowndes, not giving away a 1/10 of a second. Then pit lane speed limiter engaged, just 40 k's.
You're staying in the car. We're going to give you some new pads here, mate. So when you stop, very important, you stay away from that brake pedal once you stop. Please stop, adjust your bars and bias, mate. And we'll try and give you a new screen as well. We should have time. I'm not sure the time yet. I'll keep you updated.
So they're doing pads.
But there's a few other cars getting around, but you should be okay. Yeah, we'll just let you give it a screen, guys. It's filthy. Make sure you get a screen on this thing. We got 22 seconds.
It's got a few hamburger patties on the windscreen that they need to clean off.
Could be wrong. I don't know that they're doing pads on Frosty's car, only on the 888.
All good.
And they've come out of the Bottle-O bunker as well.
Okay, pump your pedal. You've got 7 seconds.
So just
car
confirming.
Behind you, clear to go from there, clear.
Definitely pads in the 888.
Drop a spot.
Yeah, but didn't do pads, I don't think, for car 5.
So he'll have good brake condition, Lowndes, but he's dropped the spot. Look at him launch it. So Rick Kelly's in as well in car number 15.
Rejoins Lowndes behind Michael Caruso, so in 8th position.
They didn't... There's a little difference in the refueling times there between car 5 and 888, so they shortened up the stop a little for Winterbottom just to be able to grab that track position, and so they can play with those numbers now in the subsequent stop. Watch Lowndes slide her out here, sprint car style.
Interesting one for me there too is how much closer Whincup is to Lowndes at this stage of the game now after those stops. Yeah,
Rain. Got cold, new slick tyres on. He's super careful up there.
Rick Kelly in the lane in car 15. I saw the 55 crew waiting for David Reynolds before. He's our race leader. Here he is. He's in the lane. Had a 3.4 second lead coming in over Fabian Coulthard.
You'll go around HRT.
So just
be a too long to stop here.
Going back to the fuel discussion, 28 litres more went into Lowndes' car there. Call it 30 for the purpose of rounding. Goes in at 3.75 litres per second. So David Reynolds and Fabian Coulthard, Jack Perkins, they're all in. Starting to build up to the sharp end of this show.
No pads on the 55.
Okay, we're just waiting for fuel. Okay, go, mate. Well, you're good. You are good.
David Reynolds, you are good. That's the radio message. He's leaving the lane, and you can see where the Red Bull Racing entries are there.
However, I'm probably a little bit surprised, given that they would have all had the same water dropping on their screens. Right at the moment, if you're playing the game, it might have been just worth seeing what the weather's going to do trend-wise. What they've done in that pack of cars that we just saw is they've all just done exactly what the leaders have done, which sometimes is an important thing to do, but because of the variable weather, it might have been worth just playing a patience game for another few minutes.
Reynolds and Winterbottom ahead of Lowndes and Whincup on the road. Holdsworth at the head of the field by 4.2 seconds over Garth Tander, who started the day outside the top 20. We've got under 34 laps to go in the Super Cheap Auto Bathurst 1000. Few sprinkles of rain and some great excitement to come.
This race, it throws it up every single time we come here. Gone are the days when you could win this thing by 6 laps. You're lucky to win it by 6 metres in the modern era as we ride on board with Red Bull Racing Australia team over Skyline using the curbs. They're still not wet enough to make them slippery. Turning a vicious pace at this time of day given the amount of water that's around. And a lot of guys dropping their fastest laps off the race in the last couple, including Garth Tander and Fabian Coulthard pushing very hard in car 14. He turned his best lap 2 laps ago, getting down into the 207s. Holdsworth and Winterbottom yet to drop into the 207s, but it looks like Frosty might do it on this lap. Has Coulthard got himself into a position where he and Luke Yordan can stand onto the podium. And have they all gone too early into the pits to throw those slicks on? Not much movement from the umbrellas outside, but plenty of showers around. And definitely the possibility for more rain as Winterbottom joins the club 207s with that lap.
Back at Mount Panorama, lap 129 of 161. Still the lingering threat of weather in the background here. Lee Holdsworth is our leader over Garth Tander. I think Tander is due in any tick of the clock. And it's Reynolds, then Winterbottom, then Lowndes, then Whincup, then Coulthard, McLaughlin, Jack Perkins, Alex Davison. James Moffat has just come into the pit. Here's car number 18 on screen. Lee Holdsworth and Sebastian Bourdais up at Forest Elbow.
For any helmet stuff, you're staying in the car, but do not touch the brake pedals when doing tags.
What's it, Alex Somerset?
Staying in the car.
Guided Nick Percat and Oliver Gavin to a 3rd here last year.
Coming into NH3 now, mate.
So from the lead, Lee Holdsworth peels in.
We're doing a tear off as well.
Pit entry now. Pit lane. Staying in the car, mate. So it off the brake.
Tander follows him as suggested.
Off the brake when you stop, please.
There's the instruction. It's a little checklist.
Nice running, mate. Off the brakes when you stop. Nice and easy. Nice and easy. Pull over, mate. Nice and easy.
So he must be going to do brakes here for Lee.
Off the brakes. Off the brakes.
All going okay so far. Looks like pads also on Garth Tander's car. You can see the Star Wars crew looking at each other over the bonnet there, getting that line of sight to ensure that the pistons are pushed back in the calipers. Looks good at the moment. Pit stops here being completed for Lee Holdsworth and Garth Tander. Oh, dramas here for the Newcastle entry. Drew and Aaron Russell, car 62. At the moment, they're in 20th place. Drew is at the wheel. Leak of some kind. Been a great story, this one. Privateer effort, wild card entry. And as you can see, officials warning the competitors that follow.
Yeah, that's ominous when you see that flag round here anytime. So there's the replay of what's happened there on the run into turn 2. So they need to get that car back into the pit lane.
This lap. You'll have to pit this lap, please.
So not only a difference in the amount of fuel taken on between Lowndes and Frosty, but also a bit of a difference between Lowndes and his teammate Jamie Whincup as well. A 16 litres difference. So Craig took a fair bit of fuel on.
Stay up for one more lap.
Change the radio message there. Maybe they feel like it's been cured. That's Aaron Russell there. He's a regular in the Dunlop series. Second tier of our sport.
Boniface on the right there, engineer. And so he's pressed on. So Reynolds actually is back in the lead now. From the sister car, Mark Winterbottom, it's 3.6 seconds. Then Lowndes and Whincup.
Yeah, it just could have been, we did top up the engine oil then, so we might have just overfueled it a little bit.
That's Matty on the radio.
You talked before about people that are watching the coverage overseas that have been a part of this championship before. What about the significance, how big this event is, that we draw people from all around the world back to the game? I saw Bryce Seals, who's come all the way from Charlotte to be a part of the Holden Racing Team gig here this weekend. And a familiar face in Eric Pender, who's been working in sports cars, for example, but here in Australia, and he's been down with LD Motorsport. So we do see a bit of that because it is such a big event.
Yeah, it's good to see Bryce back in the paddock. He's a familiar face down at the Holden Racing Team, a damper specialist. He's also helping them down there with their fuel and strategy management at the Holden Racing Team. So the corner marshals will be the ones that can tell whether or not there's actually oil being dropped here, and if there is, they may not have the choice of leaving the car out there.
Red Bull entries hustling, chasing Mark Winterbottom. Reynolds has a 3.5 second lead over Frosty. Doing my head in, the administrators next door to our commentary box here have got the popcorn going. Settle in at home if you're watching the action. It's going to be an awesome final 30 laps of this race.
They only added 67 litres to Reynolds' car in that last stop as well.
We know that they're going to have strong brakes, the Red Bull cars. You ride with the race leader. 3.1 seconds is the advantage over Mark Winterbottom here at the mountain.
Car 55 in the position where it started. P1 trying to become the first team to convert a pole position on the mountain since Tander and Will Davison in 09. Speaking of Will, his brother Alex is under heavy fire from a fired-up Shane Van Gisbergen. Always cagey, Steve Hallam wasn't giving too much away in his interview with Paul Morris earlier, but the crux of it was they wanted it to stay dry for a little bit, at least to get them to that last stop, and that's worked out okay so far. Alex under brakes doing enough to hold off Shane Van Gisbergen. This is for the final spot inside the top 10. As we build towards the end. The Supergirls have come into the pits. Right on cue. Bit of patchwork on this car. Great to have IndyCar and Formula E driver Simona Di Silvestro driving.
Okay, guys, give the windscreen a clean.
The amazing thing in
Tyres are done.
being a Swiss driver is that she's never had a chance to actually race at home.
Fuel.
For the last 60 years, motorsport has been illegal in Switzerland. As the fluid flags are shown through the cutting. And maybe a ban on motorsport coming soon to Switzerland. Should see her drive her Andretti Autosport Formula E car. What she could do with a shove down there in the pits. Looked like she maybe stalled it on the way out. She's got a few more laps to turn, and we can't wait to see the Harvey Norman Supergirls back at the mountain next year. It is a 2-year deal. Fire up that battle for 10th. Alex Davison, a winner here in Porsche Carrera Cup. 4th last year, just missed out the podium. With those showers earlier, they got caught up a little bit. Actually, both these cars did. Mistiming pit stops, shuffled back in the pack, even though they were both inside the top 5. Here comes Van Gisbergen at the same spot where he passed Alex's brother. He moves ahead at Falcon Forest Elbow. That was for that final spot inside the top 10. Reynolds still holding steady at the front.
Shane Van Gisbergen has been able to claim a spot in the top 10. He's just moved by Alex Davison for that spot. On 97, right at the maximum of the braking as they came down into the chase there. You could see the rear of the car, the behaviour of it. David Reynolds' lead is 2.2 seconds. Alex pulls off to pit lane. Erebus will be on standby for him. He's a great endurance driver. Alex Davison has competed overseas in many events for Porsche. And it's wonderful that the brothers are paired up again this year. It made sense to have them together. They've worked very hard on that car, so Alex bails out. Will jump in. With just under 30 laps to go. Front pads to be done here. So coming up to a 4:15 local. We've been going for 5 hours and 8 minutes in the Super Cheap Auto Bathurst 1000. 29 laps to go.
You got me on there, radio, pumping the pedal, mate, pumping the pedal, pumping the pedal.
This is Shane Van Gisbergen trying to claw back. He's now inside the top 10. And a nice move at Forest Elbow here. Down the inside of the Erebus entry. It's not an easy one to do, but he got some space and away he went. It's distilling to a nice, interesting, juicy conclusion for us here. With one stop remaining. Reynolds is the leader from Winterbottom, Lowndes, Whincup, and off the road, and a bit of a wild moment there for Jack Perkins. So Lowndes only needs 40 litres to get home. Whincup and Coulthard need 50. Reynolds needs about 65. Winterbottom needs about 75. So the two lead cars need to stand still longer to grab their fuel. So this is Jack Perkins, not only wide at McPhillamy, but fully surfing. And oh man,
you're pushing real hard.
That's seriously close to coming totally unglued there. That will have frightened the living daylights out of him.
He's in 7th place in this race.
That was, I can't recall anybody wiping the wall on the exit there of McPhillamy. Hopefully there's no damage to that car. Here it is in real time, wide over the curb, and hate seeing those lumps in those sand traps where it rejoined back to the grass. It flicked the car, and then not that long ago that was resurfaced down there in that runoff area, and that's helped Jack recover the situation.
Now what a Bill Brown moment at the top of the hill there all those years ago.
Tim Edwards, I know you're pretty unhappy at the moment about Dave Reynolds' lead, which got absolutely crucified, being held up by another car.
Oh, it's ridiculous. 3 laps, he was losing 1.5 seconds a lap. I mean, I don't know what they're watching upstairs. We asked them for blue flags and they just ignored it.
Well, he's lost a lot of time. Clearly, you played a strategy there for track position, which worked pretty well. As he got the speed, we know he was sort of struggling a little bit there against the Red Bull cars earlier, but I think he's got the speed to be able to maintain it, but your stop is going to be a bit longer.
Yeah, and I mean, in Dave's case, well, Dave and Frosty's case, both of them need to actually try and pull away. Dave's got a little bit more fuel in than Frosty, but you know, the last thing we needed was hemorrhaging time like that.
So we'll see what happens. Thanks.
Brad Jones, our calculations are showing that Fabian Coulthard of the top 6 group has got a shorter fuel stop. Is that sort of what you're showing?
Well, I hope so. We'll see. I mean, you know, that's going to be a really important part of this. So, you know, our car's going better as it's burning the fuel off, and but the day's so up and down, you know, and it's hard to know what's going on. But, you know, we're hoping we're going to get in amongst it in the next stop. So let's see what happens.
You seem quietly confident, Brad. Good luck.
Well, it's a pretty hard race, and those guys at the front are fighting pretty hard. So I think track position is going to count for a lot.
Thanks, Brad.
No worries.
I'll just wait for Roland Dane just to finish his conversation there. Grant McPherson. Mate, this is working pretty good here based on the calculations we've got on Craig's last stop and also Jamie's, and the fact that the cars in front have got to stop for a bit more fuel. This is playing out all right in your mind as well?
Yeah, we think they've got to make a longer stop. So I mean, we've been faster all day. It's just a question of of now hoping that, they're stopped for a bit of a shorter time than we are. See what happens.
We certainly will.
The other guy that doesn't have to stand still for terribly long is Lee Holdsworth. He only needs about 30 litres of fuel, but he's down in 8th. He's 23 seconds away from the lead. So it's 5.5 seconds covering the top 5 cars at the moment. And just to go back to that, Lowndes needs 40, Whincup and Coulthard need about 50 litres. And this is what Tim Edwards was talking about before, feeling as though he was being held up by car number 7. And the reason for the anxiety, Todd Kelly's in that car at the moment, is that in order to make their strategy work, they need to pull a margin. They need a gap with both cars 55 and 5, otherwise they'll get jumped in the pit.
They don't have it so far, do they? They don't have it. They're not. Gets by ultimately.
Lowndes needs 40 litres. Whincup and Coulthard need 50. That's Alex Buncombe, Englishman, part of Nissan's program, just recently had a successful run at the Nürburgring. Davey Reynolds needs 65 litres, and Winterbottom needs 75 litres, and it goes in at the rate of 3 3/4 litres per second. What about the weather? Well, at the moment, it's kind of steered around us. I wouldn't guarantee you that it won't come back in some form.
Fastest lap of the race belongs to Lowndes. A 2:07.32 in car 888, and that's beneath the marker, the lap record that Mostert set last year on lap 148. That was a 2:07.4.
There's a couple of pretty hefty cells to the northwest and southwest here at the moment. Parks and at Forbes, there's probably raindrops on roofs there at the moment. But whether or not it gets here and has an impact on this race, not sure at the moment. It has been travelling reasonably quickly from the west up at about 5,000 feet. It's travelling at about 25 knots, about 45 kilometres an hour thereabouts. Doesn't look too bad there at the moment, does it? But even look at that localised. In certain postcodes, there are 1 or 2 showers here and there. So it's still a factor. But we've got a great race unfolding here. Look at the tension between Reynolds and Winterbottom. There's nothing in this margin between the two of them.
You sense that Frosty wants to get on with it here.
Well, he kind of has to, because he's got Lowndes. And when Lowndes gets that look and he gets everybody in the crosshairs, he just finds another 10th or 2.
Last win for Red Bull Racing came in 2012 for Jamie Whincup and Paul Dumbrell. Whincup would love to make amends for what happened last year. Craig Lowndes' last victory at the mountain here was in 2010, and last victory for Stephen Richards was with these guys on the left of your screen, with the Pepsi Max crew, when he partnered Mark Winterbottom in 2013.
It's 10 litres difference, a couple of seconds, 2.5 seconds difference in fueling between 55 and 5 here. But they're very much running their own programs as well. They've got their own colours, their own co-drivers, their own group around them. And Frosty's got to be a bit cautious. Damage here, I think, on that right side of the car number 4, Ash Walsh, Jack LeBrock entry. It's had a whack.
Catch the radio message there.
What I was going to say, Rusty, is the other thing that Mark Winterbottom's got to take into account is a championship lead that can't be squandered at the moment.
Right, mate. Don't take it, hit the wall there. Bring it home, mate. Just park it in the box.
Here's the reason why. This isn't the cutting. Pretty hefty shunt there with the wall at turn 4. And that's broken the right front and right rear suspension on that car. Great shame. And the car's been presented beautifully this weekend with new partners on the car. And that's Ash Walsh at the helm.
Similar style of accident, almost same spot as what we saw with David Russell in practice 2 on Thursday.
White flag means there's a slow car, warning drivers that are coming, and look at the tension building here. It's on. Frosty's looking for a way around David Reynolds. Lowndes is sitting there just waiting for something to happen. And just behind, a fraction behind, is Whincup. It's a 4-way battle, and there's still others in it strategically as well, just beyond this. Incredible that you can get to this point in the day and still have this level of intensity, as we've seen time and time again. 7 times in the last 10 years, this race has been decided well inside 1 second after the final corner. Twice it's been somewhere between 2 and 3 seconds. And once, which was last year, the mammoth gap of 4 seconds resolved what was a crazy race. It's shaping up like this again. These are the big guns. These are the operators, the big teams, the guys that have done the mileage. They know how to squeeze those tiny percentages out of the cars. Reynolds, Winterbottom, Lowndes and Whincup. 1, 2, 3, 4 off Forest Elbow. It is exactly 1.3 seconds from first to fourth.
And imagine if one of the others could somehow sneak onto the podium, say a Scott McLaughlin and Alex Premer. It's only Alex's 4th start. You said that Lee Holdsworth only needs a short amount of fuel. It's Sebastian Bourdais' 1,000 debut. Could they get car 18 on the podium somehow?
Needs 30 litres, but is 24 seconds away from the lead, so they get a little bit back. It'll play him in. Winterbottom trying to figure a way by. He's had a win here. Lowndes has had a pile of them. Whincup's had a pile of them. Reynolds has been a runner-up. He's never won this race, and he leads it. He had the Armour All pole after yesterday's brilliant run in the wet. Dean Cando started the race. They've been chasing the behaviour of the car all day, trying to eke some performance out of it. Wasn't quite there early on, but now they've got a speedy race car. Forget about what the clock says. It's game on. 4 guys locked in combat here at turn 2.
Battle of the heavyweights. Pro Drive Racing Australia versus Red Bull Racing Australia. Pole sitter, David Reynolds. Mark Winterbottom, our championship leader. And it's been a couple of years since Red Bull won this race. They want to win it today.
Whincup did a 7.5 on the last lap. Comfortably the quickest of the lead 4, and Coulthard was only a fraction slower, and you'll get glimpses of him in the red and black Freightliner entry in the background. Look at him running fine tolerances at the top of the mountain, cruising up against the concrete wall. They don't even notice it. They're doing 225 kilometres an hour and they stick their foot on the brake pedal at the top. They've got to feed 2 gears into it and get it back to just over 80 kilometres an hour at the dipper. That's absolutely laser focus out there at the moment. These are qualifying laps. This is all about track position. This is all about getting in the right place at the right time, and then the pressure comes on the crews for these final stops. Getting the fuel on, mistake-free, hitting the markers in the lane, and there's variation across these cars in terms of the load they need to bring on.
Oh, no!
Out
17.
of business. Scott Pye's had a huge accident. This will be a safety car.
You're right, buddy.
It's near McPhillamy there.
In, they respond. Whincup stays out. So he has to. He can't double stack. He cannot afford to double stack Jamie Whincup. Coulthard's in as well. Here's the last splash.
Reynolds' entry was, he gained a car length there.
We are ready for 4 tyres and fuel.
Now it depends on how much fuel saving anyone's done.
Just go with me on the exit.
Did Frosty short shift? This is going to be a huge battle of the teams. He had the benefit of the slipstream, Frosty. Did that give him anything? A couple of litres would make a big difference here. He overshot slightly. Here's the crews on the left. Watch the job. They're bringing on the last load of fuel. This determines the run to the flag. Whincup is still circulating. Couldn't afford to queue.
10 to go, bro.
Gizzy's in. They're all in. Reynolds, Winterbottom, Lowndes, Coulthard, McLaughlin, Perkins, Holdsworth, Van Giz. Departing is Lowndes. He had the shorter fill. Gone Reynolds. Gone Coulthard. And still waiting is Winterbottom. So the answer to my rhetorical question early on, no. They had to pay the price for the shorter fill earlier on. So it's a rob Peter to pay Paul scenario in these fuel stops.
Under safety car, can you believe it? The Lexus safety car makes another appearance. Van Gisbergen on the way back out of the lane. Holdsworth exits now. And also Jason Bright and Michael Caruso's Nissan car 23 in the lane.
This explains what happens to Scotty Pye. So he's had a mid-corner correction at metal grade. It doesn't take much. crashes up there. Well, he's out of space. And Scott Pye makes very heavy contact. Let's listen. Very solid impact with the wall. Fortunately, there's a lot of side intrusion protection there, but that was nasty.
That was big. And that's good that he's getting out of the car. Let's hope that Scotty's okay.
Guys, the news is also Jamie Whincup did not get held up by the safety car. He is in pit lane. He has not been held up, so he is in play here. He stayed out, managed to be past the safety car before it got onto track, and therefore he's in the pit lane very shortly, and he's going to come out. Here he is now. So he didn't get held up at all. He is in play here big time.
He needs 50 litres of fuel, Murph.
He does, but everyone else has had to stop and do the same thing. So he is still going to come out here in the game big time with those other players.
Absolutely, for sure. No question about that. Nice green tyres for the run to the end. They've all got good brake condition.
Yeah, good man.
Okay,
we're all clear. We're all clear.
Where's Lowndes? Here's Lowndes. This is what I wanted to see. Lowndes is on the pit straight. There's the departure for Jamie. And there is David Reynolds in the background. The Bulls are 1 and 2. They're in good shape.
This is the stuff they worked on Thursday when the weekend began. Scotty Pye out of the car. He's in good hands. Dr. Carl Lee is there, our series doctor. He waves to the crowd. Bone-jarring crash, a bruising crash at the top of the mountain for the 17. Brings out the safety car. This safety car there, this is medical car, in fact. Medical car, I think that was off to the left, I beg your pardon.
Lowndes has got control of the race. Sadly, Scott Pye has had a major incident at the top of the hill. Whincup is in second. Reynolds is in third. Coulthard is fourth. Winterbottom had to stick around longer to get that fuel on. He's fifth, but they will be nose to tail, fueled and good to go to the end.
They had a terrific week, DJR Team Penske. Such a shame.
Wow.
Okay, safety car, Triple Eight is coming up behind you. We need Triple Eight
Looked to
behind
me,
you.
we're all looking at each other up here at the moment. That looked to me like he went past the safety car.
And some fluid down, as you can see, up against the wall there. Wow, 5 hours and 25 minutes we've been going.
He could have been waved by as well. Gee whiz. Never fails to entertain this location. On lap 140, so these are the guys that have bought the ticket to the last race. That's a sad sight after a great attempt this year. Great pace for both Marcus Ambrose and for Scott Pye. That team's continued to improve through the year.
Marcus said it in the interview before, didn't he? It's undoubtedly their best, their most competitive weekend so far. Enormous amount of work that's been going on at the team's Yatala base on the Gold Coast. They are gradually, absolutely becoming a factor in this championship. Whatever you do, stick around. This is going to be a cracking finish to the Super Cheap Auto Bathurst 1000.
So after 50 laps of green flag running, the Lexus RCF safety car is deployed. Funny story, actually. The safety car was trending on Twitter earlier today, Australia-wide, and the discussions are down in pit lane right now. RD pleads his case. This should surely be about the safety car and Jamie Whincup. Think back to the first time the safety car was ever used here in the World Touring Car race. It got past going up Mountain Straight. There was a fair bit of confusion. How to use the safety car back then.
How's it feel now?
Yeah, all good now, fellow, all good. Thank you.
Because it was being called on race management.
Let's adjust that rear bar, mate. Rear bar is
Which he was, when we were told. It was a breach. The light was off when he went past.
But they need to look at the vision from inside, not on the roof. You can't go by the roof now.
Wow. The words from Frank Adamson's mouth, it was a breach. And it's under investigation. Safety car procedure, car number 1. For the second year in a row, he might be facing a drive-through penalty here. He's looking at taking the restart of this race in second position behind his teammate with a great race car to get home, but he could be facing a PLP. Jason Bargwanna with the hand on the right headset, alongside Tim Schenken in race control.
They would have known they were the leader. Okay, I'll let him know.
And this is a massive call to make. 20 to go.
Because they've all seen it, they're all up to its breach. And the race manager one to return behind the safety car, and he didn't. They're all in.
It looks like it's a done deal. Roland's heading back to the garage to deliver the bad news. Let's take one more look at this. Safety car on the inside of the track. Jamie swinging by en route back to the pits. And stay tuned because this has big implications.
With 20 laps to go, there is a game-changing situation. It involves car 1 and Jamie Whincup under investigation for a potential breach of safety car procedure. And there's been some discussion on this, Neil.
Overtaking the safety car is forbidden unless signalled to do so by the observer in the safety car by use of a green light or other signal, at which time the car may overtake the safety car and continue at reduced speed until the car reaches the line of cars behind the safety car. So, sad to see that Falcon on the flatbed truck on the way back home, but it looks like a penalty for this man.
Car can lift your speed to 80 now.
Paul Dumbrell, Jamie Whincup.
To do. We're doing some extra laps
passing
here. We
the
need
safety
to
car.
Clean up and also get rid of this recovery.
Race director Tim Schenken has asked the safety car to increase its speed. The flatbed has car 17, a badly damaged 17 on the way back to pit lane, but this is the story.
And that's Jamie Whincup passing the Lexus RCF safety car with the lights flashing. Can't see any green light, can't see any other additional signals. And I'll go back to the operations manual in the sporting regs, and you can see Mark Dutton, 11.2.2, overtaking of the safety car is forbidden unless signalled to do so by the observer in the safety car by use of a green light or other signal, at which time the car may overtake the safety car and continue at reduced speed until the car reaches the line of cars behind the safety car.
I'm just going to butt in here again, mate. Roland, he's having a chat with Mark Dutton just quickly. Let's see if we can get back in there in a sec.
Roland.
Obviously not going to be too keen to talk right now, I wouldn't have thought.
Murph Roland put up quite a good argument with Frank Adamson in pit lane, trying to staunchly defend it, didn't he? But the disappointment in Dutto's race.
Yeah, sorry to butt in, mate. That situation there, obviously your thoughts on that, but no green necessarily on the safety car?
Not that we can see there, but I don't know. Jamie was convinced he had green there, so anyway, it is what it is.
It was a struggle there with the double stacking situation. He chose to continue on for that one lap.
He did, we didn't. He was meant to come in.
What did Frank Adamson say to you?
No, he just said they've looked at it and that's what their conclusion.
Okay, thank you.
Wow, that's a big statement. He chose to. He was meant to come in. That's the take out of that. Ooh. So for 2 years in a row, a little bit of tension here between team and driver. So that's a pretty big call. Now, Jamie's obviously said that he felt that there was a green light or something that gave him the indication that he could go by. Reference what I read out a couple of times there before. From that angle, for us, it's inconclusive. Frank Adamson from V8 Supercars been in contact with race control. At race control, the Clark, of course, the race director and all of the observers up there in consultation with the safety car have said, no, we're happy that, in our opinion, it's a breach. Still being discussed. We haven't actually heard of anything being assessed at the moment in terms of a penalty or exercised, but it's Lowndes, Whincup, Reynolds, Coulthard. Does this take...
Okay, safety car, you lift your speed 120, we're safe to do so.
Does this take Whincup out of the queue and off the podium?
Still got Lowndes, obviously, in play, our race leader.
Marcus Ambrose, that's a heartbreaking sight after such a strong showing, but to see Scott get out of the car on his own was a good sign.
Yeah, look, he got out under his own power. We haven't spoke to him, and they're going to go and check him out at the medical centre, so he's holding his ribs. It doesn't look good, but car took a fair beating, just not the day we wanted to finish, not the way we wanted to finish our day, that's for sure, but just got to thank Dick and Xbox and Ford and everyone involved in our program. We had a fast car today. We just lost a lot of track position, staying out in those wets a little bit too long there in the middle of the day, and we paid the price. But he was making speed on the leaders, but he's just made a mistake across the top there, and Bathurst is not a forgiving place, that's for sure.
Absolutely. Hopefully you guys can come back fighting at the Gold Coast.
Yeah, we will do. Thanks.
The onboard. You see the car have that moment, that bobble. Clouts the wall, car 17, and we have another retirement from the 1000. If you've just joined us, the DJR team Penske number 17 is out, and a question mark over Jamie Whincup and a potential pass of the reach of the safety car regulations. Clear to Murph.
Yeah, just want to quickly catch up with Brad Jones. Fabian in a pretty good position, probably expecting also a penalty there for car 1. What's the rules for, or what are you telling Fabian to do? I mean, this is an opportunity here. We've got a race to the finish by the looks of it.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the bottom line is, no matter how much you dress it up, Jamie's passed the safety car with the lights on, and he's going to have to go back to the field. So, unfortunately, Holsworth was coming in when we were exiting, but I thought we were going to jump Davey in the pits as well. So, look, we're in a fantastic position for a podium. We just need to press on. We've got Mark behind us. He's very fast. Those Falcons are fast cars. So, we just need to have them quickly sort out what they're doing with car 1 and get on with the race.
Good on you. Good luck.
Thanks, everyone.
Best finish for Fabian Coulthard so far in the 1000, a 9th last year with Luke Youlden. He's not had a podium, and when you look back on his career, there's a string of DNFs. This would be important. This would be special for the Kiwi if he can clear David Reynolds. We are good to go at the mountain. A frantic 20 laps to the finish of the Super Cheap Auto Bathurst 1000.
Okay, thank you.
Battle of the heavyweights. Red Bull versus Pro Drive put Brad Jones Racing in the mix as well. What about Volvo? Scott McLaughlin. Lee Holdsworth a chance at a podium. So's Jack Perkins and Garth Tander. This is going to be exciting.
Safety car is in pit lane. Green flag.
Safety car in pit lane.
Okay.
Lowndes will control them.
Those replays that we saw of Pye before, there's something weird in the front right corner of that car. So it's either had a failure or a puncture, or there's something odd about that vision that I saw. But we're going racing again. That's a question to be answered later on.
Good jump by Craig Lowndes, and we're underway once again for a sprint to the finish. They talk about this phase of the race, buying a ticket to it. Look at the contestants that have bought a ticket. The crowd appreciate it. Van Gisbergen, let's not forget about him either.
Pit lane drive through penalty car 1, pit lane drive through penalty car 1, breach of safety car procedures, breach of safety car procedures.
Just a bit of fuel over the top, mate. Obviously, don't let anyone pass you, and we'll pit this lap, mate. Pit this lap. No pressure on Craig. No pressure on Craig. Clean play now.
So there you go. As we thought, a breach, a penalty, and up the inside goes Tander on Perkins, done. And this is going to be intense, and it's a fair run to the flag here as well. So Lowndes checks out. He's got fresh brakes on that car. I don't believe they did brakes for Winterbottom, Reynolds or Coulthard. So he's in good shape. And look at the margin. And Whincup, it's a team play. He won't do anybody any favours behind him.
Quick message through from Stephen Johnson. Pye broke something in the steering, possibly a steering arm, he says.
Yeah, well, it just looked odd. It looked odd, didn't it? It didn't behave normally down there through Reed Park, down past the metal grate. Look at the margin that Lowndes has got here. And remember that Whincup peels off. That leaves Reynolds in position 2. Puts Coulthard on the podium, but nothing's a foregone conclusion at Mount Panorama. And this is going to stick Whincup all the way down the back of the queue because the field's compressed. And in he comes.
And Gisbergen, look at him all over the back of Jack Perkins. Wants to get on with it. Gizzy. Now he's through.
Oh, look at this up the inside. He's done it. Coulthard, that's a cool move. Fabian Coulthard, but I reckon he's actually run a bit too wide here. That allows Frosty to get a free kick. Frosty's gone up to position number 2. The championship leader takes a nice profit from that one.
Watch Garth Tander here. He's zeroing in on Coulthard as well in car 2. Looks left, looks right. Can't make the big deep brake move there.
Watch Tander on McLaughlin. He's going to get him here. Tander's done a demon move up the inside. He might even grab Coulthard. They're neck and neck on the run to the cutting. And he actually closes down and does it. Well done, Garth Tander. So Coulthard looked racy at 1, and how quickly it changes in the space of about 20 seconds.
From grid position 22, Garth Tander is up into 4th and may just get car 2 on the podium.
Lowndes has got 3 seconds. They're loving every second of this at the top of the mountain. It's Red Bull Racing Australia Holden. It's the Pepsi Max Ford of Winterbottom. Van Gisbergen's trying to literally drive the wheels off that car, number 97. He's 7th, don't discount him.
Wild moment for Coulthard across the top there. You can hear a few of them locking brakes. Gizzy's up to 7th. Tander in a podium position in 3rd. The order is Lowndes from Winterbottom, Tander, Coulthard, McLaughlin. There your 5.
Perkins under assault here at the moment in 22. Rick Kelly's the one that was just ranging up there. There he is. Side by side to the chase. Rick's on the outside. Moffat's in the foreground there at 99, and Jack's getting a fair boxing there at the moment. So Will Davison's in behind.
You talk about how anything can happen at this race. The top 3 all started outside the top 10. Lowndes all round.
Round goes Rick. So Jack Perkins and Rick and that whole angry gang locked in combat. Rick pops out the other side in the wrong direction. We spoke about it at the top of the day. Never discount the heavyweights, but they had to play the long game. It took those 3 or 4 loads of fuel before they prevailed. Lowndes, Winterbottom and Tander, 14, 15, 22 in their qualification positions. Look at Bright and Van Gisbergen have a go here also. Up the inside goes Coulthard on the replay, but he stuffed it in so quick. It understeered on the way out the other side. And the guy that profited was the guy that we ride with now. Check it out. Up the inside of Reynolds, he had kilometres an hour to spare. It was the parting of the seas, and all of a sudden he's just jumped up a bunch of spots.
100%. And here comes Tander as well. What a ride. Tander has got the eyes on. He's 0.7 shy of Winterbottom at the moment.
This was a cool move that Garth got away with here, and he stayed with it. He got up the inside of McLaughlin, and because McLaughlin and Fabian sort of rattled on each other, that allowed Garth just to go up the inside. Here it is again from the chopper. So 2 wide as they turned in. Garth had the presence of mind to get up there. He would have grabbed 2nd gear, so it launched out the other side nicely. And then he gets track position by the time they get to 3. And here's the dispatching of Rick Kelly down here at the final corner. Let's see what happened. We're on board with Jack. Oh, it says he's come back. He's wiped his own car across the front of Jack. There's nothing Perkins could do. Rick Kelly did that to himself. He moved across to the right.
Ryan Rolkinshaw, I was a couple of garages away, and this place just erupted when Garth Tander made that move.
Yeah, I think we got a bit excited. I don't think we really expected to jump that many places so quickly, but obviously Fabs went in pretty hard on Reynolds and then sort of opened the door a little bit for us in Winterbottom to jump through. So yeah, pretty happy.
Got yourself into a podium position at the moment. James Courtney, how hard is this standing here right now with just a few laps to go?
Yeah, it's interesting. Happy for Garth, great for Garth and the whole team really, but knowing that you could be there as well, it's incredibly annoying. So yeah, very frustrating, but yeah, pumped for the team. You know, I think we've got good speed and it's only, you know, we get better towards the end, so it's going to be a good race.
Fingers crossed for the guys.
Cheers.
Focus on Van Gisbergen here. He's all over Reynolds and trying to sneak up. He thought about it, but Davey covered at the cutting, turn 4. And now he tries to come out on the shallow side. So there's speed in hand here for Van Gisbergen. He's pressuring Reynolds big time as they climb to the top of the mountain. This is the highest point of Mount Panorama. 174 metres above Pitt Straight. We ride with Gizzy. He's 7th. He's clawing back. They got caught a little bit with strategy. Off the top of the mountain, down the S's, Lowndes, Winterbottom, Tander, Coulthard, McLaughlin, Reynolds, Van Gisbergen, Bright, Holdsworth, Caruso in the 10. Meantime, Whincup is in 19th position.
Less than 16 to go. Race has been going 5 hours and 43 minutes. There's a little bit of time here for Van Gisbergen, but will it be enough? Lowndes by 3.4 seconds. Off goes Jamie. Whincup runs off on the approach to Skyline.
Watch Van Gisbergen. He's stalking. Will he show him the nose down here? Can't quite get close enough. He's able to position the car with tighter exit lines at the moment, Van Gisbergen. So his corner exit speed is a little stronger. So look for him to pull a move at turn 2. He'll be as tidy as he can be at the final corner and then again at turn 1. And it'll be about trying to get it accurately turned and pick up the throttle just a metre early. That's what his focus will be. He knows it. He's played the game long enough and hard enough. Now he'll jam that thing under the rear wing of the Falcon as best he can and try and stand it on its nose at the end of Mountain Straight. I don't know that he's close enough just yet. He'll get a bit of a benefit from the toe. 260 kilometres an hour. Van Gisbergen thinks about it. He needs to be another car length closer. He's better in the mid-corner than David's car. Shallower on the exit once again. Reynolds has to use more track. Thought about it again at the cutting. That's been one of his favoured moves over the years. So he sends him a little message, don't hold me up. If you want to play, I'll play too.
McLaughlin's not all that far up the road here ahead of David Reynolds. Good sector from Van Gisbergen. But he's stuck, he's fighting with Reynolds here, so that speed just compromised a little.
Lowndes is sitting on a 3-second cushion at the moment. This is the battle for 6th and 7th. Van Gisbergen's got to use a lot of car to achieve what he's doing at the moment. Now, if he does manage to clear David, he's 8.2 seconds from the lead. It's the replay of what happened to Whincup at McPhillamy. He ran wide in the marbles up there and then pitched him off into the gravel as well. And again, you see a car getting pitched and thrown on the exit of this gravel trap. And another car off the road down here again. In fact, it's the same car. So it's Whincup twice now. So he's having circuit breaker moments. He's coming unglued at the back end of the day. It'll be frustration.
What a shame for Dumbrell and for Jamie Whincup. We go back to this battle.
I wonder whether he did any front wing damage when he went off the first time. Here's the replay. So well wide this time. He's got out to the camping ground. Lowndes, 3 seconds. 0.7 between Winterbottom and Tander. Look at this. Tander, who was 4th at Sandown. It's been a tough year for Tander. He's had one podium only so far this year, and he achieved that back in Adelaide at the Clipsal 500 at the very beginning on Sunday. It was a 3rd placing, but he has been buoyant in the championship in the recent past. He's up to 6th position.
And as you observed on a number of occasions, he might have the Achilles heel of qualifying, but he races so well, Tander, from 22nd today, and on the podium as it currently stands in 3rd, 0.8 behind Frosty.
And that's the aftermath of the Win Cup off there, and that's the reason why the front of the car looked dislodged. Because it is. So he made the belt out there, so that's a huge off. So he's down in 19th still at the moment.
Whether David's been tuning this on the run, he looked like he was struggling there before, but he has been able to hold Van Gisbergen at bay.
Seconds. Lowndes over Winterbottom. Looking further back in the pack, this is Moffat down the inside in car number 99 on Michael Caruso. That gets him to 10th.
Scotty McLaughlin's currently in 5th spot. His best finish in the 1000, 6th with Jono Webb back in 2012. So it could be a personal best day for McLaughlin. And as we said before, Coulthard's best result came last season here with Luke Youlden, a 9th place finish. He's on for a 4th unless he can find a way back onto the podium, get back around Garth Tander. There's the gap between the two.
Not much in the way of wind out there at the moment. Weather-wise, I don't think it's too bad. Still got 13 laps remaining. There's a cell to the northwest and another one to the southwest, but I've got a feeling they're going to flank around the outside of Mount Panorama, so I think we might be okay for weather.
2 Brad Jones racing entries in the 10. Jason Bright in 8th. Coulthard in 4th position. What a debut for Sebastian Bourdais, on for a top 10 finish with Lee Holdsworth. Team 18 currently in 9th. To our race leader.
Be interesting to just get a bit of a look at this car and see how it's behaving. It's just been sitting on this margin for the last few laps, and Todd has got an issue over the top here. It's heard him on the radio. Oh, he's clouded something. 3.5 seconds now, Lowndes over Winterbottom.
I think it's right to the right rear.
I think there's been contact with a wall up there, and it's damaged that car. It'll have to come in.
We're not done yet, obviously. 12.5 to go, but Craig Lowndes has 5 Bathurst 1000 wins to his credit. His first coming in back in 1996 with Greg Murphy, his last in 2010. If he gets this today, if he does it, he'll join Larry Perkins and Mark Scaife with a tally of 6 wins at the mountain, and a bit of greatness for Stephen Richards as well. His dad has a remarkable tally here at the mountain. Jimmy Richards with 7. Today could be the 4th for Stephen Richards. Wouldn't that be a great result? There he is.
He's lived through the highs and lows of the process up here, Stephen Richards. So he won't blink for a little while, and it's certainly not done yet. Bit of sunshine up there now. 3.6 seconds Lowndes to Winterbottom. This is what happened to Todd Kelly. So he's crunched the wall on the run to McPhillamy, and that right rear has taken a beating as a result of that. He's back in the pit lane now. There's Frosty, and there is Tander. So there's still big pressure there at the moment. Margin just shrunk ever so slightly on this last lap between Lowndes and Winterbottom. Frosty's won it once, Tander's won it 3 times. And they've tidied this car up on the run during the day and through the weekend as well. The reason they ended up with such a poor qualifying, for him down in 22nd, they were changing dampers on the car after their first run in qualifying, and then it rained. So they were chasing even at that point yesterday, trying to get that car to respond to his preferences. Get a lap speed check on them here, and that's Adrian Burgess, the Managing Director of the Walkinshaw Racing Group and the corresponding garage at ProDrive. Jason Gray on the left is the engineer for Mark Winterbottom. Tim Edwards is the team principal. A 2.8.3 for Lowndes, a 2.7.8 for Winterbottom, a 2.8.1 for Tander, 8.1 for Coulthard, 8.1 for McLaughlin, 8.1 for Reynolds, 8.1 for Van Gisbergen. It's a popular theme.
We haven't spoken about the sort of day it could be for Warren Luff as well, who's partnering Garth Tander. He's been third here on 2 occasions before with Craig Lowndes, 2012 and 13. He works hard, Luffy. It'd be a nice result. He's on the podium there with Garth Tander, looking sharp, looking like it might be at the moment. But still over 10 laps to go. .1 seconds, Lowndes to Winterbottom. It's important that Lowndes doesn't use up too much of anything. If we got another safety car, he doesn't need to have eaten the rubber performance out of this car. And equally, the others can't afford to chew up too much with their packages either. They're almost on par through that first sector, Neil. Lowndes and Winterbottom were separated by 100th of a second. Tander just fractionally off the marker, but nothing in it. They're going toe-to-toe. And you can add HRT to the battle of the heavyweights as well. Great to see them in the mix here. And great to see Garth, who, as you said before, hasn't been on the podium since the Clipsal 500 at the beginning of the year.
Warren Luff, his co-driver, and just to the left there is Leanne Tander, Garth's wife. So I wonder whether or not it's just a question of the track having come to them in car 2, or did they chase the car, or both? Because earlier in the day we made remark around the fact, and that's Renee Winterbottom, that they just didn't quite have the pace in car 2 in those early battles, but they certainly appear to have the pace at the moment.
Saw a glimpse of Angela Richards there a moment ago too. The Richards racing dynasty continuing in some ways, because Steve's been working with his son Clay. They've been going go-karting recently. We'll often see Clay helping them with the Porsche program, the Carrera Cup. Back to Reynolds here and Van Gisbergen. The Giz has not been able to clear him, but he's maybe coming back for a second shot at it here. Now we're hearing that may be Chaz Mostert live. Give us a wave if that's you, Chaz. We're watching on, that's Peter Travaskis, marketing manager for ProDrive Racing Australia. A bit of a smile there. Good on you, bud. Rest up. Looks like a message popping up from Dr. Carl Lee as well, who's texting as we speak to see how he goes.
Probably says put the phone down and rest, recuperate.
and a crazy bit of good work, good work. Rest up, mate. Winterbottom on course for a podium. And your stablemate took pole position for you yesterday, David Reynolds. They were talking about it last night, did it for Chaz. Still 3.3 seconds as we wind down in the Super Cheap Auto Bathurst 1000. Frosty's trying, Lowndes responds. It was a gain of a 10th of a second by Frosty through the first sector. Not a big gain.
Classified finishes last year, there were 17 of them. Reliability-wise this year, we've done pretty well so far. Just got a lot of cars out there on the lead lap. There are 18 on the lead lap. Fastest race that we've had in the recent past was 2013. It was 6 hours and 11 minutes. We're coming up to the 6-hour mark now of this race with 10 laps remaining. Van Gisbergen, very similar speed at the moment to Reynolds. Probably had to use a little bit too much rubber in that charge. Things have just stabilised between them for the moment.
how's this? The last time the podium, if it finishes this way, was completed by 3 cars that started outside the top 10, 1987. But that was only after the corrected race result. And I seem to recall a bloke who uncovered the controversy that day.
Texaco Sierras were later disqualified. Rock won the race, and they'd only achieved 158 laps on that day.
You just can't discount them, can you? They might have a tough run in qualifying, and that was weather affected. But look at them. At the end of the day, they are right in the mix. Very cool. They've had a huge Star Wars contingent here as well with the Holden Racing team, stormtroopers to the pit uniforms. The Force Awakens, great stuff for Tander right now. Back to the Nissans here, 99. Moffat on the podium last year. It's at the moment a 10th place finish for Moff and Taz Douglas.
5 seconds is the gap first to third. 1.5 seconds is the gap from second to third. And Lowndes is still moderating that margin around 3 odd seconds. It fluctuates a little. Dropped down to 2.9 at one point. Now it's back out to 3.3. Green just came up for Mark Winterbottom in the first sector. So it's a personal best in the race today for him. 51.8 was the split from the start-finish line to turn 7. So he's pressing on. Shane Van Gisbergen's got a second win here. He's got that margin again closed up to David Reynolds, who's hanging on. This is the battle for 6th and 7th. Just behind them, Jason Bright, Lee Holdsworth and James Moffat.
Lowndes responded in the second sector, got 3/10 back, so Frosty not quite as strong over the mountain. We're on the descent here now, riding with Shane Van Gisbergen as he chases Reynolds. 3.7 seconds, the mark now, the gap between Lowndes and Winterbottom. Tander's 1.6 off Frosty in third. Coulthard 1.2 shy of Garth in fourth.
Lowndes lap speed on the last lap, a 2-minute 7.8. Winterbottom, a 2-minute 7.8. Tander, 2-minute 8.0. Coulthard, an 8.1. McLaughlin did a 7.9, so he's in the 7s. There are 3 of them. And an 8.3 for David Reynolds. And an 8.3, not surprisingly, for Van Gisbergen, because he's absolutely in his wheel tracks.
Is he using a lot of road there off the exit of turn 1 as they... Here's Will Davison. And that's for position. Michael Caruso was in 12th spot. Will takes that away from him.
So the next one in front of Will at the moment is Jack Perkins. Jack's in 11th place. It's back out now to 3.5 seconds as we go back to this enthralling battle between Reynolds and Van Gisbergen. And Reynolds' car, you can see it just sliding around a little from the onboard point of view that we have from Shane Van Gisbergen's car. 4th gear, hovering around the 200 clicks, little brake to settle the car for Reynolds at the metal grate. To the right back there is where Scott Pye came unstuck with whatever the issue was with that car in the front right corner. Trailing the brake, second gear all the way down, and then you drive in that gutter to the right, grab 3rd gear. Here's where Chaz ended up in the wall earlier in the weekend.
Personal best first sector for Scotty McLaughlin, so the 33, the Kiwi showing some speed in the final phase of this race here. It's the updated championship standings. Now that's significant. Obviously no Chaz Mostert today. Lowndes would move to second, trail Winterbottom by 399 as we get set for the Castrol Gold Coast 600. Reynolds would be third, but that's a good gain for Craig Lowndes here today.
Interested in Winterbottom's speed here because he was quick in the sectors. So he was in fact 1.5 tenths faster on that lap than Craig Lowndes. The gap still sitting just over 3 seconds. His teammate Steve Owen. So a very intensive run through sectors 1 and 2 there for Mark Winterbottom in car number 5. Here he is on screen. There's the train of contenders. 3.48 seconds is officially the gap. And you can see on that graphic that's up on screen the seesaw battle that's going on between them at the moment. And it's not a bad recovery when you consider that not only did they have to deal with an awkward qualifying position for this car, but they've had their issues during the day. Strategy plays got them back. Had to reboot the system when they lost the dashboard, and they copped a penalty and a hold penalty also for not having the stoplights working and not responding to the mechanical black flag. So that's not a bad recovery when you consider those issues.
There's Renee watching on. Austin and Oliver are their children. Proud family, big motorsport family. Oh, close to the wall there for Frosty.
Sound of these cars in the background is just awesome. Look at this. They're like bullets down there. And these guys are still squeezing out lap speed performance as though they were driving in qualifying. It's got a little bit darker once again.
McLaughlin did a personal best lap of this race at 2:07.87.
In the sevens, Lowndes, Winterbottom, Tander, Coulthard, McLaughlin and Reynolds. So a little bit of cloud cover helping everybody, but they're pressing on. The variance between the top 5 in lap speed is less than 1/10 of a second. That is incredible intensity.
There is a bit of a chance for other aspects of the podium to play out here. Coulthard is less than a second behind Tander, and McLaughlin now just 1.2 behind Coulthard. So here we go, we're looking at some of the gaps here now. So Tander has third spot, there he is, car 2. There's Coulthard, there's McLaughlin. McLaughlin's laps have been getting stronger and stronger. Coulthard's responded as well. As Neil said, both of them in the 2-minute 7s, and they're banking good laps late in this race, the pair of them. This is such an exhausting race. To think that these guys at this stage of the game are doing 2-minute 7s, it's just mega.
Holdsworth's got the eyes on Jason Bright here. These fellas are in a battle for 8th and 9th. They're about 15 seconds away from the lead. Still sitting at 3.4 seconds Lowndes to Winterbottom. This is Jason Bright. Winner in 1998. He's also had a second and a third here.
That win he enjoyed in 98 was with Stephen Richards. Richo eyeing up a win today with Craig Lowndes. It would be Stephen's 4th in career terms at Bathurst.
I'll give you an overview of where they all sit at the moment, where your favourite drivers lie. Winterbottom, Tander, Coulthard, McLaughlin, Reynolds, Van Giz has drifted. Bright, so he's used the tyres up. Then Holdsworth. Next is Moffat. Jack Perkins. Will Davison's closer now to the back of Jack Perkins. He's been reeling him in. Remember, he was battling with Michael Caruso not long ago. There's Tim Slade, and behind Tim is Dale Wood. Dale's in 15th position. Behind him, Rick Kelly, who had that moment down at the final corner. And then behind Rick Kelly, we've got Aaron Russell, Jamie Whincup, 18th, Nick Percat, Todd Kelly.
This is a good story. These guys worked enormously hard after an incident earlier in the race. David Wall's Volvo had an engine problem. It went off here, the number 200, Harvey Norman Supergirls entry. Renee Gracie at the wheel in that fluid, damaged the front of the car. She did her best to limp it back to pit lane. Paul Sipranich and the crew were able to get it repaired and back in the game before the cutoff. Now, they're in a bit of a personal battle here in terms of making sure they complete the minimum laps. They seem on course to do that. They can't afford to get lapped, though. Otherwise, they will not be classified finishers. But a great story. Simona Di Silvestro and Renee Gracie. And this was about just laying the foundations 2015 for an even bigger assault in 2016. An assault on the mountain, one of 2 wildcard entries here today. We've got damage to one of our hamburger cams on top of Scotty McLaughlin's Volvo. He's in 5th place and he's been hustling that Volvo. Personal best first sector for Fabian Coulthard. So Brad Jones has been letting Fabs know about his countryman and the pace that we're seeing from the 33, so he's responded. And he keeps the gap between them at 1.1 seconds, 1.2 seconds in fact now.
Lowndes has been stubbornly sitting on that 100 wins, an incredible personal achievement since the Sky City Triple Crown event at Darwin. He's inching closer at the moment. Look at that lap count down in the bottom left-hand corner. This is McLaughlin, he's 5th. Do a lap speed check again and a margin check. 3.4 seconds, 7.9 for Lowndes, 7.7 for Winterbottom, 8.2 for Tander, 7.8 for Coulthard, 8 flat for Scotty McLaughlin. Here they are. So the fastest of the gang at the moment is Winterbottom, but the cushion's still there. There it is.
Can't sort of emphasise enough just how difficult this is at this stage of the race. Coulthard looks close to Tander. Let's keep an eye on that for 3rd position. The gap is 0.4 between them. The Kiwi eyeing up his first ever podium at the mountain. If he can wrestle it from Garth Tander, Gizzy in trouble.
He's used all the rubber on that car in that pursuit where he was pressuring David Reynolds. Here's the onboard replay, and it'll just get away from him in the rear. Have to catch it. Just steered out into the gravel. So here we are back at the top of the hill. 3.2 seconds is the margin. He's had 3 wins so far in 2015, Craig Lowndes. 12 podiums in all at this location. Is that a little bit of rain on that screen? Down the order, by the way, Whincup has just achieved a new lap record in 18th. So remember that the front of the car looked like it had a crease in it and the front end was loose, but he's done a 2:07.1 on the last lap, lap 157. Good speed from Whincup.
Angry man grabbed that thing by the scruff of the neck. It was a certain podium, or it looked it, for Whincup today until that breach of safety car issue for him, and right now he's down in 18th.
Isn't it amazing? At the back end of last year's race, Lowndes and Winterbottom got together down at turn 1. Here we are at the back end of this year's race. Lowndes and Winterbottom are still up the sharp end, still duking it out at the moment. We'll check him again. Lowndes crosses the line with a 2:08 flat. 2:07.7 for Frosty. He's got the margin to 3.2 seconds. It's not done yet, but he's got a cushion. Tander on the last lap was in the 7s, and Fabian's pressing on here as well. He was fast, a 7.7 on the last lap for Coulthard. So he had a little in reserve, and he's now going to apply it. He's right in behind Garth Tander. They're in a big fight here because this is all about the podium.
Riding with Fabian, Freightliner Commodore. Has he just waited, maybe preserved the rubber a little bit? Watching to see what shape car 2's in. See it a little nervous on the entry to the cutting. There's Luke Youlden. He shared the car again with Fabian here.
So this is about a little bit of podium glory here, not to mention the points. Big fight between the Holden teams, between Freightliner Racing, between Garth Tander. Tander's had a podium this year, and it was way back early on. For Coulthard, he's had 9 of them. Mentioned earlier in the weekend, his career's on a blip at the moment. He's on the move for next year. Sitting 4th. It's 2 car lengths between him and being in 3rd spot at the moment. 3.6 seconds meantime at the front. Lowndes and Winterbottom continuing to trade fast sectors.
Looked like Fab's lost a bit of ground coming out of Forest's Elbow there. Maybe. Warren Luff, nervous, keeping an eye on the 14. Yep, that split or that gap has increased back out to 0.9 between Tander and Fabian Coulthard. You can see it there now. So I think maybe the final turn, or not the final turn, coming on to Conrad, I should say, just lost a little bit of ground to Garth.
He had a bit of brake-induced understeer there. You can hear the tyres squealing in the background. Speed check again, and the margin's 3.7 seconds. The lap speed. It's a 7.4 from Lowndes. He's cracked the whip. A 7.9 for Mark Winterbottom. 7.8 for Tander. 8.3 for Coulthard because of the mistake. 8.3 for McLaughlin. So Lowndes has had some pace in hand. He's just applied it. He wants to break Frosty's spirit. 3.65 seconds is the margin first to second. We're closing out the 2015 Super Cheap Auto Bathurst 1000. And Craig Lowndes, who's already a legend in this sport, is going to further add to that extraordinary tally on these numbers, on this margin, on the lap speed that he shows at the moment. Came here with 12 podiums, 5 wins, 5 seconds, and 2 third placings. They love him. He's a crowd favourite. There's even 1 or 2 blue flags in the background flying for him. He pins up the grin. 3.3 seconds. Frosty will not give up until they get to the final corner.
Coulthard has not been able to, he's found a 10th maybe in that battle with Tander. Tander holding on to 3rd in car 2. Listen to them here. This pairing between them had 8 Bathurst wins. Roland often gets these guys, gets their input on who they'd like to be their co-driver. It's an experienced combination, this one, and it's worked today.
And they grabbed Stephen Richards off the back of his co-driver victory with Mark Winterbottom in 2013. Between Richards and Lowndes, 1009 V8 supercar races. Lowndes has won it 5 times. Richards has won it 3 times. They're zeroing in on the mission. Grant McPherson.
One more lap and the pot is full.
And the pot is full. He's talking about the collector in the tank. It's got 8 litres in it, and he'll use 4.5 to 5 of them to get home. So he's telling him he's got fuel in hand to go for it. The margin is 2.7 seconds. They're still driving the wheels off these cars at the moment. We ride with Craig Lowndes up to turn 2.
Grant McPherson, who you saw there before, good day for him. Remember, he's formerly Chippy, formerly of the Pepsi Max crew, now with Craig Lowndes, now with Red Bull Racing. What a partnership that's been so far in 2015.
He made a name for himself here in 1994 with a bold move at turn 2 on John Bower with the Holden Racing team. And from that day onwards to this very day, Craig Lowndes has been a name that's echoed throughout the mountain. His 22nd Enduro campaign, 11 of those, half of them with 888 Race Engineering. They've fallen out of favour in the mid-portion of the season. They weren't able to match the Pepsi Max Fords. But today, big pace, consistency, mistake-free, perfect in the pit stops. He's relaxed and he's about to bring home yet another Bathurst victory. Craig Lowndes is a miracle man at this place. Angela Richards, Roland Dane, Stephen Richards. Lara's in the background there as well. Rusty, this is going to be a sweet victory for Red Bull Racing Australia. It's 2.2 seconds to Frosty.
The hard work began on Thursday. This experienced pairing have delivered on race day. Well done to the team at Red Bull Racing Australia. One of the legends of the sport creates a little bit of magic at the mountain and secures his 6th victory in the 1000. And Stephen Richards following in his dad's footsteps.
Great job.
Victory number 4 for Richo. Awesome stuff.
Beautiful, Craig, beautiful. You baby, you bloody legend. Great drive.
Well done to Mark Winterbottom, championship leader, finishes in second along with Steve Owen.
I'll meet you at the podium. You know where it is.
You know where it is.
Sure do, thanks, mate.
And Garth Tander, special Star Wars helmet for this one. They're home in third.
What an incredible moment. Steve Richards just hugging Roland Dane. What an incredibly emotional time here. He grabs his 4th win. I'm just going to try and snatch Richo. That is unbelievable. Unbelievable, mate. Can you believe at the start of this race, starting 15, you never want to believe you can win this, do you, at the start of the day, because it's so hard.
Mate, there's just so much can happen, but you're never out of the game. And we all knew we had a good race car, and just mate, to finish that way is just incredible after the day. Unbelievable. I can't believe it.
Yeah, I can understand you can't believe it. It's a phenomenal effort. I mean, Lownsy again, so strong. Head down to the podium, mate. Come this way. But this is a massive day. Congratulations.
Ludo Lacroix in there. Roland's daughter Jess as well. It's a big team. What a day, Neil.
Red Bull, 888, they came here as 5-time Bathurst 1000 winners, make that 6. They've had one car on the podium, 8 of the last Bathurst 1000 events, at least one. They've got a remarkable record at this place, and they've done it again.
Could it have been a 1-2? Win Cup finishes in 18th position with a new lap record, but it's his teammate, the legend, with win number 6 on the top of the podium. Cool as. No hands almost as he came down Conrod Straight for the final time. Biggest race of the year. One of the greatest prizes in Australian motorsport. He chalked up race win number 100 in this championship at Darwin. That's 101. Just mega. Massive crowd across the 4 days. More than 201,000. One of the biggest crowds we've seen at the Super Cheap Auto Bathurst 1000. And the crowd favourites delivered today. Look at Richo jumping like he did when he won with Murph in the late 90s, and Jason Bright as well. 4th win for Richo. Well done to Warren Luff and Garth Tander, 3rd place. Steve Owen, Mark Winterbottom in 2nd. Victory lane, that is sweet. Climbing up, let's go to Rihanna.
Craig Lowndes, your 6th Bathurst victory. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. Look, I think the crowd are saying it. It's quite amazing. I think as the day went on, the car got better, and Richo did a fantastic job. I had to make amends for last year. Obviously, buggered up turn 1, but I've got to thank the boys, all the guys at Red Bull Racing. They've given us a car, and this man here has been sensational. It's been a wonderful year.
This podium is now your 13th podium here at Mount Panorama. You break Peter Brock's record. What is that? I think we're going to break the car. Sorry, Roland. What does that mean to break that record?
Oh, look, we come into the weekend and they said that if you get on the podium at any step that you become the all-time, and to be on the top step is where we wanted to be. And, you know, we had a great battle. We probably had a little bit of luck with Jamie's drive-through, but we had a fast car. We had a really rocket car towards the end, and this guy here did a fantastic job. Team all did it. Here they all come, so it's been a long week. I'm looking forward to celebrating.
Listen to the crowd. Listen to the crowd cheering your name.
it takes two to tango, and Richo did a great job. Like, to be honest, it was a great match, and I was a little bit worried when it was wet. We were sort of struggling for pace, but when it dried out, we knew we had a car that we could really run to the front, and we did that. The guys did fantastic strategies, and yeah, look, I think we will celebrate tonight and have take it for what it is.
Richo, 10 Bathurst between you two guys. It's unbelievable.
That's not bad, is it?
Not bad for old guys.
Fantastic. Yeah, this is an incredible effort by our whole team. Just to know, we were just keeping our head down all weekend. We knew we had a great car, and these boys pulled off an incredible strategy and worked spot on.
I can't hear myself. Enjoy, boys. Well done. The Bathurst champions.
Well done, Rihanna. They now have 10 Bathurst wins between them. Lowndes is 6th. Well, that ties him with the greats, Mark Scaife and Larry Perkins on the all-time list. Only Brocky and Jim Richards, Stephen's dad, have more Bathurst wins than Craig Lowndes. Rihanna was talking about it there. 13th Bathurst podium. Craig now holds the all-time record for podiums in Bathurst 500 and 1000 history. Just mega. 4th win for Richo. Well, that ties him with Alan Moffat, our own Greg Murphy, and Jamie Whincup. 101st V8 Supercar race win for Craig Lowndes. Unbelievable. Awesome stuff for the championship leader, Mark Winterbottom, who now has an advantage of almost 400 points over Lowndes in the series. It's reignited things for Lowndes, but it's a comfortable buffer for Winterbottom. Just missing out on the top 10 were Perkins and Ingle. It's Holden's 30th Bathurst win, the most of any manufacturer in race history, and there are 2 of them on the podium because Garth Tander and Warren Luff are there as well. First Bathurst podium since his 2011 win for Tander, and the third place for Warren Luff in his last 4 starts at Bathurst. Di Silvestro and Gracie, from what we understand, are classified as finishers after that repair work they did today, and they will come back even stronger in 2016. The Harvey Norman Supergirls, they are making their way to the podium. What a day it's been at the mountain. They will get the chance to celebrate in just a few moments' time in front of this awesome crowd. Big day of racing here, but the championship's not done, of course. In only 2 weeks' time, we'll regather for the Castrol Gold Coast 600. Some big repair jobs to do for the likes of Lucas Dumbrell Motorsport, for the Xbox team of Marcus Ambrose and Scott Pye. But it's all about the legend, Lowndesy. They've been singing his name, screaming his name since the car returned here, 888 to victory lane. Podium is almost set. Coulthard just missed out in the end by 0.46 on grabbing that podium spot from Tander. Well done to Scott McLaughlin in 5th. David Reynolds, our pole sitter, finishes the day in 6th. They're demanding it. David Couchy there. There's Adrian Burgess. That'll mean a lot to the Walkinshaw squad, to the Holden Racing team. The invasion in pit lane has started. Look at the sea of fans here. 1.3 seconds was the margin in the end between Lowndes and Winterbottom. An exhausting day where all 3 in the top, well, our top 3 cars all came from outside the top 10. Anything can happen at Mount Panorama. We've seen that again today. And the last time the top 3 came from outside the top 10 to finish on the podium, wowee, 1987. Famous year, the Texaco disqualification year. Once the adjusted results were in, that's the last time we saw a podium decided in that manner. Just incredible. Podium's good to go. Here's our Chad Nailon.
Well, if we don't get Craig Lowndes out on stage, I think this crowd might tear this place down. So it's time for the Super Cheap Auto Bathurst 1000 podium. Ladies and gentlemen, in first place for Red Bull Racing Australia, Craig Lowndes and Stephen Richards. In second place, Mark Winterbottom and Steve Owen for the Pepsi Max crew. And in third place, Garth Tander and Warren Luff for the Holden Racing team. Representing the Castrol Edge winning team is Grant McPherson for Red Bull Racing Australia. With the trophy for third place, it's Stephen Dutton, Chief Executive Officer of Pertec. With the trophies for second, it's Gary Rush, the Mayor of the Bathurst Regional Council. With the Castrol Edge winning team trophy, Diana Hall, the Marketing Director for Castrol. And with our winner's trophy, Chris Wildsmith, the Managing Director for Super Cheap Auto. They raise the Peter Brock Trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, the 2015 Super Cheap Auto Bathurst 1000 podium. A cheers between Craig Lowndes and Stephen Richards. They drink the champagne. Boys coming up for a chat. Covered in champagne, covered in sweat. Craig, you are the modern day hero of Mount Panorama. The fans, once again, they just want to tell you how much this means, not to you, but to them, I think.
Firstly, I just want to wish Chaz all the best. It's a horror crash, and I want to wish all the marshals that are involved. I thank them for all their effort over the weekend as well. But credit to these guys down here, Red Bull guys, who have done a fantastic job all weekend. This guy standing beside me, I had a bit of redemption from last year. I screwed up, and then, of course, we may bring it back in this year. But them's a race. This is the race we all want to win. And thank you to everyone down here for coming out. Because you guys are what make the sport the great one. So thank you, and to everyone, thank you very much.
I'd just like to thank the whole of the Red Bull Racing Australia team. We've had a great car all weekend. To all the fans out there, this is an unbelievable place, as you all know. I'd just like to say hi to Clay and Prix at home. Thanks.
Well, second place today, they chased hard. Steve Owen and Mark Winterbottom. To the boos of the fans. It's just the way it is when Holden wins. Frosty coming over. I wonder if you're just destined to be the villain around this place.
No, that's an awesome day. Congratulations to Triple Eight and Lounsey and Richo. Great to see him win, and also big hi to Chaz. He rode with us today. All the Car 6 crew helped Car 5, so I hope you're doing well, Chazzy. We tried our best for you, buddy, but yeah, get well, bud.
Thanks to all the boys down there in the Pepsi Max crew. It's been an incredible day. We had a pretty tough one, but to get up here on the podium's a great effort. And for all the 60 blokes back at the workshop and Chaz in hospital, get well soon.
Garth and Warren, come on over on the podium once again. GT, you just go to a new level when the end of this race is looming. You drive the wheels off that thing. Talk us through the move when you picked up about 2 or 3 guys in 1 or 2 corners.
Oh yeah, last stint, so they're going to have a go. So Fabs had a go at Reynolds, I think, and didn't quite get it right. So I got them and got Scotty, and thanks to Jack, I passed him and he gave me a bit of room. So thanks very much to our guys. It's one of those races we kept going the front, going the back, going the front, going the back. We ended up close to the front. So thanks very much to all the HRT boys. Thanks to Holden, to HSV, Mobile, SP Tools, Monster, all our sponsors. It's going to be a big night tonight, boys.
Again, just a huge thanks to everyone at Holden Racing team, to Ryan, to Martine, to everyone on the team, obviously to Mobile, SP Tools, Monster. Yeah, thank you so much, and a big thank to Garth.
Bathurst, it's been a big day. Let's have a big round of applause for Chaz Mostert watching along in hospital, our outgoing champion. And for the 6 men standing up here, let's get the Lounsey chant going once again. It's been a big Bathurst.
It's been a huge Bathurst. Thank you, Chad. And in championship terms, it means that Lowndes moves into second ahead of David Reynolds. But there's a margin. There's a bit of breathing space for Mark Winterbottom after that excellent second place finish today. Next stop on the tour, of course, is a very, very different one. The unforgiving, unrelenting streets of the Gold Coast, and there's not a lot of time to prepare. 2 weeks, we'll be tearing up the streets of Surfers Paradise. Some awesome acts there, Cold Chisel, stadium trucks, and a whole lot more. But this now is the time to celebrate. Between them, 10 Bathurst wins. They raise the Peter Brock Trophy for the fans. Sixth win for Craig Lowndes, just amazing. Joins Larry Perkins and Scaife. There's the updated standings we were just talking about. It's nearly 400 points, Neil, and that's pretty significant as we get into the back end of this championship.
That's a nice bump for Mark Winterbottom. I'm sure that he's disappointed not to win the race, but in the sober moments post-race, he'll look at this from a championship perspective, and that was very well played from what was a very difficult day. So big yield, and that's 1.5 race meetings. Well, not really, but more than one race meeting clear.
J-Dub, tough way to end the day, mate. Obviously, awesome for Red Bull Racing Australia, though. Difficult situation there when it all came unstuck with the safety car. You were obviously behind Lounsey, chose to stay out.
Yeah. I'm pretty gutted myself, but don't want to bring the team down. You know, it's amazing achievement for them. She couldn't be happier. But yeah, for me, mate, I just stayed out, and I was planning on just queuing up behind the safety car, but yeah, the green lights are on, so I went past. So anyway.
So your call there, mate, on when you decided to stay out?
Yeah. I decided to stay out. Didn't want to queue behind Lounsey, and then I thought, I come over the hill and thought, here we go. We got the green lights. Happy days. So went straight past. But anyway, that's the way it goes.
It is the way it goes. Tough day. Well driven, but go and celebrate. The team has still got another Bathurst trophy.
Yeah, I couldn't be happier for the team. Lounsey and Sricha, they've done an amazing job.
Good on you.
The net result, though, for Jamie Whincup and for Paul Dumbrell, that's going to hurt Jamie in championship terms. 18th. A look at highlights of the Super Cheap Auto Bathurst 1000. It was a chaotic start. McLaughlin eventually found a way past Dean Canto, who started the race. Some fluid was down. David Wall was out of the game early. The fluid made it tough for Renee Gracie to negotiate Forrest's elbow. Simona Di Silvestro was disappointed. They would repair. They would get those Harvey Norman Supergirls back out and back in the race. Shane Van Gisbergen gets the thumbs up. Jono Webb, look at this. Contact between the HRT Commodore, which would finish on the podium, but it was a big hello and welcome to the Bathurst 1000 for Macaulay Jones. Heart-stopping moment for Russell Ingall. James Courtney watching on. Jack Perkins was able to keep going. They just missed out on the top 10. This one took the wild cards from last year in for the full season this year. Super Black Racing out of the game. Will Davison thought the gap was there. Thought the invitation was to move down the inside of Ollie Gavin, but damage to the 222. They started outside the top 10. The Pepsi Max crew, with some of Chaz Mostert's team working, would gradually get him into the top 10. Big damage to the outfit that finished in the top 10 in that Cool Drive Commodore at the Sandown 500. The game changed with the arrival of rain, and they were big sells too. We thought the rain would be a lot heavier. It was a real fight, Neil, wasn't it, for pit position here to avoid the stacking, and Jono Webb ran off going into the chase, but Shane van Gisbergen fought back hard to get ahead of the 17.
That was a tremendous exchange between those two. They thoroughly enjoyed it, and so did we. And they were trying to make sure they could get to the pit lane first. So weather was a factor. There were little mistakes, a bit of push and shove as always. A lot of cars getting into strife at the top today. Great pressure run there between Craig Lowndes and car number 55. So David Reynolds didn't quite have the pace today, but how's that for a lucky escape for Jack Perkins, just tagging the wall at McPhillamy, and this one was not a lucky escape for Scott Pyatt. How's this? Massive contact, and it actually dislodged the driver cooling, and this was the controversial moment. We heard from Jamie Whincup a moment ago. He's suggesting that it's a green light that he saw, and that's the reason he rocked on by. But clearly not the case. So Lowndes bolted away, and you can see the frustration there for Dean Canto, and got that cushion, and that was one that he was able to use to maintain control. That was a terrific exchange involving Tander, Coulthard. At one stage there, they looked like they were going to be 3 wide in that battle at turn 2.
He was already a legend, and this just cemented it. Craig Lowndes wins. Stephen Richards partnering him to a superb victory in the Super Cheap Auto Bathurst 1000. Lowndes is 6th, Stephen Richards 4th. A great day for Red Bull Racing, their first Bathurst win since 2012. It means a huge amount. The crowd cheering for the legend, Lowndes.